Chapter 255. Xiao Han first used the Sky Demon investiture technique to seal his opponent's Xianxia and movements. Then, he used the power of his flesh shell to send his opponent flying. The combination of demonic arts and the power of his flesh shell complemented each other perfectly. The three expanded Acupoint Realm demon heroes were all respected figures in their own regions. In the secular world, they were worshipped by the commoners. However, in the blink of an eye, they were knocked to the ground by Xiao Han. They didn't even have the chance to resist. Everyone was shocked. The low-level heroes, as well as the few expanded Acupoint Realm heroes, who had been chattering non-stop a moment ago, had all shut up. All of them were staring at Xiao Han, dumbfounded, as though they had seen a ghost. Heh. I've said it before. If you want to extort me, I'll beat you up. Xiao Han harumphed and walked towards Huang Taiyuan, who was wriggling on the ground like a maggot. Xiao Han had a good grasp of his strength when he knocked down Huang Taiyuan and the other two. He wouldn't kill or cripple them. At the very most, he would only make the three expanded Acupoint Realm demon heroes temporarily lose their ability to fight. Of course, they would still suffer physical pain and bone pain. However, the expanded Acupoint Realm demon heroes had vast amounts of Xianxia. Even though their flesh shells weren't as strong as the barbarians of the Great Wilderness, they could still use their Xianxia to temper their bodies. Xiao Han walked to Huang Taiyuan's side. He bent down. All of Huang Taiyuan's teeth had been shattered, and his entire body was spasming. Snot and tears flowed from his nose, and his eyes were filled with fear and despair. Blood frothed at the corner of his mouth, and a gurgling sound came from his throat as he spoke in a feeble voice. Xiao Han, you, what else do you want to do? You are actually so powerful. I miscalculated. Xiao Han. Don't do anything rash, please don't kill me. It's not easy for me to cultivate to this level. I was wrong this time. There will be places where you will appear in the future. I will definitely disappear. How about it? I've completely given in to you, please let me off. Huang Taiyuan's heart was filled with bitterness. Initially, he wanted to make a plan before taking action. He thought that Xiao Han was just a conceited and arrogant person. That was why he was certain that he would defeat Xiao Han. He was prepared to extort the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor Crystal. But unexpectedly, Xiao Han actually killed the three expanded Acupoint Realm cultivators in an instant. It didn't matter what methods he used. An instant kill was an instant kill. There was no doubt about that. Moreover, Huang Taiyuan was an experienced cultivator. He knew that if it wasn't for Xiao Han's mercy, the three of them would already be cold corpses. At this point, Huang Taiyuan finally believed that the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor should have been killed by Xiao Han. It was impossible for him to have been killed by someone else. Huang Taiyuan cursed in his heart. Pretentious. This kid is too pretentious. Xiao Han is too pretentious. If this kind of person goes out, I don't know how many people will die from his schemes. I am convinced this time. This guy is destined to be a formidable character. I will be defeated by his hands. I can Xiao Han will spirit Xiao Han is Luo Qi. Is in the future, wherever he is, I'll just have to avoid him. In this life, I won't be his enemy. Xiao Han Demon Hero, Xiao Han. Xiao Han, Xiao. And, one of, clan, Xiao Han of. Xiao Realm Cultivators. One of Xiao of them. Of. Our common enemy is the demon clan. I'm not interested in killing each other. I hate it. Huang Taiyuan, my friend, when you are free, can you make a trip to the southern region Fire Beacon Empire's Pure Cloud sect? There is a person called Cho in the outer sect of the Pure Cloud sect. He is a good friend of mine. Senior Martial Brother Cho has a hidden illness on his face, he has a poisonous sore. I need to use the reincarnation Divine Fire True Qi to burn off Senior Martial Brother Cho's poisonous sore. Hearing this, Huang Taiyuan felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. He had completely survived the disaster and quickly interrupted Xiao Han. All right. Xiao Han, I will go to the Pure Cloud sect tomorrow to treat your friend A Chao's face. Don't worry, leave this matter to me, Huang Taiyuan. There won't be any slip-ups. If I can't treat A Chao's face, you will blame me. How about that? I will leave tomorrow. Good. That's for the best. Thank you, my friend Huang Taiyuan. Don't worry. I will not mistreat you. Tens of thousands of contribution points is not a problem. Xiao Han smiled. I don't dare. I don't dare to ask for a reward from you. Huang Taiyuan said in fear. I won't take a single cent. I won't take a single cent. After negotiating with Huang Taiyuan for a while, Xiao Han stood up and left the immortal dragon town. He walked towards the Devil Hero region. Countless low-level devil heroes were intimidated by Xiao Han's imposing manner. They automatically made way for Xiao Han. Everyone held their breath. After Xiao Han left, some of the devil heroes started to whisper to each other, amazing. Too amazing. He killed without hesitation. In just one move, he killed 3 experienced expanded point realm devil heroes. He is a genius. From what I can see, there will be a promising young man on the devil hero ranking. However, it seems like Xiao Han used a demonic technique. His demonic strength is comparable to a high-level demon emperor. I wonder if this is against the rules. Devil Hero Pagoda. The top floor. There was only one room on the top floor of the Devil Hero Pagoda. The thick metal door was tightly shut. Countless ancient characters and talismans were engraved on the metal door. There were also star veins extending on the metal door. All kinds of strange phenomena could be seen. There was a holy light as vast as the sea. There were even traces of immortal qi. It was supreme. If anyone looked at the door for a long time, they would feel a suction force that would suck their soul into a vast and mysterious world. Strands of destructive aura lay dormant within the door, and it caused the heavens and the earth and the universe to tremble before it. No one could go against it. It was as if there was a group of ancient gods inside the door. A group of old antiques knelt outside the door, trembling in fear as if they were walking on thin ice. All of them kept quiet out of fear. Although they were separated by a metal door, these old antiques were still suppressed by the terrifying aura inside the door. They held their breath and did not dare to breathe too loudly. My lords, this is the strongest young man in this year's selection competition, Xiao Han. This is an anomaly. He actually used demonic magic wantonly and fought with many evil heroes. Moreover, I heard that his demonic power is not inferior to that of an advanced demon emperor. This is the first time in the history of our human clan. This is rarely seen in the history of the human clan. My lords, the human clan is the human clan, and the demon clan is the demon clan. It is absolutely impossible for the human clan to master the secret methods and skills of the demon clan so perfectly. Xiao Han's World Annihilation Demon Saber is on par with Demon Emperor Qinglin. This is extremely unimaginable. I hope that all of you can understand it. This is not because Xiao Han has a grudge against us and we are taking revenge on him. It's related to the rise and fall of the entire human clan. We all suspect that Xiao Han is a spy of the demon clan. One of the old-timers reported in a pained voice. Inside the metal door, there was silence for dozens of breaths. Then, a godlike voice came out. All of you, leave. We will deal with this matter. Yes, yes, yes. The group of old antiques left one after another. Inside the metal door. It was an extremely mysterious space. It was almost boundless. In this space, there were continuous divine mountains and illusory palaces. Powerful spirit storms were rolling and sweeping. There were even strands of immortal qi and intertwining immortal talismans. Divine lights that were rarely seen in the history of the world were bursting out everywhere. Wind, cloud, thunder, water of the yellow spring, eternal divine wind, space cracks, all of them appeared. It made people feel that those in this space shouldn't be mortals, but immortals. Divine light surged, and mist rolled. In this space, there were more than a dozen spirit storms that were as powerful as ancient giant gods. They were squirming and releasing some power of rules and laws. They were just spirit storms, but no physical bodies could be seen. Xiao Han. What do you think? A faint voice was heard. This voice alone was enough to shatter the void. If it was a little louder, it would definitely change the wind and clouds and cause a catastrophe. It was almost an invincible voice. Indeed, there was no trace of a physical body. There were only a dozen spirit storms talking wantonly and saying what they wanted. The aura of these spirit storms was just like that of the great ancient gods and immortals, shocking the world and destroying the 9 continents. Moreover, the aura of these spirit storms was high and mighty, and it didn't show any human emotions. At every moment, it revealed the combination of the heavenly Tao, rewarding good and punishing evil, and enforcing justice on behalf of heaven. All kinds of rules were set by one hand and controlled by the other. The development of things has deviated from what we imagined. No, to be serious, there has been a huge deviation, another spirit storm said in a serious tone. We all watched Xiao Han's battle against Garen in the Hex Hero preliminaries. At that time, Xiao Han's demonic power could only be said to be ordinary, about the same as that of a low-level demon emperor. But now, Xiao Han killed the Green Dragon Demon Emperor. The Green Dragon Demon Emperor was a high-level demon emperor, and he had a mutated bloodline. How could he be killed by Xiao Han? Another spirit storm joined in. According to the information we have, Xiao Han defeated a senior Hex hero in the Great Wilderness with one move. The demonic power he displayed was already that of a high-level demon emperor. In other words, this young man improved from a low-level demon emperor to a high-level demon emperor in just a few months. As soon as he said that, the dozens of spirit storms in the entire space fell silent at the same time. After a few hundred breaths, his progress is too fast. From a low-level demon emperor to a high-level demon emperor, it only took a few months. Such a monstrous growth rate was rarely seen in the demon clan. Even those creatures with the bloodline of the demon clan emperor can't grow so fast. Could it be that Xiao Han will mutate his bloodline and control the demonic power of a mutated demon emperor? Then, he will go through a second mutation, an ultimate mutation, and finally possess the destructive demonic power of the demon clan emperor? If that's the case, it looks like we're nurturing a tiger that will invite disaster. Our judgment may be a little off. I didn't expect Xiao Han to be able to control such a huge amount of demonic power in such a short time. Now, it seems that we have to kill him in the cradle. We can't let him continue to grow. Yes. The world is ever-changing. Throughout history, there have been many catastrophes that eventually led to disasters because of small things that didn't attract enough attention. The collapse of an ant's nest. Even a small ant's nest can cause the collapse of a dam. Well, I support killing Xiao Han now. That's what I mean too. Xiao Han has returned to the Devil Hero domain and is heading to the Devil Hero Tower. He's probably going to get some contribution points after killing the Green Dragon Demon Emperor. Let's order a few of the top 1,000 powerhouses on the Demon Warrior leaderboard to take action. Okay. I'll pass on the order now. It was better to nip the trouble in the bud than to nip it in the bud. So that there won't be any big mistakes in the future. Among the dozens of spirit storms, 6 of them unanimously decided to kill Xiao Han. Wait. Another spirit storm kept expanding and wriggling, and the immortal talisman kept flickering as if it could explode at any time. What nonsense. Xiao Han is only about 20 years old, but he can already kill an advanced demon emperor alone. Moreover, in the Hex Hero preliminaries, he was brave and resourceful. This kind of genius is hard to come by in tens of millions of years. But now, instead of attaching importance to him, you want to kill him? What kind of logic is that? Bullsh**t logic. If you do this, the human race will go extinct sooner or later. We'll be killed by the demons sooner or later. Yes, tell me, in the entire history of the human race, has there ever been a 20-year-old teenager who killed an advanced demon emperor alone? Definitely not. It's not easy for the human race to have an unprecedented genius, but he was killed just like that. You guys can bear to do it, but I can't. So what if Xiao Han used demonic techniques? All the paths lead to the same destination. As long as Xiao Han is loyal to the human race and takes killing demons as his responsibility, there won't be a problem. We shouldn't kill him. In my opinion, we should focus on training him instead. This will allow him to improve even further. Yes, Xiao Han might have had an internal conflict with many demon warriors and injured some of them, but he killed the Green Dragon Demon Emperor, which is enough to make up for his mistakes. I don't think there's a problem. To put it bluntly, Xiao Han didn't do anything out of line, but he was executed for no reason. It's infuriating. In this way, the demon warrior pagoda will lose cohesion and the people will be divided sooner or later. Among the dozen or so mental storms, 6 of them opposed Xiao Han's execution. At this moment, there was a dispute among the supreme mighty figures about how to deal with Xiao Han. They had different opinions. All of a sudden, the atmosphere became tense. Boom! Runes intertwined, thunder roared, lightning flashed, the sun and the moon rose and fell, and a huge mental storm let out an angry roar. Ridiculous. Do you expect Xiao Han to become the future leader of the human race? That's a joke. How stupid. According to the intelligence, Xiao Han's demonic power was boundless, but his true qi cultivation was trash. Now, explain to me why a human's true qi cultivation is a mess, but his demonic power and demonic techniques have improved by leaps and bounds. Why is that? There must be a reason behind this abnormality. In my opinion, Xiao Han is a spy for the demon race. He must be executed. His soul must be destroyed. He'll be doomed eternally. Bullsh *T. Divine light surged, the mountains and seas roared, and the entire space trembled. It was also an extremely powerful mental storm. If Xiao Han is a demon spy, why would he kill the Green Dragon Demon Emperor? Injuring oneself to gain the confidence of the demon race. This is the demon race's trick of injuring oneself to gain the confidence of the demon race. Sacrificing a high-level demon emperor will allow Xiao Han to gain our trust. How ambitious. Xiao Han must be executed. There's no other possibility. Xiao Han must die. Forget it, let's send an ancient giant to kill Xiao Han with a flick of our fingers. Who dares to kill Xiao Han? An ancient giant? I'll say this first, if any ancient giant dares to make a move, I'll kill his entire family. Xiao Han can't be killed. Kill. We must not kill him. The group of top figures of the human race actually had an internal conflict and quarreled with each other. Chapter 256. In this vast and mysterious space, more than a dozen extremely powerful spiritual storms. At the highest floor of the Yaoxia Tower, there was a serious difference in their opinions. They even broke out into a fierce quarrel that was rarely seen. In the entire space, more than a dozen golden suns burst out. The blazing light burst out and rumbled, shocking the universe. There were 6 mental storms that agreed to destroy Xiao Han. There were exactly 6 mental storms that wanted to protect Xiao Han, no more, no less. They argued endlessly. There was even a feeling that a big fight was about to break out. At this moment, enough, all of you, shut up. In this space, there were a total of 13 mental storms, which seemed to represent 13 ancient gods. Among them, 12 mental storms formed 2 camps, opposing each other on how to deal with Xiao Han. However, the 13th mental storm kept silent. Only when the 2 sides were arguing endlessly did the 13th mental storm make a sound. The 13th mental storm had the most terrifying aura. It expanded like the core of a planet, and violent airflow surrounded this mental storm. Every airflow was faster than the speed of light, and every airflow burst out with a long roar, shocking the heavens and earth, like a dragon or a crane. This mental storm that was like the core of a planet seemed to have established a mysterious connection with the universe. Dense brilliance radiated from this mental storm. Rays of great power that could collapse the sky and destroy the ages were wriggling. Countless holy lights and all kinds of runes intertwined like rainbows. This caused this mental storm to have an aura that dominated the universe, and it even gave people a feeling of immortality. Finally, there was a burst of sound in this mental storm, and it made the other voices in the mental storm all shut up. A supreme and irresistible majesty suddenly bloomed. This caused the two sides that were arguing to shut up. Not only that, but after feeling the wrath of the 13th group, the other 12 groups started to feel uneasy and fearful. Pagoda Master, please calm down, the Supreme Psychic Storm said harshly. Don't argue anymore. How can there be an internal conflict because of such a small matter? What a disgrace. You have cultivated for so many years, and you still can't hold it in? Facing the scolding of this mental storm, no one dared to refute or talk back. Regarding the matter of the youth Xiao Han, I already have a plan. It was impossible to kill Xiao Han directly. Yes, Xiao Han had indeed made rapid progress. From the demonic power of a low-level demon emperor to that of a high-level demon emperor, it had only taken him a few months. This was truly heaven-defying. If there were no accidents, many years later, Xiao Han would definitely look down on the world and become a supreme being. If we were to strangle this kind of world-shaking talent just because of a small sign, it would indeed be a reckless waste of God's gifts. Some of you are worried that Xiao Han is a spy for the demon race. If we allow him to grow, he will eventually harm the human race. This kind of worry is not without reason. However, everything is still firmly under our control. Xiao Han is a flame of hope, burning brighter and brighter, but we can extinguish this flame at any time. Don't make a mountain out of a molehill. Even if Xiao Han possesses the demonic power of a great demon emperor, it would only take a single thought for us to eliminate him. Of course, when Xiao Han returns to the Yaoxia Pagoda this time, I'll personally release a spiritual wave to pry into the secrets of the demon clan hidden in him. If he's indeed a spy of the demon clan, I'll personally take action and clean him up. However, if he's not, then there's another story. Yes, the Pagoda Master personally observed Xiao Han and could see all his secrets at a glance. Whether he's a spy of the demon clan or not, he can't hide it from the Pagoda Master. Xiao Han entered the Yaoxia domain from the celestial dragon town. He controlled his true qi and flew straight to the Yaoxia Pagoda. At the same time, Xiao Han had already taken out the Yaoxia token and used the communication function to send a message to Wu Yu, Dongfang Qin, and Fang Ling, Sect Master, Senior Brother Dongfang, Senior Brother Fang Ling, I'm about to enter the Yaoxia Pagoda. I've completed the mission of killing the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. In a very short period of time, Wu Yu replied to Xiao Han. Okay, Xiao Han, we already know about this matter. We're on our way to the Yaoxia domain. We'll arrive soon. Xiao Han, you're very good. You've made the sect proud. I'm very happy. Wu Yu's tone was a little shaky. Okay, Sect Master, I'll go to the 5th floor of the Yaoxia Pagoda first to collect the contribution points reward for killing the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. Xiao Han sent a message. Not long after, Xiao Han finally flew to the Yaoxia Pagoda, which was known to be indestructible. It was lofty, enormous, ancient, elegant, magnificent, and stretched on for a few thousand kilometers. It emanated a scholarly aura, and it carried the aura of civilization and enlightenment. It caused the heavens and the earth to be filled with strands of righteousness, and it simply aroused respect in the hearts of all. Xiao Han landed in a square in front of the 1st floor of the Yaoxia Pagoda. There were many Yaoxia standing in groups of 3 to 5 in the square, communicating with each other. Some of them were walking out of the Yaoxia Pagoda in a hurry, as if they were in a hurry to do something. The Yaoxia that appeared near the Yaoxia Pagoda all had an extraordinary aura. Their bodies were full of true qi, and they were surrounded by divine light and precious clouds, making it difficult for people to see through them. However, they were definitely powerful figures who were famous in the mountains and rivers. At this moment, when the Yaoxia saw Xiao Han, their eyes were burning with curiosity. Some even blurted out, "Xiao Han." The young man who killed the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor, Xiao Han, who has been in the limelight recently. That's right, it's this kid. Good lad. It seemed that he had rushed back from the great wilderness to collect the reward for the mission of killing the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. How many contribution points was it? A total of 10,000 contribution points. Moreover, the value of the Azure Dragon Demonic Emperor Crystal and the Azure Dragon Demonic Emperor Corpse was far more than that. This Xiao Han has struck it rich. He has become a nouveau riche. Ha ha ha. I'm not some local tycoon. It's just a few million contribution points. I'll be able to enter some special secret cultivation room. There was nothing left. Or you can buy a Fusionshi secret manuals, but there won't be much left. Don't brag. This Xiao Han has just become a devil hero. He doesn't even have a ranking, but he has already earned millions of contribution points. It's already very heaven-defying. You can't say that. You'll definitely have to risk your life to kill the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. It's only natural for him to obtain millions of contribution points. Don't be jealous and jealous. Xiao Han did not want to become the focus of discussion, so he quickly lowered his head and rushed into the Yaoxia Pagoda. Then, at the teleportation area on the first floor, he spent 50 contribution points and teleported to the 5th floor of the Yaoxia Tower. The floor where he received the mission to kill the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. On the 5th floor of the Yaoxia Pagoda. Mission Release Area. Treasure clouds and crimson light were surging. There were notices floating in the void like fireflies. Some of the devil heroes were scanning the notice with their mental energy in this area, looking for missions that were suitable for them. The manager of this floor was a middle-aged man in linen clothes. His aura was as strong as the sea, and his body was surging with golden light. There were suns and moons floating in his eyes, and he looked dignified. At this moment, he was pacing back and forth restlessly, mumbling to himself. Why isn't this kid coming to claim his reward yet? He seemed to be waiting for someone. At this moment, a ray of treasure light bloomed on this floor. There were ripples in the air, and a humanoid silhouette immediately wriggled. Someone had teleported to this floor. Huh? The middle-aged man in linen clothes stopped in his tracks and looked at the humanoid silhouette with an expectant expression. Many of the devil heroes who were browsing the missions on this floor also looked over immediately. They had lost count of the number of times they had repeated the same expression and action today. Finally, the humanoid silhouette solidified. It was Xiao Han. Ah! Xiao Han. The middle-aged man in linen clothes immediately shouted and walked towards Xiao Han excitedly. Good. Good. You're finally here. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Ha 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 ha. You've been waiting for me for a long time? Xiao Han was stunned. He is indeed a promising young man. He can be said to be handsome and spirited. Not bad at all. I didn't expect that you would be able to complete the mission of killing the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor that so many experienced devil heroes couldn't complete. The middle-aged man in linen clothes' eyes were full of admiration. Even Li Fanming, who has been in the limelight in recent years, failed. Xiao Han, if there were more talented young people like you in the human race, sooner or later, the demon race would be completely driven out of this continent. All the devil heroes on this floor stared at Xiao Han deeply, which made him feel even more pressured. Well, actually, it was just a fluke, Xiao Han stammered. The middle-aged man in linen clothes looked at Xiao Han meaningfully and said in a low voice. I heard that Lei Qiji was defeated by you in one move. That's not a fluke. Xiao Han, you're hiding your strength, don't be too humble. Alright, collect your contribution points. Give me your devil hero token and follow me. Okay, Xiao Han was only concerned about the 10,000 contribution points. At this moment, he was refreshed and quickly handed the devil hero token to the middle-aged man in linen clothes. The middle-aged man in linen clothes took the devil hero token from Xiao Han's hand, turned around and walked towards a shining house on this floor. The Azure Dragon Demon Emperor Crystal and the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor Corpse can also be exchanged for contribution points. They can be exchanged for 4 million contribution points. Well. Xiao Han was stunned. Then he mumbled. Senior, the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor Crystal and the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor Corpse, this. Oh right, the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor Crystal has been shattered. It's not complete. I didn't bring it back, so I threw it away. You shattered the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor Crystal? Hearing this, the middle-aged man in linen clothes was shocked. He turned around and looked at Xiao Han in shock. Xiao Han had a headache. The Azure Dragon Demon Emperor Crystal and the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor Corpse had been refined by Xiao Han, so he couldn't take them out. He was just about to think of an excuse to pass the buck. At this moment, boom. In the unseen world, a great spiritual wave suddenly swept down. It was just a wisp of spiritual wave, but it turned into a turbulent spiritual storm. It tore the empty space apart and enveloped Xiao Han. In an instant, Xiao Han felt that the world was spinning. Everything around him became dark. It was as if Xiao Han was the only person left in the world. Moreover, it was freezing cold. Snow was falling everywhere, making Xiao Han feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. It was freezing cold. Of course, Xiao Han understood that he was not sent to a dark and uninhabited world. There was no snow around him. Everything was a hallucination on the spiritual level. Xiao Han's spirit and soul could be said to be indomitable and impregnable. However, at this moment, they were easily affected and destroyed by a wisp of spiritual wave. It's too scary. Who is this? Right now, Xiao Han's whole body was trembling with fear. He didn't know about other things, but he knew very well that the person who triggered this psychic wave must be a big shot who could pluck the stars and grab the moon. Their true chi was boundless and invincible. If such a person wanted to kill him, it would definitely be a piece of cake. This aura is even more terrifying than that of the sect leader. Xiao Han was shocked. At the same time, this wisp of spiritual wave also made Xiao Han feel that if he was not careful, his body, will, soul, blood essence, and true chi would be ignited all at once. Then, he would be burned into ashes and would no longer exist in this world. This was a spiritual wave that could not be desecrated or resisted by others. The next moment, there seemed to be a pair of invisible eyes observing Xiao Han. Xiao Han felt as if every inch of his body was being seen through. His flesh, bones, skin, hair, blood, cells, true chi, even his soul, everything was seen through. He couldn't even hide it. Xiao Han's heart beat faster. This situation was a bit like doing something wrong and being caught in the act. Suddenly, this pair of eyes, this spiritual wave, penetrated into the demon god's palm tattoo on Xiao Han's left arm. This spiritual wave directly penetrated into the demon god's palm tattoo and began to sweep through every demon vein. 9 demon veins were swept through one by one. The 4 demon emperor crystals had nowhere to hide. Beads of sweat began to appear on Xiao Han's forehead, but he couldn't resist. The difference between the two of them was really too big. This made Xiao Han a little suspicious that this wisp of spiritual wave was made by the legendary immortals. Otherwise, Xiao Han believed that he wouldn't be suppressed to this extent. Now, not to mention resisting, he couldn't even move his body or think a little bit. The spiritual wave of the strongest and supreme martial artist stayed on Xiao Han's left arm for more than 100 breaths of time. Then, it suddenly penetrated into Xiao Han's heart. Oh no! Xiao Han was horrified. Xiao Han's biggest secret was hidden in his heart. That demon egg. And the densely packed seals on the surface of the demon egg. On every seal, there seemed to be some martial arts secrets recorded. However, this spiritual wave seemed to have discovered that Xiao Han's heart was extraordinary. It was like a troop of iron and blood, marching straight into Xiao Han's heart. Xiao Han's heart was filled with fear. Xiao Han knew that the demon egg in his heart could fool most powerful people, but it definitely couldn't fool the owner of this spiritual wave. The only defense on the surface of Xiao Han's heart was the spirit turtle's true qi that shielded demon qi. However, in front of this spiritual wave, the spirit turtle's true qi was nothing. The spiritual wave penetrated the spirit turtle's true qi effortlessly. It was like entering an unstoppable state. That wisp of spiritual waves suddenly became extremely powerful. After penetrating the spirit turtle's true qi, it completely enveloped Xiao Han's heart. It was about to penetrate Xiao Han's heart. That demon egg was embedded in Xiao Han's heart. However, just as that wisp of spiritual wave was about to pierce through Xiao Han's heart, a turbulent wave of demon qi suddenly surged out from the cracks of the demon egg. In that instant, the sky changed color. Rays of glass-like demon qi rolled out from Xiao Han's heart. A vast demon might surged into the sky, suddenly erupting with a peerless majesty, as if a god had suddenly awakened. With a single thought, boundless God's punishment descended. Everywhere in the void was trembling. That wisp of spiritual wave, under the assault of this terrifying demon qi, was actually forced to retreat, showing signs of collapse and destruction. The overwhelming demon qi was almost invincible, crushing that wisp of spiritual wave until it was finally destroyed. In other words, when that wisp of spiritual wave was about to enter Xiao Han's heart to see what was going on, the demon egg in Xiao Han's heart released a godly demon qi from the cracks of the eggshell, destroying that wisp of spiritual wave, causing it to be unable to see what was going on inside the heart. For example, the demon egg in the heart was automatically protecting its owner, protecting Xiao Han. Of course, it was also a kind of self-protection. In the end, the wisp of demon qi returned to the cracks of the eggshell, and the densely packed seals on the eggshell trembled a few times. The spirit turtle true qi stuck on the surface of the eggshell hurriedly blocked the cracks. All the abnormalities disappeared from Xiao Han's body. Xiao Han was scared out of his wits. He wiped the sweat on his forehead, and his heart was filled with fear. It's over. The secret in the heart, I'm afraid. I'm afraid. I'm afraid that it's been exposed. Although that wisp of spiritual wave didn't manage to enter the heart and detect the demon egg and the seals, but the counterattack of the demon qi is enough to put me in danger. Oh no, what should I do now? Xiao Han, what's wrong? The middle-aged man in linen clothes frowned and asked. No, nothing. Xiao Han stammered. On the top floor of the Demon Hero Tower, there were 13 groups of invincible spiritual storms. Tower Master, how is it? Among them, 12 groups of spiritual storms revolved around the most blazing, magnificent, and powerful spiritual storm. Tower Master, you've already personally observed Xiao Han. What did you find? Is he a spy of the demon race? The most prosperous spiritual storm in the middle kept wriggling, but it didn't send any message or sound. All of a sudden, silence occupied everything. After a few hundred breaths, what exactly is going on? Tower Master, could it be that you found something? Things have already exceeded our imagination. Finally, the powerful spiritual storm made a sound. It was extremely serious. However, if one listened carefully, one would find that in this supreme invincible voice, there was actually a heart palpitation that was rarely seen in the history. I've discovered something. The powerful spiritual storm seemed to be organizing his words. After a long while, he finally said, a few scary things, terrifying. This word caused the other 12 spiritual storms to wriggle and expand rapidly, and they all sent out waves of shock and confusion. Chapter 257. It was the master of the Monster Hero Pagoda who had scanned Xiao Han's vitality and secrets with his spirit wave. He was the supreme figure who had created the Monster Hero Pagoda. He was invincible. He was the most mysterious and powerful figure of the human race in the world. It was said that he had become an immortal long ago. On the highest floor of the Monster Hero Pagoda, the giant spirit storm that represented the master of the pagoda radiated aurora like the core of a star. After observing Xiao Han, he actually used the word terrifying. Something that could make such a figure, who could cover the sky with one hand and the mountain and sea prison, say, terrifying, that was really terrifying, enough to shock the world. Pagoda. Pagoda Master, just what is going on? Please explain. The other 12 spirit storms were all panicking. Silence. A suffocating silence. After 100 breaths, I have observed young Xiao Han's skin, membrane, bone, marrow, essence, qi, spirit, blood, organs, and tendons. All of them are human. It can be said that Xiao Han is a pure human. In his blood, there is no filth and corruption of the demon race, the master said very seriously. It is a very basic common sense. The blood of our human race is absolutely different from the blood of the demon race. No matter how well a demon disguises himself, it is impossible to change his blood to human blood. Moreover, young Xiao Han is full of vigor and has a kind of righteousness that prevents all evils from invading. Hearing this, the spirit storms that were determined to kill Xiao Han were embarrassed. On the contrary, the spirit storms that wanted to protect Xiao Han were relieved. At this time, the master changed the topic. However, young Xiao Han has the secret of the demon race. I don't know what method he used, but in his left arm, he even refined the hand of a demon emperor, awakened 9 demon veins, and inlaid 4 demon emperor crystals of different sizes. Hiss. Awakened 9 demon veins? This lad really had the demonic power of a high-level demon emperor. Furthermore, in the demon realm, a demon emperor whose bloodline had not mutated could only produce 1 demon emperor crystal. However, Xiao Han had 4. In other words, he could release the demon emperor's secret skill. This kind of combat power is the top among the high-level demon emperors. To be honest, Xiao Han is a high-level demon emperor now. Of course, the Tower Lord said that he is still a human in his bones, and he is full of righteousness. This is really contradictory. He is indeed a human, but his true qi cultivation is not good, but his demonic power and demonic magic are outstanding. He is a rare weirdo. Suddenly, the pagoda master's voice became extremely stern. However, the greatest secret of young Xiao Han is not the demon race great emperor's palm that his left arm has refined, but his heart. In Xiao Han's heart, there is a kind of demonic origin energy. This energy overflowed the heavens and the earth. Demons were kings, and nothing in this world could match them. It could be said to be heaven-defying. Even I can't see through the depth of this energy. This energy lay dormant deep within Xiao Han's heart. When my mental fluctuations were about to seep into Xiao Han's heart, that energy launched a brazen counterattack. It burst out from Xiao Han's heart, vast and demonic, boundless, raging like the wind and scudding clouds, shining through the ages. Even this Lord's wisp of spirit fluctuation was destroyed by this demon race's source energy. Hiss. The sound of people sucking in a breath of cold air could be heard from the 12 mental storms. Pagoda. Pagoda Master. What kind of power is hidden in Xiao Han's heart? It can actually smash the Pagoda Master's mental fluctuations. There should not be such a horrible power in the mortal world, I can't see through it. This energy is fused with Xiao Han's heart. It protects Xiao Han's heart, making my mental fluctuations and thoughts unable to smoothly enter Xiao Han's heart. After the conversation, the scene fell into silence again. After a few hundred breaths, a spiritual storm said tentatively, Pagoda Master, you said that the demonic origin energy hidden in Xiao Han's heart belongs to the demonic race? Yes. The Pagoda Master muttered. He seemed to be thinking about something. Pagoda Master, if I may be so bold as to guess. Could it be that there is a powerful expert of the demonic race who has reached some kind of agreement with Xiao Han? Could it be that a ball of demonic origin energy, which is above all living beings, was fused into Xiao Han's heart, allowing Xiao Han to effortlessly grasp all kinds of demonic techniques, awaken the demonic veins, cultivate demonic aura, and obtain demonic power? In other words, Xiao Han has already become a puppet of the demonic race? Just now, I have said that Xiao Han is full of righteousness. His essence, qi, and spirit are all very righteous. From top to bottom, there is not a trace of darkness or filth. This kind of person is unlikely to make a deal with the demonic race, and he should not be a spy of the demonic race. He has no ulterior motives. He is open and aboveboard. There is even a trace of a clear conscience. The pagoda master said slowly. In that case, Xiao Han is not a spy of the demonic race. It is possible that he unintentionally obtained a ball of demonic origin energy. However, pagoda master, the ball of demonic origin energy hidden in Xiao Han's heart can even destroy your spirit wave and will. That is simply too heaven-defying. This person, Xiao Han, is like a ticking time bomb at all times. Once the ball of demonic origin energy in his heart has its own consciousness and wakes up, there is a possibility that it will possess Xiao Han's body and use Xiao Han's body as its home. At that time, a great demon will appear out of nowhere. Between heaven and earth, there will be a storm of blood, the yin and yang will be reversed, and even the heavenly Tao will be thrown into disorder. Pagoda master, the consequences will be unimaginable. Pagoda master, let me think about it. It is possible that even Xiao Han himself does not know about the evil and terrifying consequences of the ball of demonic origin energy in his heart. That ball of demonic origin energy is too powerful. If it wants to possess someone, it must choose a body that is equally powerful. Only then will it be able to complement each other. Right now, Xiao Han is still too weak and has a long way to go. If it were to possess someone at this time, Xiao Han's body will definitely explode. In that case, can you understand that the ball of demonic origin energy is waiting? Waiting? All the mental storms were aghast. Their thoughts raced as they continued to ponder and deduce. In other words, that ball of demonic origin energy has chosen Xiao Han and will help Xiao Han to become stronger. When Xiao Han is strong enough, he will meet the requirements of the ball of demonic origin energy to possess him. Then, something terrible was about to happen. The demonic origin energy will completely occupy Xiao Han's body and soul, causing Xiao Han to die and leaving behind a body controlled by a great demon. To bring disaster to the world. Your analysis is very reasonable. It is the same as what I have thought. The pagoda master said seriously. Pagoda master, what do you think about this? Force the ball of demonic origin energy out of Xiao Han's heart. This way, we can not only eliminate the root of the disaster, but also save Xiao Han. After all, if this goes on, the stronger Xiao Han becomes, the more dangerous it will be for him. The more he will be possessed. No. The pagoda master said decisively. That demon clan's origin energy has already merged with Xiao Han's heart and is inseparable. It is inseparable and has become a part of Xiao Han's heart. Even if I do it myself and try my best, I won't be able to drive that ball of demonic origin energy out of Xiao Han's heart. One mistake in Xiao Han's heart will be broken and he will die. In other words, that ball of mysterious and evil demonic origin energy was somehow refined by Xiao Han? You can say that. Silence. Silence again. After a long time, pagoda master, make a decision now. He might as well destroy everything indiscriminately, directly killing Xiao Han. Xiao Han was blasted into pieces, his soul dispersed, and the demonic clan's origin energy in his heart also vanished. Once and for all. Of course, this was very unfair to Xiao Han. But, it was better than sitting and waiting for death. If they waited for the great demon to take over the body, it would be a tragic scene where the people would be plunged into misery and suffering. Even if they could kill the great demon, they would have to pay a terrible price. Who knew how many heroes and commoners would die in battle? Pagoda master, don't be soft-hearted. How about this, after we execute Xiao Han, we will erect a monument for him so that everyone will know that he died for a righteous cause. Sacrifice for a noble cause. We can also write down Xiao Han's deeds and let them be passed down from generation to generation. We can build a cenotaph and a holy temple for him so that mortals can worship and worship him. How about that? We can even bury Xiao Han's body in the Devil Hero region so that many demons will worship him devoutly. In short, we'll make a grand arrangement for Xiao Han's funeral. Even we, the old antiques, who don't come out into the world, can come out and write funeral rites for Xiao Han. From now on, we will spare no effort to cultivate Xiao Han's sect. In this way, Xiao Han's death will be worth it. His death will be worth it. Yes. Xiao Han died for the safety of the entire human race. More important than a mountain. 4 of the 6 groups of spiritual storms that originally wanted to protect Xiao Han changed sides and agreed to execute Xiao Han. After all, the demonic origin energy in Xiao Han's heart was unbelievably powerful. It could wipe out the Pagoda Master's spiritual waves and will. This was unbelievable. It was better to nip the problem in the bud. They had to get rid of Xiao Han together. Sigh, that's so high-sounding. Xiao Han is innocent. Now that Xiao Han is cultivating the true body double cultivation, his lifespan has increased greatly. He might even have a chance to become an immortal in the future and seek immortality. He was young, high-spirited, and happy to repay kindness and enmity. His time was endless, and he could enjoy the wonders of life without end. How could he be willing to die for no reason? He would definitely be unwilling. Also, can we really have a clear conscience if we execute Xiao Han like this? There are no airtight walls. This matter will be leaked sooner or later. It's better to guard against people's mouths than to guard against a river. When that time comes, what can we use to block the mouths of the world? A spiritual storm said righteously. Pagoda Master, please think twice. Those who want to achieve great things don't care about trifles. You want to protect Xiao Han? You can't. If you want to blame someone, blame him for refining the mysterious demonic origin energy. To put it bluntly, Xiao Han wanted to rise to the top in one step, so he chose to take a shortcut. He gave up on cultivating true qi and went on to cultivate demonic arts in order to increase his combat power in a short period of time. In fact, he doesn't even know that he has already gone astray. What do you mean by going astray? Xiao Han killed Qing Lin Demon Emperor and Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. Is that what you call going astray? No matter what, he had made a great contribution to the war. I can't just let him die in such a muddle-headed manner. Enough. Shut up. The Pagoda Master roared. Up until now, do you still not understand the situation? It's not a matter of whether we kill Xiao Han or not. The key is that if we kill Xiao Han directly, the demonic origin energy in his heart will definitely go berserk and cause a backlash. Even I don't have enough confidence to firmly suppress the demon clan's origin energy that hibernates in Xiao Han's heart. Once Xiao Han's body explodes, that mass of origin energy will counterattack. Even I can't predict what will happen. It might bring about a catastrophe. Xiao Han can't be killed so easily. Moreover, Xiao Han is a human, not a demon. It's indeed unreasonable to kill him. Shut up and let me think about it. 100 breaths later. How about this, all of you keep your mouths shut. Don't say a word about this and don't look for Xiao Han alone. Now, Xiao Han has just become a devil hero and hasn't obtained a place on the devil hero ranking. So, first let him participate in a ranking competition, let him compete for a position, and then, let him complete that task. Huh? That mission, could it be? Yes, let Xiao Han go to the demon metropolis and assassinate the greatest traitor in the history of the human race, Alchemist Yen. The Pagoda Master's tone became confident as if he had regained control of everything. The demon metropolis is the nest of the demons and the origin of the demon civilization. It's impossible for us to sneak in. Therefore, the mission to assassinate the traitor Yen is known as the most difficult mission in the history of the human race. Even the giants on the devil hero ranking can't complete it. Because the giants can't enter the demon metropolis safely. But Xiao Han is different. The demonic origin energy in his heart can make him disguise as a demon. It's possible to not be discovered. This makes Xiao Han the best candidate to complete this mission. The Pagoda Master paused. He sighed leisurely. Furthermore, if Xiao Han's identity is exposed by the demon clan in the demon metropolis and a great battle breaks out, once Xiao Han dies, the demon clan's origin energy hibernating in his heart will explode, causing an unimaginable disaster to the demon clan, severely injuring the demon race. Sigh. It's the same death. Xiao Han's death in the nest of the demon race and his death in the devil hero region are completely different. If he dies in the demon metropolis, it won't affect us at all. Maybe it will cause great damage to the vitality of the demon race. At that time, we can take the opportunity to attack the demon metropolis and completely destroy the demon race in this world. The pagoda master is really wise. This is a plan to kill two birds with one stone. Remember, before that, don't make things difficult for Xiao Han. And don't reveal anything in front of him. Even those giants on the devil hero ranking must be kept a secret. Don't let them know Xiao Han's secret. Now, go and arrange a ranking competition. Let Xiao Han get a ranking first. In this way, he will have the foundation to complete this mission and won't be suspected by other devil heroes. Yes. Chapter 258. The fifth floor of the Yaoxia Tower. Now, Xiao Han felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. His forehead was covered with cold sweat. Although that extremely powerful spirit wave didn't manage to penetrate Xiao Han's heart and discover the demonic egg in his heart, the demonic aura that shot out from the gaps of the eggshell had crushed the spirit wave. It must have shocked the owner of the spirit wave. To be honest, Xiao Han's biggest secret had been revealed. What should I do now? It must be the higher-ups of the Yaoxia Tower who are watching me. They've found some clues and will definitely deal with me next. I'm still young and can't compete with those giants. The situation can't be any worse for me. Could it be that I have to pack up and run away now? I'm not willing to leave like this. Besides, I'm afraid there's no place for me in this big world. It's not impossible for me to be chased by all the Yaoxia in the world. Xiao Han was suffering. However, the middle-aged man didn't notice Xiao Han's abnormality and urged him. Xiao Han, what are you thinking? Alright, get your contribution points. 10,000 contribution points is not a small number for a newcomer like you who just became a Yaoxia. Hearing this, Xiao Han steeled his heart. Damn it, who cares? I'll get the benefits I deserve first. Since I'm already here, I'll just take things as they come. The spiritual wave just now seemed to be from an immortal. I can't run away if I want to. Even if I run to the ends of the earth, I can't escape death. It's better to take things one step at a time. I'll deal with it when it comes. Xiao Han was ready to risk it all. He immediately said, Okay, Senior, I'll go with you to get my contribution points now. The middle-aged man in hemp garments smiled with gratification, and then he brought Xiao Han into a small room that was sparkling and translucent. Inside the room, there was a round stone full of immortal qi. Lines of data were rolling on the round stone, which was a spectacular sight. There were many markings on the round stone, dazzling Xiao Han's eyes. The middle-aged man held Xiao Han's Yaoxia token and brushed it on a scale on the round stone. There was a sizzling sound. A string of data flowed into Xiao Han's Yaoxia token. It's done. 1 million contribution points have already rolled into your evil hero token, Xiao Han. You can use your psyche to scan it now. There shouldn't be any mistakes, the middle-aged man in linen said with a smile as he returned the Xeno hero token to Xiao Han. Xiao Han, you can use these contribution points on any floor of the Yaoxia Tower. Oh. Xiao Han's mind wavered. He took over the chivalrous token and permeated his consciousness into it. Indeed, within the chivalrous token, it clearly showed that Xiao Han's contribution points had already exceeded 10,000. Phew. Senior, there's no problem. 1 million contribution points have already been displayed in Junior's Yanxiao token. Xiao Han said gratefully. Thank you, Senior. Ha ha ha. Xiao Han, you don't have to thank me. You deserve this. Young man, Why don't you take on a few more missions to kill demonic monarchs and earn more contribution points? The middle-aged man said to Xiao Han in a half-joking, half-serious manner. You can even kill Azure Dragon Demonic Monarch. Ordinary high-level demonic monarchs are no match for you. TSK, you can hunt high-level demonic monarchs at the age of 20. You will definitely be famous in the future and shine brightly on the evil hero ranking list. By the way, you don't have a ranking on the evil hero ranking list yet, do you? You can try to apply for a ranking challenge. Generally speaking, a new evil hero must have 2 years of experience and pay 50,000 contribution points to be qualified to participate in the ranking challenge. However, you are really outstanding and powerful. Among the younger generation of evil heroes, no one can be compared to you. The higher-ups will probably make an exception for you and let you participate in the ranking challenge. Ranking challenge? Xiao Han was stunned. Yes, seriously speaking, a evil hero with a ranking is a evil hero that is truly recognized. The higher your ranking, the more privileges you have. When you go outside, you will not only be worshipped by everyone, but you will also be respected on the evil hero ranking list. No one will dare to look down on you anymore. Xiao Han, you don't have a ranking right now, so you can't avoid the harassment and provocation of some evil heroes. However, once you have a higher ranking, they won't even have time to hide from you. They won't come and cause trouble for you. The hemp-clothed middle-aged man said seriously. This. Xiao Han thought for a while, and silently nodded in his heart. That's right, if I get a decent ranking on the demon hero ranking board, then Li Fanming, Yu Ming and the other filthy demon heroes, I'm afraid they wouldn't even think about selling me out to the heavens. Lei Qizhi, Jin Shanxiong, and Huang Taiyuan wouldn't casually stick to me. As the saying goes, a man needs a face and a tree needs a skin. The ranking on the evil hero ranking list is equivalent to the face of an evil hero. Thank you for reminding me, senior. I've learned a lot, Xiao Han said sincerely. However, I want to be teleported to the 301-500th floor of the evil hero tower now. Oh. You want to rent a secret cultivation room? The middle-aged man smiled. Yes. Xiao Han nodded. The middle-aged man looked at Xiao Han solemnly. Yes, even though you've killed the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor, such a powerful figure of the demon race, you're still neither arrogant nor rash, and you're still cultivating diligently. Good, you're indeed an outstanding genius. Xiao Han, I'm sure you don't know much about the secret cultivation room. Let me tell you a little about it. Thank you, senior. I'd like to hear more about it. Xiao Han nodded. The entire 200 floors of the 30,500th floor are all secret cultivation rooms. There are tens of thousands of secret cultivation rooms. Among them, there are many types. For example, if you cultivate an ice elemental true qi cultivation technique, you can choose an ice elemental secret cultivation room to refine your true qi. If you cultivate a fire elemental true qi cultivation technique, you can choose a fire elemental secret cultivation room. In the illusory secret cultivation room, you can roughly simulate the enemy you want according to your requirements. For example, a high-level demon emperor, a human cave expansion realm martial artist, or a human talisman transformation realm martial artist can be simulated according to your requirements and fight with them to improve your combat ability and accumulate some experience. The enemies and battles in the illusory secret training room are extremely realistic, and the degree of simulation is very high. Therefore, renting an illusory secret training room is not cheap. If you want to train your body, you can choose the gravity room. Among all the secret cultivation rooms, the time room and the space room are the best. For example, in the low-level time room, 10 days is equivalent to 1 day in the real world. 1 year in the time room is equivalent to 10 years in the real world, or even 100 years in the real world. Tisk, that's amazing. In other words, if you cultivate for 100 years in the time room, only 1 year might have passed in the real world. That's amazing. Xiao Han clicked his tongue. Hee. Although it's magical, it's just a one-time room. The rental fee is hundreds of millions of contribution points. It seems that only the outstanding big shots of the ancient times, or even the big shots of the ancient times, would be able to enter the time room to train. Xiao Han, just tell me what kind of secret cultivation room you need. Oh right, your qi and blood are vigorous and the strength of your body is comparable to the barbarians of the great wilderness. I guess you will choose the secret cultivation room to train your body. How about the gravity room? This. Xiao Han thought for a while. Senior, to be honest, Junior's qi cultivation has been stagnant for a long time. It seems that Junior has reached a bottleneck. Junior also knows that cultivating qi is a great way to become a deity. Cave expansion realm, talisman transformation realm, Junior yearns for them. Therefore, Junior wants to make up for the deficiency in qi cultivation and choose the secret cultivation room to raise qi cultivation. Oh. Raise qi cultivation? The middle-aged man tapped his forehead with his finger. To raise qi cultivation, it's nothing more than to keep bursting your acupoints. And the key to bursting acupoints is 1's accumulation and foundation, 2 is the ability to sense true acupoints, and 3 is mental power. After accumulating enough, one would be able to keenly sense the existence of each true acupoint as well as the exact location. Then, one would be able to temper one's mental power until it is flawless, untainted, impenetrable, and as sharp as a sword. With that, one would be able to burst acupoints one after another. To cultivate qi, the first way is to go to the illusion realm's secret cultivation room. Through continuous simulations of actual combat, one would be able to stimulate one's acupoints in order to burst acupoints. However, the effect isn't very obvious. The second way is to go to the spirit house. The main purpose of the spirit house is to allow one to concentrate, hold one's breath, and merge all three into one. One's thoughts would become smooth and sharp, and one would be able to sense the location of one's acupoints more clearly. Furthermore, the spirit house can greatly temper one's mental power, which is very effective for bursting acupoints. Furthermore, training in the spirit house is also very beneficial for martial artists who possess sword intent and blade intent. Is that so? Not only can it increase the success rate of bursting acupoints, it can also temper blade intent. All right. I choose the spirit house. Xiao Han immediately decided. Xiao Han, go straight to the 429th floor. There are 1,500 spirit houses there. Go take a look and see if there are any vacant ones that you can rent. The middle-aged man in linen clothes laughed heartily. Xiao Han, you go ahead. I won't disturb your cultivation anymore. Thank you for your advice, senior. Xiao Han nodded and stepped out of the house. As soon as he stepped out of the house, Xiao Han saw Wu Fu, Dongfang Qin, and Fang Ling appearing on this floor. The three of them had traveled thousands of miles from the southern region's cloud sect to rush here. Xiao Han felt a surge of warmth in his heart and hurriedly went forward to welcome them. Sect Master, you're here. Senior brother Dongfang, senior brother Fang Ling, you're here too. Good lad. You actually managed to kill the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. You're really something. Dongfang Qin gave Xiao Han a bear hug. Junior brother Xiao Han, your battle prowess has improved by leaps and bounds. After eldest senior brother, our pure cloud sect has once again seen the emergence of an awe-inspiring demon hero. In the southern region, no one can look down on our cloud sect in the future. Good junior brother. Xiao Han, seriously speaking, you're even braver than senior brother in the past. Fang Ling's words were concise and his eyes were full of praise. Damn. Senior brothers, I don't even have a place on the demon hero leaderboard. Eldest senior brother is a giant throughout the ages, I dare not compare myself to eldest senior brother. I'm far from him. Xiao Han said repeatedly. Xiao Han, in the future, your achievements will surpass Ming Chu. Wu Fu stared at Xiao Han. I never expected you to be able to kill the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. That's a heaven-defying feat. I'm proud of you. The entire Cloud sect is proud of you. Sect Master, you're too kind. Xiao Han hurriedly said. At this moment, Xiao Han almost told Wu Fu that he was scanned by the mental wave just now. However, after thinking about it, he held back and did not mention it. Sect Master, I want to go to the spirit house to cultivate now. Oh. Xiao Han, you want to burst your acupoints to increase your true qi realm, right? Wu Fu looked at Xiao Han with admiration. Yes, cultivating true qi is the right way. Let's go, I'll accompany you to take a look. Chapter 259. In the Yaoxia Tower, when Xiao Han met with Wu Yu and the others, he was flustered. His confusion was slightly calmed down. Moreover, that spiritual wave disappeared in an instant. It didn't try to probe or invade Xiao Han. Instead, it disappeared without a trace, leaving no trace behind. This made Xiao Han's tense nerves relax a little. Although he was still anxious, he did not show it on his face. Under the guidance of the middle-aged man, Xiao Han was ready to be teleported to the first floor of the Yaoxia Tower. There were many spirit houses there, which could help Xiao Han break through his acupoints and improve his true qi cultivation. Xiao Han, let's go. That's right, it's time to pay more attention to your true qi cultivation. Don't put the cart before the horse. You are cultivating the flesh shell and demonic techniques. It's time to correct it. Wu Yu accompanied Xiao Han and teleported to the 429th floor. This floor seemed to be an independent space. It was hazy and divine light was faintly discernible. Moreover, there were talismans floating in the entire space. It was a pure white talisman seal. It was very holy and had a kind of jade and ice-clear feeling to it. It made people feel like there was snow in the sky. On both sides of the space, there were thousands of secret rooms neatly arranged. Moreover, standing in this space made Xiao Han feel as if he was bathing in the snow. His entire mind was completely empty. His state of mind became very calm and peaceful. His observation and spiritual sense gradually became sharper. The impurities in his soul seemed to have been washed away. This place is really amazing. Xiao Han's heart was slightly moved. Xiao Han, this floor is filled with the spirit room. Look, the talismans all over the place are actually heart-cleansing talismans. Just by standing here for a while, it can calm a person down and prevent them from going crazy. Wu Hu smiled at Xiao Han and explained patiently. Oh. Xiao Han nodded. At this moment, an aurora flashed in the distance. It was very dazzling. Then, in this aurora, a slender figure of a woman appeared. This woman slowly walked towards Xiao Han and Wu Yu. Xiao Han took a closer look and saw that the woman was about 16 years old. She had a beautiful face and an ethereal temperament. She wore a star-shaped hairpin and a plain silk robe. Her entire body exuded a noble and pure aura. This kind of aura caused people to feel a sense of reverence from the bottom of their hearts. Hello, Elaine. Crow greeted the woman with a smile. Big brother Crow. I haven't seen you for many years, and you're even more elegant than before. The woman smiled sweetly. Yes, Xiao Han, this is the manager of this floor's house of Psyche, the fiendish hero Elaine. Back in the day, she was also an all-powerful figure who had killed countless demons. On the fiendish hero ranking, she was also one of the strongest. But now, he has given up his ranking and retired to the Yaoxia Pagoda, Wu Li said to Xiao Han. Hello, Senior Elaine, Xiao Han said politely. Xiao Han knew that although this woman looked young and in her prime, her actual age was definitely over 100 years old. Oh. Xiao Han. He's the biggest dark horse in this year's fiendish hero trial. Besides, he's been in the limelight recently because he killed the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. Elaine was also extremely polite to Xiao Han. It's all a fluke. Senior, please excuse me, Xiao Han hurriedly said. Elaine took a deep look at Xiao Han and then smiled at Crow. Congratulations, Big Brother Crow, for having a successor. There's a genius in the sect. Crow smiled and did not deny Elaine's words. Elaine did not beat around the bush and directly said to Xiao Han. Xiao Han, you probably came here to cultivate in the House of Psyche, right? Let me tell you simply. There are a total of 3 levels in the House of Psyche on this floor. They are to increase one's spiritual touch by 1 time, 10 times, and 5 times respectively. Oh. 1 time, 10 times, 100 times. Xiao Han thought for a while and understood. Without a doubt, if one could increase one's spiritual touch by 10 times, the probability of exploding one's acupoints would be greatly increased. Elaine continued. Xiao Han, listen carefully. To cultivate in the House of Psyche with 1 time, you need to pay 50,000 contribution points. To cultivate in the House of Psyche with 10 times, you need to pay 500,000 contribution points. To cultivate in the House of Psyche with 1 time, you need to pay 5 million contribution points. Currently, the House of Psyche with 1 time, 10 times, and 100 times are all vacant. It's up to you to choose. It's so expensive. Xiao Han was shocked when he heard that. The House of Psyche with 300 times can even reach 5 million contribution points for a day's rent. This is unimaginable. Junior brother, it's not considered expensive. Dongfang Qin immediately explained. Sometimes, there's a bottleneck in breaking through acupoints, and there's no progress for many years. However, once you enter the House of Psyche, there's a 70 to 80% chance of breaking through the bottleneck. Think about it, for one's mental sense of touch to suddenly increase by kc times, it is equivalent to the success rate of breaking through one's acupoint suddenly increasing by several times. I know that there was an ancient powerhouse on the Monster Hero ranking board. Back then, when he was trying to break through from expanding acupoint realm to talisman shaping realm, he was about to burst open his 61st acupoint. He tried for 30 years, but to no avail. In the end, he entered the House of Psyche with kc times. After 10 days, he broke through the bottleneck and broke through the 61st acupoint. His qi transformed into a talisman and he reached the heavens in a single step. A few years later, he successfully entered the ranks of ancient powerhouses. So that's how it is. Xiao Han understood and mumbled. Cultivating in the House of Psyche for 10 days would require a total of 10,000 contribution points. That's a huge sum of money. However, contribution points are worldly possessions. Spending 10,000 contribution points to advance from acupoint expanding realm to talisman transforming realm is worth it. As long as one has contribution points on hand, anyone would be willing to use them to advance in their realm. But I only have 1 million contribution points right now, Xiao Han blurted out. Shame on me. I thought that 10,000 contribution points would be enough for me to spend freely. But now, I realize that I don't have enough to make ends meet. It's really shabby. 10,000 contribution points can allow you to cultivate in the House of Psyche with 1x amplification for 20 days and 2 days in the House of Psyche with 1x amplification. Young man Xiao Han, what's your choice? Elaine asked with a smile. Xiao Han, 1 million contribution points can allow you to purchase a passable Jianghu cultivation technique manual. However, your realm is too low, so you won't be able to cultivate it immediately. Wu Li smiled. Let's see if you are willing to spend 10,000 contribution points to stay in the House of Psyche with 10x amplification for 2 days. The House of Psyche only increases the possibility of you breaking through your acupoints. It doesn't mean that you will succeed. The rise of your Jianghu cultivation still depends on your foundation and accumulation. Once your foundation and accumulation are sufficient, you will most likely be able to break through your acupoints by raising your spiritual touch. On the contrary, if your accumulation is insufficient, raising your spiritual touch will be useless. That's right. I have only opened 36 acupoints now. If word of this gets out, people will laugh their heads off. Forget it, I won't care so much anymore. I'll take a gamble. The House of Psyche with 1x amplification might not be very effective. I won't go. I'll spend 10,000 contribution points to cultivate in the House of Psyche with 10x amplification for 2 days. Xiao Han made his choice in an instant. Xiao Han, have you made your choice? Think it through. Elaine smiled. Senior Elaine, I'll rent a house of Psyche with 10x amplification for 2 days. Xiao Han said seriously. All right. Give me your Devil Hero token. I'll deduct 10,000 contribution points. Elaine extended her slender hand. Xiao Han passed the Devil Hero token to Elaine. After completing the relevant procedures, Elaine returned the Yen Chivalrous token to Xiao Han and gave him a key carved out of crystal. Xiao Han, go ahead. House of Psyche number 765. Thank you, Senior Elaine. Xiao Han grabbed the crystal key and turned to Wu Li and the rest. Sect Master, Senior Brother Dongfang, Senior Brother Fang Ling, I'll be going now. It's fine. Xiao Han, cultivate well. We'll wait for you in the resting area. We'll contact you when you come out of the House of Psyche 2 days later. Wu Li patted Xiao Han's shoulder lightly. Go cultivate. Yes. Xiao Han nodded heavily. After bidding farewell to Wu Li and Elaine, Xiao Han held the crystal key in his hand and found the House of Psyche. House of Psyche number 76. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Han opened the door with the key and stepped in. In an instant, the door closed automatically. It was a small house of only 10 square meters. In the middle of the house, there was a futon. Other than that, there was nothing else. In the small house, white talismans fluttered down. These talismans were the size of a palm. They were like flying reeds and sacred leaves, mighty and majestic. Moreover, as soon as he entered the house, Xiao Han felt that his spirit was getting brighter and brighter. It was as if a knife was placed on a whetstone and was constantly being sharpened. It's really amazing. Once I enter this House of Psyche, it's like it's a completely different world from the outside. Here, my perception has been greatly enhanced. It's even like I've developed a magical sixth sense. Xiao Han was amazed. Soon, Xiao Han walked to the futon in the middle of the house and sat down on it. Xiao Han sat with his legs crossed. He looked at his nose and his nose at his heart, like an old monk in meditation. The futon was where the most talismans were. A string of talismans fell from the sky and wrapped around Xiao Han's body. The talismans were like snowflakes, merging into Xiao Han's cerebral cortex. All of a sudden, Xiao Han's mental power became sharp and penetrating. It was as if the sun was shining high in the sky. His entire brain seemed to have turned into a blue sky with white clouds. It was clean, without any dirt or shadow. His entire world was intoxicated with peach blossoms and boundless fragrance. All of a sudden, Xiao Han's spirit was brightened. The minute changes in his body, such as his heartbeat, blood circulation, cell division and production, the contraction of his pores, the change in his body temperature, the movement of his internal organs, all of these were clearly reflected in Xiao Han's mind, as if he was looking at the lines on his palm. There was even a ball of blazing light coming out of Xiao Han's brain, forming a halo that covered Xiao Han's head. This was the spirit halo that was emitted when one's spirit was raised to a certain level. Under the cover of the spirit halo, Xiao Han's reaction speed, thinking ability, and sensing ability all rose steadily. It was to the extent that every little thing that had happened in the past flowed before Xiao Han's eyes like a trickle of water, allowing him to easily recall many insignificant things that had long been forgotten in a corner of his mind. Xiao Han was completely immersed in the wondrous state where his spirit sense was raised by 10 times. But very quickly, Xiao Han gathered his thoughts. All right. Don't indulge in it and waste time. Hurry up and cultivate. 1 million contribution points only allowed me to cultivate here for 2 days. It's really expensive. I can't afford to waste even a minute. Cultivate. Cultivate. Just now, sect leader said that the most important thing to explode one's acupoints is to rely on one's foundation and accumulation. Only after accumulating enough and using strong spirit power to break through the blocked acupoints can one break through the true acupoints. Do I have enough accumulation? Senior brother Xiao Mingchu said that the stronger the body, the easier it is to explode acupoints. I devoured a pure-blooded swan meat and a pure-blooded heavenly dragon, and my body strength reached 14 million ding. Is this enough? I've experienced many tough battles and hovered between life and death. I participated in the Devil Hero trial and narrowly escaped death. I fought against Demon Emperor Qing Lin and killed him. I fell into the habitat of the Heavenly Dragon Empire's totem and almost died in the stomach of a beast. I encountered the Green Dragon Demon Emperor, and in a situation where I had no chance of winning, I turned defeat into victory and killed the Green Dragon Demon Emperor. I defeated an expanded Acupoint Realm Devil Hero with a single move. I, Xiao Han, have roamed the world and killed mountains of corpses and seas of bones. Is this enough? In an instant, the location of the 37th true Acupoint was accurately sensed by Xiao Han. Open. Using his saber intent as a guide, Xiao Han triggered his strengthened spirit power and struck the 37th true Acupoint. The 37th true Acupoint was suddenly opened. The beautiful sound of a butterfly breaking out of a cocoon could be heard from within Xiao Han's body. The 38th true Acupoint. The 39th true Acupoint. The 40th true Acupoint. The location of the 3 true Acupoints suddenly appeared. Open. 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 Xiao Han prepared for a moment before breaking through the Acupoint. Puff. 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 It opened continuously. The 41st true Acupoint. This was a hurdle. Once the 41st true Acupoint was opened, it would mean that Xiao Han had ascended from level 4 true Qi to level 5 true Qi. Every true Acupoint was a bottleneck, a brand new world, a natural moat. It was the hardest to break through. Xiao Han closed his eyes and the spirit power in his brain shone brightly as he silently prepared. After a few dozen breaths. Level 5 true Qi. Break. Open the PH true Acupoint for me. The enormous spiritual fluctuation was like a torrent of water, fiercely crashing down. Boom. The first time he tried to break through the PH true Acupoint, Xiao Han felt that his saber intent and spirit power had come into contact with a solid barrier. The attack had failed. It was unable to blast open this barrier. I can clearly feel the barrier of level 5 true Qi. Now that I have a target to break through, it doesn't feel like I'm trying to break through randomly. Alright, again. Boom, the second time he tried to break through the Acupoint was also a failure. Could it be that I, Xiao Han, have not accumulated enough? Continue. I don't believe I can't break through. The third time. This time, Xiao Han's spirit was filled with determination. Courageously advance. Forcefully crush. Boom, his spirit power rolled like thunder and his saber intent was like a tide. Like a million lions, he rushed towards the 41st true Acupoint. Chapter 260. In the 10x room of vigor numbered 765. Xiao Han's entire head glowed with a dazzling radiance. This was a phenomenon that would only occur when one's mental energy reached a certain level. Right now, Xiao Han's mental energy combined into one. His aura was boundless and sharp, as he attempted to forcefully open the 41st Acupoint and ascend to the 5th stage of true Qi. Xiao Han's mind was resolute. He would die 9 times without regrets. He held his breath and attempted to open the 41st Acupoint for the 3rd time. At this moment, the word failure did not exist in Xiao Han's mind. He had the conviction that he would win. Boom, this conviction turned into a surging torrent that forcefully opened the Acupoint. In addition, the mental energy in his brain grew stronger and stronger. Within his strong body, blood and Qi boiled, laying a solid foundation for the next Acupoint opening. Inside the spirit house, some of Xiao Han's body cells, which were normally inaccessible to his mental power, were now filled with mental power, constantly nourishing his body's vitality. Open. I, Xiao Han, am at the 5th stage of true Qi. Xiao Han roared like a wild beast. It was like a giant hammer hammering down on the 41st Acupoint. Rumble, finally, following Xiao Han's roar, the 41st Acupoint opened. In an instant, Xiao Han's entire aura had undergone an earth-shattering transformation. His mental energy had reached a whole new level. In terms of true qi cultivation, he had reached a whole new level, the 5th stage of true qi. 41 acupoints opened throughout his body. He could store even more true qi. Furthermore, his state of mind, thoughts, and reaction speed had greatly improved as well. Streams of qi shot out from Xiao Han's 41 acupoints. Xiao Han's sleeves fluttered, and his black hair fluttered despite the absence of wind. His surroundings were filled with the aftershocks of true qi. Phew, I finally succeeded. I have reached the 5th stage of true qi. However, I knew that the 5th stage of true qi was nothing special. Seriously speaking, this was also a foundation for breaking through to the 6th stage of true qi. To pave the way for the expanded acupoint realm. To truly open the 51st acupoint. To start expanding the acupoint. In terms of martial arts. Only then would one be able to completely open up a whole new world, allowing one to become a whole new person. Alright, there's still time. I will continue to explode my acupoints. I believe that with my accumulation, my true qi cultivation will not stop here. Continue cultivating. Xiao Han calmed his heart and tossed the small joy of successfully ascending to the 5th level of true qi to the back of his mind. His entire person became indifferent to both praise and humiliation. He continued to work hard and continued to burst his acupoints. However, after reaching the 5th stage of true qi, every subsequent acupoint that Xiao Chen tried to break through became much more difficult. It was no longer as easy as before, as if he was breaking through a hot knife through butter. Xiao Han failed dozens of times when trying to break through the 42nd acupoint. Fortunately, he was a patient person, and he was unyielding. In the end, he managed to break through the bottleneck and opened the 42nd acupoint. Xiao Han was fully immersed in cultivation, not daring to slack off or be half-hearted. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the 2 days had passed. The right to use the House of Psyche was only left with a few hours. However, at this moment, Xiao Han had already broken through 50 acupoints in a swift and fierce manner. Peak of the 5th stage of true qi. He was just a single step away from reaching the expanded acupoint realm, the Dan 6 Dan Jinqi realm. As long as Xiao Han broke through the 51st acupoint, he would be able to do it for the first time. However, Xiao Han knew himself best. When he tried to break through the 51st acupoint, he was met with setbacks time and time again. Every attempt ended in failure. Furthermore, this kind of failure was not by a narrow margin, but a complete failure. A complete and utter failure. This was a kind of hopeless failure. In fact, every time he failed, Xiao Han would feel a sense of wholeheartedly accepting of his defeat. Finally, Xiao Han stopped breaking through his acupoints. Looks like my foundation and accumulation have been completely exhausted. The oil is dry. Because when I was trying to break through the 51st acupoint, I was in a state where I had no direction and no confidence at all. It was like a blind man floating in the vast ocean, filled with boundless fear and helplessness. It seemed that from the 50th acupoint to the 51st acupoint, it was only a step away. However, when one reached this step, one would know how difficult it was to take this step. This step was a heavenly chasm. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens, like finding a needle in a haystack. Now, Xiao Han understood in his heart. However, he was not the least bit depressed or aggrieved. He could not blame the heavens or anyone else for this, it was because he had not accumulated enough. In the entire world of chivalry, there were not many expanded acupoint realm chivalry. Those who could reach the expanded acupoint realm were all overlords and all-powerful. On the chivalry ranking, they would definitely be ranked within the top 5,000, or even the top 4,000. Top of the world. Even Dong Fang Qin and Fang Ling, who held high positions in the same sect, were not able to reach the expanded acupoint realm. This was enough to prove that it was indeed rare for someone to ascend from Dan 5 Dan to Dan 6 Dan. If Xiao Han succeeded in breaking through so easily, it would not make sense. My accumulation has been exhausted, and not a single drop is left. I will not break through the 51st acupoint now. When I go out to train and accumulate more foundation, I will come back to break through the acupoint. Even if I were to enter the 100 times spirit room now, it would definitely be a waste. Without foundation, no matter how strong my spiritual sense is, I will not succeed. Forget it, Zhang Xian decided to stop cultivating his Xianxia. To be able to cultivate to the pinnacle of Xianxia 5 Dan, from opening 36 acupoints to opening 50 acupoints, was already a huge improvement. Let's not waste the remaining time, I will polish my saber intent. Xiao Han's body did not move an inch. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, an invisible but substantial saber chi rushed out from Xiao Han's body. Although there was no saber in his hand, the unrestrained release of saber intent made Xiao Han's entire aura become fierce and domineering, as if it could pierce through everything. The air around Xiao Han's body. Zigzag ripples were cut out. Once the saber intent was released, it was like a peerless evil dragon had appeared out of nowhere, tyrannical and arrogant. Xiao Han had an intermediate saber intent. However, after the Southern Region qualifier of the Hex Hero trial, Xiao Han had hardly used his saber intent. It was not to say that the intermediate saber intent was not strong. Strictly speaking, a mid-stage saber intent was already enough to make one's name known throughout the land. However, the intermediate saber intent also depended on the cultivation of true qi, as well as the strongest saber arts and saber techniques. Xiao Han's true qi was too weak, so that the intermediate saber intent could not exert much power. Now, Xiao Han had become a chivalry against other chivalry. Or when he was a demon emperor, his true qi was thin and his true qi realm was low, so that the intermediate saber intent could not cause any pressure to the opponent. After all, the higher the true qi realm, the stronger the defense, the faster the thinking and reaction speed, and the smarter the brain. Xiao Han's true qi foundation was not strong enough. Even with the intermediate saber intent, his opponent could easily dodge or even destroy the saber intent attack. Now, for Xiao Han, to make the saber intent one of his trump cards again, there were two ways. One was to improve the true qi realm, practice advanced saber arts, and then integrate the intermediate saber intent into every move. The second was to comprehend the saber intent of the Great Accomplishment stage. The saber intent of the Great Accomplishment stage could generate natal saber qi in the body. This saber qi was purely a combination of spiritual strength and soul strength. It could kill people with a thought, completely ignoring the difference in levels and the amount of true qi. It could kill people of a higher level as easily as drinking water or eating. A natal saber qi could kill the enemy within 1,000 miles. Even the space crystal wall could be directly cut. This was the so-called breaking the void. The saber dominates the world, and the 6 paths are all destroyed. I have to slowly practice the saber art, and then integrate the saber intent into every move perfectly. This will take a lot of time. I might as well try to comprehend the saber intent of the Great Accomplishment stage. Xiao Han had his own plan in mind. However, the saber intent was invisible. It was extremely difficult to comprehend the saber intent of the Great Accomplishment stage. One could not follow the diagram, but could only rely on a moment of enlightenment. It was something that could only be encountered. But Xiao Han had a trick. Xiao Han had obtained a secret skill on a seal on the surface of the demon egg. 7-fragment saber technique. This 7-fragment saber technique was the supreme secret of the saber Dao. Among them, the 4th move of the 7-fragment saber technique. Emotion-shattering move, the 5th move. Desire-shattering move. Once these 2 moves were cultivated to perfection, the saber intent of the Great Accomplishment stage would be comprehended. This was something to follow. 7 emotions. Joy, anger, sorrow, joy, love, evil, desire, 6 desires. Eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, mind. After shattering the 7 emotions and 6 pleasures, Xiao Chen casually chopped out with his saber, forgetting about the 7 emotions and 6 pleasures, forgetting about victory and defeat, forgetting about honor and disgrace. He poured out all his energy, battle intent, and saber intent in an instant, making this saber strike flawless and pure. It would reach the realm of transcendence. Its power would be tremendous. One could become a sage and go against the heavens. One could also produce natal saber chi in one's body, which was the great accomplishment of the saber intent. In his previous cultivation, Xiao Han had only shattered the joy and anger of the 7 emotions, as well as the eyes and ears of the 6 desires. After that, he did not move forward. Now, while he was in the spirit house, his mind was flawless and sharp. Xiao Han could continue to cultivate the 7-fragment saber technique and try to shatter the 7 emotions and 6 desires. In an instant, a stunning saber glow appeared around Xiao Han's body. There were also faint saber lights and sword shadows, and a murderous aura. Pft! The saber chi that lingered around Xiao Han's body suddenly burst out with a hearty shattering sound. The sorrow of the 7 emotions was shattered by Xiao Han's mind. Pft! Immediately after, the music of the 7 emotions was shattered. Pft! Pft! The nose and tongue of the 6 desires were shattered one after another. Xiao Han's saber chi, saber force, and saber intent all rose. However, at this moment, Xiao Han's reaction speed, spiritual sense, perception, and judgment all froze and slowed down. The talismans that were falling like snowflakes in the spirit house disappeared in an instant. All the superimposed effects on his mental strength disappeared. Xiao Han was beaten back to his original state. The halo of mental strength that was released from his brain also dimmed and extinguished. 2 days had passed. Xiao Han's cultivation time was over. Phew! Xiao Han let out a mouthful of turbid air and opened his eyes. A stunning saber light flashed, like a bolt of cold lightning in the dark night. In the next moment, Xiao Han stood up and stretched. He retracted his aura and concealed his saber chi and saber intent. 2 days of cultivation have passed without me noticing. I'm really reluctant. In these 2 days, not only did my true chi cultivation reach the peak of the 5th stage, I also opened 50 true acupoints. Moreover, my 7-fragment saber technique has also improved tremendously. I'll head out now and accumulate my contribution points properly. The more, the better. The next time I enter the House of Vigor, I'll attempt to break through the 51st acupoint. Furthermore, I'll shatter the remaining love, evil, and lust out of the 7 emotions, as well as the body and will out of the 6 desires. That way, I'll be able to produce my natal saber chi and comprehend saber intent to greater success. In terms of cultivation, Xiao Han's goal was very clear. He was not going to ride a horse blindly. Xiao Han let out a mouthful of turbid air and left the spirit house. On the 29th floor of the Wuxia Tower. The environment was comfortable and fragrant. It was a quiet and pleasant resting area. In one of the private rooms, Wu ***, Dongfang Qin, and Fang Ling were sitting in the private room. They were smiling and chatting. 2 days have passed. Junior brother Xiao Han should be coming out of the spirit house and ending his cultivation. This time, junior brother Xiao Han is mainly cultivating his true qi in the spirit house to increase his true qi realm. I wonder how many true acupoints have been opened in junior brother Xiao Han's body. Sec Master, what do you think? Dongfang Qin looked at Wu *** curiously. Fang Ling also looked at Wu ***. Wu *** pondered for a while and smiled. There's no harm in making a guess. Xiao Han's body was as strong as the sea. In the Hex Hero preliminaries, he had overcome many obstacles and obtained the toughening of his mind and spirit. The battle with the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor had even transformed his soul and greatly stimulated his life potential. It could be said that Xiao Han had accumulated a lot. Now, these accumulations would burst out all at once and feed back to Xiao Han. It would be very beneficial. Before Xiao Han entered the spirit house, he had opened 36 true acupoints in his body. After cultivating in the 10 times spirit house for 2 days. I guess that Xiao Han has at least opened 10 acupoints. In other words, he should be in the middle stage of True Qi stage 5 now with 46 true acupoints opened in his body. This sect master, the 41st true acupoint is a threshold. Moreover, from 41 to 50 true acupoints, the difficulty of opening each acupoint will increase. I conservatively estimate that junior brother Xiao Han should have opened 43 true acupoints. Fang Ling said solemnly. I'm very optimistic about junior brother Xiao Han. I'll be more optimistic and guess one more acupoint than sect master. Junior brother Xiao Han has opened 47 true acupoints. Dong Fang Qin said happily. That's not possible. Fang Ling frowned slightly. All right, Xiao Han has sent a message to me that he has come out of seclusion. Now, let's ask this kid to come over. Let's see with our own eyes how far he has cultivated. Is it 43, 46, or 47? Ha 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 ha. Wu *** stood up. Chapter 261. Xiao Han stepped out of the House of Psyche. After communicating with Crow King, he was teleported to the resting area on the 29th floor of the Yaoxia Tower. Right now, Xiao Han was at the pinnacle of Dan 5 Xinqi. Once he accumulated enough foundation, he would definitely be able to expand his acupoints. Compared to 2 days ago, he was like a completely different person. His spirit and aura were refreshed, giving off the feeling of a soaring spirit. His eyes seemed to be as gentle as water, but there was an occasional flash of light, containing an aura that would not tolerate any blasphemy. Moreover, the psychological trauma that the supreme mental energy fluctuation had caused to Xiao Han had already faded a lot. This caused Xiao Han's heart to be as clear as the sky. Xiao Han walked into the private room on the 29th floor of the Yaoxia Tower. Wu ***, Dong Fang Qin, and Fang Ling all rushed forward at the same time. Their mental energy swept across Xiao Han's body. They wanted to see how many true meridians Xiao Han had opened. As for Xiao Han, he did not use the spirit turtle's true qi to hide himself either. This allowed Dong Fang Qin and Fang Ling to see through Xiao Han's true qi cultivation. What? Pinnacle of True Qi Stage 5, opening 50 acupoints in your body? Wu Yu was the first to speak. What followed was the sound of Dong Fang Qin and Fang Ling gasping. Dong Fang Qin and Fang Ling were both at level 5 True Qi realm. In the past few years of cultivation and accumulation, they had also opened the 50th true acupoint and were coveting the 51st true acupoint. They wanted to break through in one go and ascend to the heavens in a single bound. However, their foundation and accumulation were far from enough. They could only watch from the sidelines and could do nothing about it. Who would have thought that in just a few short years, Xiao Han, who used to be a dumb living target, would suddenly change? His Xinqi realm was on par with the two of them. He had also opened 50 acupoints at the peak of level 5. Unexpected, unexpected. Junior brother Xiao Han, you are so fierce. When I guessed that you had opened 47 true meridians, it was already a bit of an exaggeration. I didn't expect you to actually go one step further and reach the point of opening 50 true meridians. Now, you can plan to expand your meridians. Junior brother Xiao Han, you are truly a heaven-sent genius. I'm really impressed by your talent. Dong Fang Qin clicked his tongue. Xiao Han, you've accumulated too much. He had to accumulate enough. Only then would he be able to seek a breakthrough in the house of hyperactivity. I've underestimated you. Fang Ling was also deeply shocked. Peak of True Qi Stage 5. Wu Yu gave Xiao Han a deep look. Xiao Han. Come on. I am optimistic that you will be able to expand your meridians within 3 years. Sect Master, disciple just tried to break through the 51st acupoint. However, his foundation was simply not enough. It seemed that he would have to go through some twists and turns. But I'm not in a hurry. With enough accumulation, success would naturally follow. Without enough accumulation, no matter how hard one tried, it would be useless. A blind man trying to light a lamp is a waste of wax, Xiao Han said calmly. Yes, expanding acupoints is no small matter. Don't be impatient. Wu Yu gestured for Xiao Han to sit down. They sat down again. Xiao Han, Dongfang, Fang Ling. The three of you are currently at the pinnacle of Duan 5 Xinqi, and you have opened 50 acupoints. Expanding acupoints is a matter of urgency. Now, all of you, listen up. Crow's tone also became serious. The three of them held their breaths. In this world, there are many martial artists who cultivate true qi. A portion of them can reach the pinnacle of Duan 5 Xinqi, but to take the next step, to open the 51st acupoint and start expanding acupoints, they are as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. Now, I will tell you that what you need to do now is to accumulate. Desperately accumulate. Through endless battles to hone your spirit, through endless amounts of sacred medicine to nourish your body and meridians, meditation, enlightenment, fighting with demons, studying martial techniques, and so on. All of these are accumulations. You might be able to successfully accumulate before expanding acupoints, or you might not have any hope for your entire life, Wu Yu said with assurance. This process of accumulation is extremely important. It affects the result of the first expansion. In the expanded acupoint realm, the first expansion, which is also the opening of the 51st acupoint, is especially important. Frankly speaking, after reaching the expanded acupoint realm, the result of the first expansion could directly determine one's future prospects. Without a doubt. If the first acupoint expansion could only expand by 1 or 2 times, then the second, third, and even the 10th acupoint expansion would not have much of an improvement. It is impossible to expand the acupoint by 1 time and 10 times the second time. On the other hand, if the first expansion exceeds 10 times, then the second, third, and even the subsequent expansion will not be too weak. Sect leader, I understand. The first expansion can determine one's future achievements. Xiao Han understood. Then, sect leader, if the first expansion exceeds 10 times, then you are practically a genius, right? If the first expansion exceeds 10 times, then you are a genius among geniuses. You are destined to shine brightly in the future, and your name will shake the world. Wu Yu nodded seriously. When Ming Chu first expanded his acupoint, it was only 7 times, not more than 10 times. But Ming Chu was already an outstanding figure in the entire Yao Xia world. In this 10-year holy war, if Ming Chu is willing to participate, then his ranking will move up. Wu Yu smiled slightly. Xiao Han, I have told you that in this world, if a martial artist can expand the acupoint by more than 50 times in the expanding acupoint realm, he is already a genius and can be called a king. If it can reach 80 times or 90 times, then it is absolutely heaven-defying. Furthermore, according to my sect's experience, the second expansion is almost always weaker than the first. The third expansion is also almost always weaker than the second. Each expansion is weaker than the previous one. Therefore, I will say that the first expansion is very important, and it can determine one's future achievements. The more times the acupoint is expanded, the more benefits you will get when qi is condensed into talismans. Deciding the number of acupoints for the first expansion depends on your current accumulation. You must accumulate enough to break through the 51st true acupoint. Don't break through rashly. If you accumulate enough to barely meet the requirements to break through the 51st true acupoint, even if you break through, it is only 1 or 2 times, which is meaningless. You are destined to be a stepping stone in the expanding acupoint realm. Do you understand? Wu Yu said solemnly. Understood. Dongfang Qin and Fang Ling exchanged glances. They nodded at the same time. Few sect leader, fortunately I did not blindly break through just now, otherwise, as you said. Even if I break through the 51st true acupoint, it will be in vain. If the first expansion is only 1 time, then every subsequent expansion will be worse than the previous one. When I reach the peak of the expanding acupoint realm, I can only expand 10 times at most, which is really meaningless. It will make people laugh at me. Well, from now on, I will slowly accumulate. At all costs. I must strengthen my foundation. Only when I have enough capital will I break through the 51st true acupoint. Hee hee. Let's see if I can be on par with eldest senior brother in the first expansion. Xiao Han, based on your current situation, as long as you are calm and accumulate well, it is not impossible to surpass the beginning of Ming Dynasty. Who knows, you might be able to achieve 10 times the number in your first attempt. In the history of the entire Xianxia world, you will be one of the best. At that time, the higher-ups of the Xianxia Pagoda will definitely do their best to cultivate you. 10 times. Xiao Han's eyes flashed with a hint of hope. Junior brother Fang Ling, let's not be too lazy and accumulate well. Well, from tomorrow onwards, we will work together to take on missions and participate in all kinds of life and death battles with the demon clan. Although our aptitude is not as good as junior brother Xiao Han, as your senior brother, we can't fall too far behind, right? Ha 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 ha. Dong Fang Qin laughed out loud. There was no jealousy in his expression. Yes, we should all work hard. If we don't reach the expanding acupoint realm, this life will be in vain. Fang Ling's eyes were firm. You guys work hard. Wu Xiao smiled and nodded. At this moment, there was a knock on the door outside the private room. Brother Wu Xiao, are you here? A man's voice with an ethereal charm sounded outside the private room. Mu Zishi. Wu Xiao's expression changed slightly, and he could not help but stand up. With a wave of his sleeve, the door of the private room opened. Brother Mu, rare guest, really rare guest. Immediately, Dong Fang Qin and Fang Ling also stood up at the same time. Junior brother Xiao Han, the person who came is Mu Zishi, a tyrannical figure on the demon hero ranking. He is only one step away from the ranks of the ancient giants. His cultivation is unfathomable. In his life, he has encountered countless fortuitous encounters and killed countless demon clan. His luck is overwhelming and he is a legend. In the 4 regions, all living beings have even built many holy temples and burned incense to worship Mu Zishi. This person is on par with our sect master. Dong Fang Qin quickly reminded Xiao Han in a low voice. Oh. Such a powerful person. Xiao Han couldn't help but stand up. At this moment, Xiao Han looked up and saw a middle-aged man in thin clothes walking in calmly. There was a faint wind blowing out from every pore of this person's body. His body seemed to contain infinite light. The light was so bright that people would feel dizzy if they took a few more glances at him. In his eyes, there was an ancient divine light, and there were runes overflowing with immortal qi. His every move was like a god descending to the mortal world. Amazing. This spirit and bearing, a great master, a true great master. I wonder how many times stronger he is compared to that Li Fanming. Xiao Han was secretly impressed. Brother Wu, we haven't seen each other for more than 10 years. Ha 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 ha. The person who came, Mu Zishi, shook hands with Wu Li. The two of them looked at each other, and there was a strong sense of friendship in their eyes, as if they had been through life and death together. Brother Mu, please sit. Wu Li did not say much. It was as if there was no need to say anything. Mu Zishi did not stand on ceremony and sat down casually in the private room. However, even though he was just casually sitting there, it was as if he was sitting in the throne room. His aura and majesty revealed his unfathomable strength. Sit down. Wu Li nodded slightly to Xiao Han, Dong Fang Qin and Fang Ling. They all sat down. Suddenly, Mu Zishi looked at Xiao Han. Brother Wu, this is the young Xiao Han. Your pure rain sex genius that only appears once in 10,000 years. He rose to power and even killed the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. He's in the limelight for a while. This matter has spread throughout the entire Yaoxia Tower. Everyone is amazed. Mu Zishi's eyes were very powerful. With just a glance at Xiao Han, he seemed to have seen through Xiao Han's weight, explosive force, speed, heartbeat and all kinds of vitality. His mental power was very strong and had a penetrating power. He could almost easily see through Xiao Han's life force, even his internal organs, as if he was looking at the lines on his palm. However, he did not find anything unusual in Xiao Han's heart. Frankly speaking, although Mu Zishi was powerful, he was still a lot weaker than the spirit wave that wanted to rush into Xiao Han's heart. It was almost like the difference between heaven and earth. Therefore, he had already been scanned by the extremely strong spirit wave. Now, facing the much weaker spirit wave of Mu Zishi, Xiao Han was naturally able to deal with it calmly. Xiao Han even smiled at Mu Zishi. Mu Zishi was moved. This bearing. Mu Zishi was shocked. Brother Wu, this young man is amazing. He is only at the 5th level of true qi, but he can actually be as calm as water when facing my gaze. Amazing, too amazing. Xiao Han, you should also prepare to expand your acupoints, right? Yes, accumulate well. Yes, senior, Xiao Han hurriedly said. He was also embarrassed. If he had not been baptized by a stronger spirit wave, Xiao Han would definitely not be able to maintain a calm state of mind when facing Mu Zishi's godlike light. Mu Zishi took a deep look at Xiao Han, then looked away and started chatting with Wu Li. Brother Wu, I have already given up my ranking on the demon hero ranking and will no longer roam the world. I am now in the Yaoxia Tower and am responsible for some trivial matters such as running errands and passing messages. Ha ha ha. Mu Zishi smiled. However, it is also a good opportunity to cultivate and accumulate well. Oh. Brother Mu, you actually gave up your ranking? In this 10 years sacred war, you could have tried to become one of the eternal giants. Why are you so dispirited at this time and even gave up your ranking? Wu was slightly stunned. Ha ha ha. Brother Wu, it doesn't matter. I can take back this ranking at any time. It is not that I have lost my ambition, but I am just a little tired. Mu Zishi shook his head and laughed. I understand. Wu Li thought for a few seconds and laughed. It seems that Brother Mu is confident to become one of the eternal giants, so you gave up your ranking so that you can completely relax and rest the fatigue in your heart. If I'm not wrong, Brother Mu is preparing to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat, stepping into the ranks of the eternal giants in one go. Good, good, Brother Mu is not only not dispirited, but also planning before taking action. I have misunderstood. Ha 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 ha. I will not participate in this 10 years sacred war. I will accumulate strength and wait for the next time. Mu Zishi did not deny it. After a pause, Mu Zishi looked at Xiao Han again. Brother Wu, this time I came here, firstly to catch up with Brother Wu, and secondly, I have something to discuss with Xiao Han. This matter is also the intention of the higher-ups, and I am responsible for passing the message. Oh. Wu, Dongfang Qin, Fang Ling, and even Xiao Han himself were shocked. This Mu Zishi was a powerful character who stepped into the ranks of the eternal giants. He was a top figure among the eternal giants. Why did he specially come to find Xiao Han? Moreover, he kept saying that this was the intention of the higher-ups. What did the higher-ups mean? Chapter 262. Xiao Han's heart tightened when he heard that Mu Zishi was here to convey some instructions from the higher-ups. Uneasy. Torturous. Could it be that the powerful spiritual fluctuation from before has seen through the great secret lying dormant in my heart? So, in order to deal with me, it sent this Mu Zishi, a giant throughout the ages, to capture and suppress me? In an instant, Xiao Han felt as if there was a thorn in his back. He was restless, his body tensed up, and his essence, qi, and spirit were highly concentrated. The demon arch tattoo on his left arm trembled and twitched. His fighting spirit began to rise in his heart. Once things changed and the truth was exposed, Xiao Han would definitely not sit and wait for death. At that time, he would fight with his life on the line and see if he could kill his way out of the Yaoxia Pagoda. Xiao Han looked at Mu Zishi indifferently. Senior, what instructions do you have for me? Oh. Mu Zishi seemed to have noticed the change in Xiao Han. He was slightly stunned and immediately smiled. Xiao Han, it's not that I'm looking for you. The elders want me to pass a message to you. Mu Zishi paused and smiled at Wu Yu. Brother Wu, I'm just in charge of some trivial matters now, running errands for the old antiques of the Elders Guild. Brother Mu, what message does the Elders Guild want you to pass to Xiao Han? Wu Yu tapped his fingers on the agarwood table and said calmly. At the same time, Wu Yu glanced at Xiao Han from the corner of his eyes, signaling him to stay calm and not panic. Mu Zishi smiled and said, Brother Wu, to be honest, you and I are both heroes of the older generation. In this life, we have experienced many legends and met countless people. Out of all the new heroes, have you ever seen a youth like Xiao Han who has surpassed the ancients and the present? As soon as he became a hero, he dared to take on the mission to kill the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. His courage and insight are unparalleled. Moreover, he was able to successfully kill the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. I think Xiao Han must have used some strategies to kill the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. He might even have turned defeat into victory and sought survival in the midst of death. I've never seen such a brave and resourceful genius before. I'm afraid Brother Wu has never seen one before, right? One of a kind, Crow said directly. Xiao Han stared at Mu Zishi without blinking, trying to read her expression. If anything happened, Xiao Han would go berserk. However, Xiao Han realized that Mu Zishi was praising him instead. Moreover, his tone was extremely sincere, without the slightest hint of pretense. This caused Xiao Han to be a little puzzled. Why are you nagging? Why are you only praising me? Mu Zishi continued. Brother Wu, to tell you the truth, the elders are full of praises for Xiao Han and hold him in high regard. Xiao Han's performance in this year's Hex Hero preliminaries was very appealing to the elders, which made them think highly of Xiao Han. Xiao Han's success in killing the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor made the old men applaud him. Oh. Are the higher-ups preparing to groom Xiao Han? Wu Xiao laughed. Mu Zishi smiled but said nothing. She narrowed her eyes and looked at Xiao Han. Xiao Han, you've only been a fiendish hero for a few months, so you don't have a ranking on the fiendish hero ranking. Right? Huh? Xiao Han was stunned. This. Yes, I know. There are millions of fiendish heroes in this world, but only 10,000 of them can get a ranking. To be able to get on the fiendish hero ranking is a matter of fame and glory. It is an honor. However, I'm not experienced enough to compete for a ranking on the fiendish hero ranking. But I yearn for it. I also want a place on the fiendish hero ranking. Ha ha ha. Mu Zishi nodded with a smile. How ambitious. Fang Ling blurted out. Are the higher-ups going to make an exception and allow Xiao Han to participate in the fiendish hero ranking challenge? Ha 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 ha. Mu Zishi laughed loudly. According to the rules, every new fiendish hero must serve for 2 years and pay 50,000 contribution points before they can participate in the ranking challenge. This rule has been used until now and has never been changed. No matter how enchanting, how pretentious, and how monstrous he was, the elders would not change the rules for him. But Xiao Han broke this rule, causing the elders to no longer abide by the rules and agreed to let Xiao Han participate in the fiendish hero ranking challenge in advance. Xiao Han, are you interested in challenging once? Once you succeed, you can get a ranking on the fiendish hero ranking. And, I can tell you that this is a relatively high ranking. It depends on whether you have ambition or not. Now the opportunity is in front of you. This. Xiao Han frowned and thought about it. The higher-ups of the Fiendish Hero Tower want me to participate in the Fiendish Hero Ranking Challenge. What are they planning? Didn't that powerful mental fluctuation already notice the abnormality in my heart? Why didn't they punish me immediately, but instead seem to want to cultivate me? What kind of crafty plot was hidden in this? It's really worth pondering. Wu Yu, Dongfang Qin, and Fang Ling looked at Xiao Han at the same time. This. Senior Mu. I don't know anything about the Fiendish Hero Ranking Challenge. I have never heard of it. I don't know what the situation is. Xiao Han hesitated. Brother Mu, what is the ranking this time? Don't keep me guessing, just say it in one breath. Wu Yu looked at Mu Zishi. Okay, Mu Zishi nodded. It's like this. Last month, the famous fiendish hero, Hai Qing Tian, who was ranked 1650th on the fiendish hero ranking, voluntarily gave up his ranking and retired from the fiendish hero tower. Currently, he is on the 488th floor of the fiendish hero tower, responsible for managing the secret training room. In other words, the 1650th place on the fiendish hero ranking is now vacant. Those who are ambitious can compete for this position. If Xiao Han is willing to participate in this fiendish hero ranking challenge, once you successfully break through, you will directly get a ranking 1. Xiao Han, what do you think? A ranking within 2000 is already in the upper reaches of the entire fiendish hero ranking. It is relatively close to the ancient giants. To be able to get this ranking is definitely not a small matter. It is definitely a glorious thing for the sect. In the future, in the secular world, there will be people who will build temples for you and worship you day and night. Even in the entire fiendish hero world, you will be respected. After a pause, Mu Zishi continued to talk incessantly. There was no lack of incitement in his tone. Of course, Xiao Han, you may not care about empty reputation. However, when you get this ranking, there will be many real benefits. Let me tell you, the top of the fiendish hero ranking has a lot of privileges. You can enter many secret realms and ancient country ruins that ordinary fiendish heroes do not have access to. You can participate in missions to hunt mutated demon emperors. You can even form teams to participate in large-scale battles to encircle the great demon emperor. Every month, you can get a portion of contribution points. Well, you don't need to complete any missions. The higher-ups will directly allocate you a lot of contribution points. You can also use this ranking to buy vital energy secret manuals, various maps, intelligence, and even enter the secret cultivation room to get some discounts. Are you serious? Not only will there be a fixed monthly reward of contribution points, but you can also get discounts and save contribution points for doing anything in the fiendish hero tower? Xiao Han was dumbfounded. Xiao Han, it's like this. Before this, you did not have a ranking, so I never mentioned this kind of thing to you. In case you get distracted. Now that Brother Mu has said it like this, I won't hide it anymore. Once you enter the top 200 on the fiendish hero ranking, you will have many privileges and preferential treatment. It is not something that ordinary fiendish heroes can compare to. Wu Li also nodded in agreement. For example, a ranking of 1650 will receive 200,000 contribution points every month. You can get it for free. Moreover, you can buy secret manuals and maps in the fiendish hero tower, precious medicine, divine weapons, and enter all kinds of secret cultivation rooms at a 20% discount. That works? Xiao Han was surprised. All in all, it is a matter of both fame and fortune. Mu Zishi continued to instigate and instigate. Xiao Han, the higher-ups made an exception to give you this opportunity. You have only become a fiendish hero for a few months, and you have already obtained a heaven-sent opportunity to become famous. Brother Wu and I do not have such good luck. Back then, we both struggled for more than 10 years before we had the opportunity to compete for such a ranking. Xiao Han, in fact, I personally think very highly of you. I also hope that you can create this immortal miracle, unprecedented, and within a year of becoming a fiendish hero, you will jump from being unknown to the top of the fiendish hero ranking. This kind of feat can be called a legend and will definitely be recorded in history. Oh. Xiao Han licked his lips. His mind was spinning, and all kinds of thoughts came one after another. Could it be that the higher-ups of the fiendish hero tower have discovered my secret and really want to get rid of me, so they found such a reason to let me participate in the ranking challenge, but in this challenge, they planted a chess piece to suppress me? What a good plan. You can kill me in a justifiable and unbeknownst to a ghost, Xiao Han, this is an opportunity. However, I do not want you to make a hasty decision. You must not be reckless. Think carefully. Wu Dong said seriously. Participating in this kind of ranking challenge, the possibility of death is very low, but there is also competition, which can be called cruel competition. Once you fail, you may leave a psychological shadow, or even a mental demon, which will cause you to be unable to recover in the future. The mortality rate is very low? Xiao Han was puzzled. Yes, junior brother Xiao Han, think about it. Those who are qualified to compete for this ranking are all senior fiendish heroes with unparalleled merits, and they are all respected in their own areas. For our fiendish hero world, the death of one is an irreparable loss. Therefore, competition is competition, and the higher-ups will not allow death. As much as possible, we must prevent the contestants from falling into the sand and losing their lives. Junior brother Xiao Han, if you are confident, why not participate? This is a rare opportunity. Think about it, if you get a ranking of 1650, in the future when you go out in the pugilistic world, take out the fiendish hero token, and countless fiendish heroes will bow down to you, wouldn't that be very impressive? Ha 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 ha. Indeed, a ranking of 1650 was already very, very high. However, Xiao Han's heart was in turmoil. If they want to torture me, why let me participate in a ranking competition with a low mortality rate? This is not right. Seeing that Xiao Han was hesitating, Wu Dong asked. Xiao Han, are you not confident? If you really don't have enough confidence, then forget it. It's okay if you don't participate, there will be opportunities in the future. It's not that I don't have confidence. Xiao Han hesitated for a few breaths, and then opened his mouth to ask. Senior Mu, I wonder what realm this senior fiendish hero who was originally ranked 1650 is at? Without a doubt, he is at the expanded acupoint realm. This junior would like to ask, how many times did he expand his acupoints, and how many times did he expand his acupoints? Or, has he already turned his true qi into true talisman and reached the talisman transformation realm? Also, how many people are participating in this ranking competition, and who are they? I hope that Senior Mu can tell me one by one. Oh. Xiao Han, it seems that you are already tempted by these questions. Ha ha ha, not bad, knowing one's self will win 100 battles. Alright, I'll tell you one by one. Mu Zixi eyes were filled with praise and admiration. Young people, it's good to be brave and diligent, and to dare to fight and fight. It's not good to be a coward. Xiao Han, since you dared to kill the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor, it's impossible that you don't dare to participate in this ranking competition. Chapter 263. Yes, Xiao Han was indeed tempted by the Devil Hero ranking challenge. Let's not talk about the benefits of winning this ranking. Now that Xiao Han had opened 50 acupoints, he was about to take the crucial step of breaking through to the 51st acupoint and step into the expanded acupoint state. To expand acupoints, he needed to accumulate. He needed to go through Mountain of Blades and Sea of Fire, he needed to transform in the face of death, and he needed to develop his life potential as much as possible. Cultivating true qi was the way to go. Xiao Han knew that if he wanted to go further on the path of cultivation, or even become an immortal in the future, he had to make great progress in the cultivation of true qi and kill everything in his way. Cultivating true qi was not like cooking tea, admiring flowers, singing to wine, riding on a crane, but a path of no return. It was a path of no return. One had to overcome all obstacles, constantly kill the demons in one's heart, eradicate the demon race, and wander between life and death. In the end, one had to break through all illusions and seek the truth to prove one's Tao. Therefore, for Xiao Han, the Hex Hero ranking challenge was not just a simple ranking, but also a chance to hone his skills. To be able to compete with many senior Hex Heroes, to be on an equal footing, and even to be the champion, was a huge accumulation in itself. If he wanted to expand acupoints well, he couldn't do without this accumulation. This Hex Vigilante ranking challenge is a competition for the 1650th place. It's definitely much more valuable than the Hex Vigilante preliminaries. It's totally different. Xiao Han knew. However, Xiao Han also suspected that the higher-ups of the Devil Hero Pagoda made an exception for him to participate in the Devil Hero ranking challenge. They might want to eliminate him, or even suppress him. Dig out his heart and dissect his abdomen for research. The situation was extremely dangerous. However, from another perspective, the other party was a higher-up of the Devil Hero Pagoda and was suspected to be an immortal. Dealing with such a colossus that could suppress the universe and cover the heavens with a single hand was simply like a child's play. Therefore, even if Xiao Han refused to participate in the Devil Hero ranking challenge, the other party would come up with other plans and schemes. Running away was not a solution. Instead of worrying every day and being on guard day and night, it would cause distracting thoughts in his heart. It might even breed a terrifying demon in his heart. It was better to face it calmly. Deal with it as it comes. Life was short, like a mayfly's dream. There was no room for so many schemes. There was no room for so much forbearance. Fighting with all his might was Xiao Han's Dao. Senior Mu, please tell me about the strength of the senior Devil Heroes 1650 on the original Devil Hero ranking list, as well as the situation of the Devil Heroes who are participating in the competition for this ranking. Indeed, this junior's heart palpitated with eagerness, and I also wanted to obtain this ranking. He officially made a name for himself in the world of chivalry. Xiao Han looked at Mu Zixi and said, "It's time to raise the prestige of our pure maiden sect." "Good, Xiao Han, listen well." Mu Zixi looked at Xiao Han with great approval, her words overflowing with praise. The person who originally occupied the 1650th spot on the Devil Hero ranking was the famous Devil Hero Hai Qingtian. This person was extremely brave and talented. He had long occupied the top 2000 of the Monster Hero ranking list. He had also killed high-level monster emperors and had made great contributions. He cultivated the mountain and sea fist scripture. With the mountains as the scripture and the sea as the latitude, his fists were like falling stars, engulfing the 9 prefectures and destroying everything. He was a tough character to deal with. In terms of the true Qi realm, it was no small matter. He was at the peak of the expanded meridian realm, expanding his meridians 10 times, opening 60 true meridians in his body, expanding them 46 times. The volume of his true Qi was majestic. Even the mountain and sea prison could not compare to him. All these years, I heard that Hai Qingtian was accumulating his strength. He wanted to transform all the true Qi in his body into true talismans, break through the 61st true meridian, and step into the talisman transformation realm. From what I can see, Hai Qingtian's situation is very similar to mine. He looked like he wanted to give up his ranking and retire from the Devil Hero Tower, but in reality, he wanted to let go of his burden, his honor, and go all out to achieve the talisman transformation realm. Moreover, many people know that Hai Qingtian had already touched the threshold of transforming true Qi into true talismans. Although he did not break through the last layer of window paper, his combat strength is close to that of a normal talisman transformation realm. He is indeed a powerful person. He is ranked within the top 2000 of the Devil Hero ranking list. He deserves his reputation. Fang Ling sighed deeply. After listening to Mu Zixi introduction, Xiao Han could roughly guess the combat strength of this devil hero, Hai Qingtian. The pinnacle of the expanded meridian realm, expanding acupoints by 46 times. He is an expert among experts. His true Qi is as deep as the ocean, and the cultivation technique he cultivates is definitely a top-notch cultivation technique. If I were to fight him, I would definitely be tortured to death by such a powerful person with brute force. I might only stand a chance if I use demonic techniques. If I want to defeat him, I might have to use my trump card, the Green Dragon Demon Emperor's natal demonic technique, Green Dragon Possession. Xiao Han continuously evaluated in his heart. Senior Mu, in other words, the senior devil heroes who are competing with me to fill this vacancy must have combat strength close to Hai Qingtian's. Otherwise, they wouldn't have the confidence to compete for his ranking, Xiao Han guessed. Yes, those who are not strong enough to participate in this ranking challenge are asking to be humiliated. It can be said that those who covet Hai Qingtian's ranking must be senior devil heroes who have made great achievements in cultivation in recent years and think that they are qualified to replace him. All of them are arrogant and unruly people. According to the information I have, apart from you, Xiao Han, there are a total of 15 senior devil heroes who have signed up for the competition. They are all arrogant and are determined to get the 1650 ranking, Mu Zishi said while looking at Xiao Han. Oh. 15 senior devil heroes? In other words, including me, there will be a total of 16 people participating in this devil hero ranking challenge. Among the 16 people, only one will be able to get the 1650 ranking of Hai Qingtian. Xiao Han also understood. 1 in 16 chance, Wu Li muttered as he tapped his fingers on the agarwood table. Xiao Han, it is different from the devil hero trial. Once you participate in this devil hero ranking challenge, your opponents will not be useless. The 15 opponents are all experienced devil heroes who have walked out of mountains of corpses and seas of bones. Their lives are filled with legendary experiences, and each of them has their own fortuitous encounters and their own unique skills. They kill the devil clan as if it is nothing to them. They are experienced, and the older they get, the more determined they become. They are all great figures who have been famous throughout history and illuminated the 9 states. They can also start their own sects and become grandmasters. Each of them is not easy to deal with. Now, you have to face a total of 15 people like this. Indeed, it is very difficult. 1650, such a ranking is not so easy to get, Fang Ling also reminded Xiao Han. Xiao Han. Senior brother Dongfang and I are also not ordinary people. We have been devil heroes for a long time, but our ranking is outside the top 5,000. For us, a ranking like 1650 is out of our reach. We don't even dare to think about it. Xiao Han, it is extremely difficult for you to compete for such a high ranking. Although you are a genius in your life, your luck is like a rainbow. However, I'm still lacking a little in terms of maturity and experience. Brother Mu, those 15 people. What is their background? Wu Li asked. Brother Wu, I am not very clear about the specific details. I have not received the list of participants yet. However, as far as I know, among the 15 participants, 12 of them are within the top 2,000 of the devil hero ranking. Only 2 of them are outside the top 2,000. The remaining one has no ranking. Mu Zishi's tone became extremely serious at the end. In fact, if there is no accident, among the 15 participants, the most dangerous and terrifying one happens to be the one without ranking. No ranking, but the most terrifying? Xiao Han was puzzled. Heh. Mu Zishi looked at Xiao Han. Xiao Han, I don't have a ranking right now. I know. In other words, a devil hero who originally had a good ranking, like Senior Mu, gave up his ranking. Now, he wants to come back and make a comeback. Therefore, he covets the position of 1650. He wants to regain his ranking. Xiao Han woke up from a dream. Who is this person? Wu Li's voice also became serious. It is a mystery for the time being. However, this person's original ranking was within the top 1500. Mu Zishi said word by word. Hiss. Dongfang Qin and Fang Ling gasped at the same time. The devil hero within the top 1500, after giving up his ranking and retiring for a period of time, couldn't bear the loneliness and wanted to come out. He wanted to first obtain a ranking of 1650, then catch up and take back his previous ranking, or even climb up and go further. This kind of person is indeed very dangerous. Dongfang Qin said dumbfoundedly. There is actually such a person? Xiao Han licked his lips. In his heart, he thought, however, if I directly compete with such a dangerous person, once I step on him, I will gain an indescribable accumulation. The benefits of expanding the acupoints are very great. Knowing that there was such a person participating in the ranking challenge, Xiao Han's heart not only did not have too much worry and fear, but also a little excited. His fighting spirit began to rise. His blood and qi surged. In addition to this formidable opponent, I know that there is also the Great Sun Son of Heaven. Mu Zishi spoke again. The Great Sun Son of Heaven is also a devil hero with infinite potential. On the devil hero ranking, he is ranked 1701. In the southern domain Blazing Sun Empire, he personally created a sect, the Sun God Palace. It has spread its branches and developed into a powerful force in the Blazing Sun Empire. Before this, the Great Sun Son of Heaven expanded his acupoints 9 times, 43 times. However, these few months, he did not come out of seclusion. After many years of accumulation, he officially broke through the 60th acupoint. He said that in the 10th time, he would strive to increase the capacity of his true chi to 50 times. 3 days ago, the Great Sun Son of Heaven came out of seclusion. He had successfully broken through the 60th acupoint and completed the last expansion. Now, I am afraid that he has already begun to transform his true chi into true talismans, trying to ascend to the talisman transformation realm in one fell swoop. The Great Sun Son of Heaven? Xiao Han was shocked. He also wants to participate in the competition for the 1650th rank? Then how many times has his acupoint expanded now? He did not expand his acupoint by 50 times as he wished, but expanding it by 47 times is enough to look down on all the other heroes. Mu Zishi smiled. The Great Sun Son of Heaven is very ambitious. After coming out of seclusion, he immediately wants to compete fiercely and snatch the 1650th rank. In fact, on one hand, he wants to verify his combat strength, on the other hand, he wants to make a name for himself, and on the other hand, it is to pave the way for him to ascend to the talisman transformation realm. It is also considered as accumulating. Probably, the Great Sun Son of Heaven does not care about this ranking, but wants to use this competition to gain enough accumulation. Xiao Han, the current situation of the Great Sun Son of Heaven is similar to yours. You want to pave the way for the expansion of acupoints, to accumulate the foundation. The Great Sun Son of Heaven is to pave the way for the talisman transformation. The Great Sun Son of Heaven. He. Good, very good. It seems that I, Xiao Han, and him, have really met on a narrow path. Xiao Han's eyes flashed with faint hatred. Oh. Xiao Han, could there be some enmity between you and the Great Sun Son of Heaven? Mu Zishi was slightly stunned. To be honest, back then, Junior's strength was not good enough, and I was threatened by the Great Sun Son of Heaven many times, and was even almost captured by him. Moreover, in this year's Monster Hero selection, in the Southern Region preliminary competition, Junior even personally killed the proud disciple of the Great Sun Son of Heaven, Crown Prince Wu Lai. It can be said that Junior and the Great Sun Son of Heaven have a deep hatred. He once humiliated Junior, regarded me as an ant, and wanted to trample me to death. That year, Junior made a vow that one day, I will make him pay back double. Heh. I didn't expect there to be such a story. This also made this year's Monster Hero ranking competition more interesting. Ha ha ha. Xiao Han, are you going to participate or not? This is the decision. Mu Zishi teased, and immediately looked at Xiao Han. Xiao Han couldn't help but look at Wu Yu. Xiao Han, you make the decision yourself. However, according to your temperament, you should already have a choice, right? Wu Yu smiled, held up the teacup, and lightly took a sip of the fragrant tea. Yes, sect master, disciple already has a plan. Xiao Han licked his lips, and looked at Mu Zishi. Senior Mu, since the Elder Guild specially asked you to inform Junior of this matter, it seems that the higher-ups also want Junior to participate. Since things have come to this, Junior has no reason to refuse. Alright, Junior will participate in this Monster Hero ranking competition, compete for the 1650th rank, and compete with 15 competitors. This is a rare opportunity to accumulate strength. Junior does not want to miss it. Chapter 264. After weighing the pros and cons, Xiao Han finally agreed to participate in the Devil Hero Ranking Challenge and compete with 15 senior Devil Heroes for the high ranking of 1650. Good. Heroes come from young. Xiao Han, I didn't misjudge you. Hearing Xiao Han's quick answer, Mu Zixi eyes were also filled with relief, and his eyes were burning with anticipation. He even looked like he was going to watch a good show. Those old men in the Elders' Council also hope that Xiao Han won't refuse and waste this great opportunity. In reality, those old men have repeatedly expressed that in this ranking challenge competition, they will not let Xiao Han die. Even if you cannot defeat the other competitors and obtain this ranking in the end, you will definitely not lose your life. You can rest assured about this. Just go to the competition with peace of mind. Be brave and strive for the top. Brother Mu, I want to see how you can be a busybody. Wu Li laughed involuntarily. Mu Zixi also smiled. To tell you the truth, Brother Wu, in recent years, there has been no sensational event in the whole Devil Hero world. Life is really peaceful. Finally, Xiao Han, like a god descending to the world, has the opportunity to create a rare miracle. I am also very eager to witness this miracle. I want to witness this miracle with my own eyes. Brother Wu, throughout history, there has never been a young Devil Hero in his 20s who can be ranked within 2000 on the Devil Hero ranking list. Now Xiao Han has this possibility. Xiao Han is not only challenging this ranking, but also challenging history and challenging the record. Once he succeeds, it will be a great achievement that will be famous for thousands of years. Hearing Mu Zixi's words, Xiao Han also did not know whether to laugh or cry. However, looking at his attitude, Xiao Han did not feel that Mu Zixi had any hostility or conspiracy against him. Perhaps, Mu Zixi still does not know that my secret has been targeted by the Devil Hero Tower. There is no other way, now I can only advance step by step. Xiao Han thought to himself. Xiao Han, I'll be taking my leave now. Prepare yourself. 5 days later, this year's Devil Hero Ranking Challenge will officially begin. Mu Zixi stood up, nodded to Xiao Han, and gave him an encouraging look. I will send the detailed information of the 15 competitors to you as soon as possible. What? The competition will start in 5 days? Isn't this too hasty? Xiao Han was surprised. Well, Xiao Han, the Hex Hero Ranking Challenge has been prepared for a long time. I didn't take you into consideration. The higher-ups aren't going to make an exception to let you participate in the competition. However, after the news of you killing the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor reached the Yaoxia Pagoda, the higher-ups were shocked and decided to let you participate in the competition at the last minute. 5 days might be a bit of a rush, but sharpening a spear at the last moment is better than nothing. I'm still optimistic about Xiao Han's chances of creating a miracle. Ha, alright, I won't say much. I still have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave now. Brother Wu, I will take my leave first. With that, Mu Zixi left swiftly. Xiao Han, I knew that with your temperament, you would definitely participate in the competition. You even dared to kill the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor, what else do you not dare to do? Wu Yu laughed. Sect Head, this is also an important accumulation for me before I attempt to reach Expanding Aperture Realm. Xiao Han nodded his head. Junior brother Xiao Han, this ranking challenge is more than 10 times more dangerous than the Hex Hero Selection Challenge. You will be facing a group of real experts, so you have to fight steadily. Don't be greedy. Fortunately, the death rate of the ranking challenge is very low. Throughout history, there are very few cases of participants dying. Just like what you said, treat it as a training and accumulation. Dongfang Qin said with a serious face. Xiao Han, I hope that you can continue to create miracles this time. Fang Ling encouraged him. Yes. I will be careful. Xiao Han nodded his head heavily. Xiao Han, I noticed that when you were facing Mu Zixi at the beginning, your emotions were a little out of whack. You even revealed a very obvious battle intent. What exactly happened? Suddenly, Wu Mu lowered his voice and asked. This. Sect Head, it's nothing. Maybe I was too nervous. Xiao Han didn't want to reveal that his secret was discovered by the higher-ups of the Yaoxia Pagoda. Oh. Wu Yu took a deep look at Xiao Han, then looked away and took a sip of tea. Xiao Han, remember, no matter what happens, the Pure Cloud sect is your home. I will protect you. Hearing this, Xiao Han was touched. Thank you, sect head. All right, Xiao Han, you only have 5 days to prepare. You should stay in the Yaoxia Pagoda and adjust your state. You don't have to return to the Pure Cloud sect for the time being. Do you need to enter the House of Vigor again for cultivation and enlightenment? I can give you some contribution points. Wu Yu said seriously. Dongfang Qin smiled. Yes, junior brother Xiao Han, the Hex Hero ranking challenge is approaching. Don't go back and forth. Just stay in the Yaoxia Pagoda. Don't worry too much about your 2 wives. They are very comfortable with life in the Pure Cloud sect. Once you obtain this extremely high ranking as a devil hero, you can go back in glory and marry them. That would be perfect. Ha 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 ha. I'm afraid they wouldn't even dream that they would marry a top devil hero in this life, right? Ha 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 ha. Ha. Senior brother Dongfang, you must be joking. What wedding night? I have never thought about it. Xiao Han was embarrassed. Immediately, Xiao Han raised his head and said to Wu Yu. Sect Master, for me to have you give me contribution points, this disciple feels very apologetic. It's okay. Now is a critical moment. Xiao Han, if you can get this ranking, I will be very pleased. The entire Pure Cloud sect will be glorious. Moreover, it can also improve the status of the Pure Cloud sect in the Beacon Fire Empire and even in the entire southern region. Wu Yu said decisively. All right, Xiao Han, you can stay in the House of Vigor for the next 5 days. That's good. I will also take the opportunity to refine my saber intent. Xiao Han no longer refused. The 33rd floor of the Yaoxia Pagoda. The resting area. In a private room. The Great Sun Emperor and the Dragon Bone Saint Saber were sitting at an agarwood table, talking to each other. At this moment, the Great Sun Emperor's aura was strong. Compared to the past, his spirit and aura were on another level. A blazing sun rose from the top of his head, illuminating the 9 continents. With his body as the center, countless strange phenomena appeared. Within the blazing true chi, countless fire dragons, fire phoenixes, fire tigers, fire crows, and fire cheilants were born and destroyed. It was a marvelous sight. With a slight movement of his body, the wind and clouds gathered. From every pore on his body, a terrifying sound of volcanic eruption could be heard. Boom boom boom, all of a sudden, a blazing sun appeared from the body of the Great Sun Emperor. Each of the blazing suns shot out rays of holy light, bathing his body and nourishing his body. Rings of light appeared around the body of the Great Sun Emperor. Within these rings of light, there were runes dancing like spirits. Holy light, sky, blazing sun, fiery trees, silver flowers, and all kinds of rivers, oceans, heavenly palaces, and divine mountains. Auspicious air rose and auspicious clouds shrouded the sky. It made the Great Sun Emperor look like a celestial being, high and mighty. The Emperor of the Great Sun just sat there calmly, exuding the demeanor of a supreme expert who was impervious to all sorts of favors and humiliation. If someone were to stand beside him, they would definitely feel an intense pressure, as though a mountain range was pressing down on them, gushing over forcefully. Good. After 10 times, the acupoints had expanded 47 times. Great Sun, this result was enough to bring to the stage. Now you can prepare to break through to the talisman transformation realm. The talismans formed by the true acupoints with 47 times capacity will definitely be wondrous and strong. After I expanded my acupoints 10 times, the capacity of my true acupoints only reached 43 times, and I finally completed the talisman transformation. Great Sun, your foundation is stronger than mine. Once you transform into talismans, your strength will definitely be above mine. The Dragon Bone Saint Blade sighed. The Emperor of the Great Sun snorted indifferently. His eyes were filled with ambition and satisfaction. I wanted to pursue perfection, to expand my acupoints by 50 times and build a strong foundation. However, I am still lacking. Of course, expanding my acupoints by 47 times is indeed not a small matter. When I step into the talisman transformation realm, I will definitely catch up and greatly increase my ranking on the Devil Hero ranking. This time, my participation in the challenge for the 1650th place on the Devil Hero ranking is the first step to my rise. I can feel that my life has reached an extremely strong stage, shining brilliantly, and I am just a step away from the talisman transformation realm. If there are no accidents after this competition, I will be able to accumulate enough to transform my true energy into talismans. Great Sun, your aura is indeed getting stronger. I also think that you will be able to get the 1650th place. The Dragon Bone Saint Blade added. By the way, Dragon Bone, after I came out of seclusion, I heard that Xiao Han has been in the limelight recently. What is going on? The Great Sun Emperor frowned slightly. Hearing this, the Dragon Bone Saint Blade's expression froze, and it frowned deeply. Great Sun, Xiao Han's path of development is too abnormal. After he became a devil hero, the first mission he took was to kill the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. The Azure Dragon Demon Emperor is an elite among the high-level demon emperors. Even if we join forces, it's almost impossible to kill him. Instead, we might die. This kid and Xiao Mingqiu entered the Great Wilderness together. Xiao Mingqiu is also a powerful person, so I didn't dare to follow them into the Great Wilderness. Moreover, I thought that Xiao Han would be courting death by hunting the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor, so I gave up monitoring him. However, I didn't expect that a few months later, the Devil Hero Tower actually received news that Xiao Han had completed the mission and successfully killed the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. This time, everyone was shocked. It can be said that Xiao Han is currently at the peak of his power, and no one in the younger generation can compete with him. After a pause, the Dragon Bone Saint Blade pondered. However, I will never believe that Xiao Han personally killed the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. He must have done it through someone else. I think it was Xiao Mingqiu who did it. What? Killed the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor? The Emperor of the Great Sun's face suddenly became gloomy, and he even stood up abruptly. This evil creature actually improved so quickly. Regardless of whether it was Xiao Mingqiu who did it, we can't underestimate this evil creature now. Moreover, we can't let him continue to grow. This kid will definitely shine brighter and brighter in the future. By that time, we won't be able to suppress him anymore. No. We must find an opportunity to kill him in advance. We can't give him any more chances to live. His speed of growth makes even me a little afraid. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, the Dragon Bone Saint Blade laughed out loud. Dragon Bone, what are you laughing at? Don't you think that this evil creature Xiao Han is too heaven-defying? If this kind of person doesn't die, we won't be able to eat and sleep in peace. The Emperor of the Great Sun was slightly dissatisfied. Virokana, there are 15 people participating in the Devilman ranking challenge this time, besides you, according to my latest news. Because Xiao Han's recent performance was too dazzling, the higher-ups of the Devil Hero Tower decided to make an exception and let Xiao Han participate in this ranking competition. Ha 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 ha. Great Sun, that means Xiao Han will be competing with you for the ranking competition. You know what to do, right? Ha 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 ha. The Dragon Bone Saint Blade's eyes flashed with a cold killing intent. Great Sun, as you said, this Xiao Han is too demonic. He is like a ferocious tiger lying in a desolate hill. As long as he doesn't die, we won't be able to have a day of peace. I didn't expect that he would also get involved this time. Great Sun, with your current cultivation, it shouldn't be difficult for you to suppress Xiao Han. In for a penny, in for a pound, in for a pound, in for a pound. Find a chance to kill him. After that, you will just have to accept some bearable punishment, not death. Ha 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 ha. This is what it means by heaven's net has a long way to go. Hearing this, the Emperor of the Great Sun also laughed wildly. I was just worried that I couldn't find a chance to kill this evil creature, but I didn't expect that there would be such an arrangement. Heaven's will. This is really heaven's will. Dragon Bone, Xiao Han was like an ant that we could step on whenever we wanted to. But in just a few years, he became a great threat to us. Don't you think that there's something strange about this? In addition to the secrets of the demon clan, Xiao Han must have had a great fortuitous encounter. I must take this opportunity to get all the secrets of Xiao Han. It will be the perfect foundation for my rise. Ha 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 ha. Dragon Bone, don't worry. When the time comes, I will not forget you. The secrets and fortune of Xiao Han will be shared equally between the two of us. Alright, Great Sun, it's a deal. Alright, you should also prepare yourself. The competition will begin in 5 days. Other than Xiao Han, those who will compete with you for the ranking this time are all formidable opponents. You must not underestimate them. The Dragon Bone Saint Saber also reminded. Yaoxia Domain. The sky was clear and boundless. Boom boom boom, suddenly, above the blue sky, 99 golden rainbows suddenly appeared, piercing through the north and south, and the east and west. Auspicious clouds descended one after another, and it was raining flowers. On these golden rainbows, there were countless young boys and girls. Some of the young boys and girls were boiling water and brewing tea, some were washing tea sets, some were playing musical instruments, some were reading books, and some were waving banners. Between the heavens and the earth, flowers fell from the sky, and golden lotuses appeared on the ground. On one of the thickest golden rainbows, there was a young man in a golden robe. He had his hands behind his back, and he walked forward unhurriedly. His steps were very calm, as if he was taking a leisurely stroll in a courtyard. However, his steps were steady, slow, and dignified. Suddenly, there was a huge pressure in the sky and on the ground. It made people feel that this man in a golden robe was like a celestial emperor descending to the world to inspect the rivers and mountains. This man looked to be in his 20s or 30s. He had a jade-like face, and the lines of his face were very gentle. His hands were empty, but every move he made emitted a kind of magical charm that could frighten the soul. It was as if anyone in front of him had to bow down to him. My lord is lucky. My lord will enjoy immortal happiness forever, and live as long as the heavens. At that moment, all the boys and girls on the golden rainbow knelt down on their knees and began to chant in a loud and clear voice. The appearance of this man in a golden robe was so magnificent that it was almost unparalleled. Ha 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 ha. Good, very good. 20 years ago, I, Xianxia, fought with a mutated demon emperor in the depths of the grand wilderness, and both of us were injured. The mutated demon monarch is indeed powerful. In just a few dozen moves, he managed to force me to the brink of death. However, I made a prompt decision and activated a secret skill. At the cost of exploding my true acupoints, I escaped from the demon's mouth and escaped, but I also injured it a lot. Since then, I gave up my ranking on the monster hero list and retired to the mountains. 20 years have passed, and my injuries have healed. Moreover, with that bloody battle with the mutated demon emperor, my cultivation has actually improved. Ha 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 ha. Well, today, I announce that I, Xianxia, have returned to the Jianghu. First, I will get the ranking of 1650, and then I will show my strength. I, Xianxia, will definitely get the ranking that I lost with my own hands. Ha 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 ha. Tremble. I, Xianxia, am back. Chapter 265. Xiao Han was once again teleported to the 429th floor of the Wuxia Tower and entered the 10X room of spirit numbered 765. Wuli gave Xiao Han millions of contribution points so that he could continue to cultivate in the 10X room of spirit and make the final preparations for the Wuxia ranking competition in 5 days. Xiao Han sat cross-legged on the cattail hassock, allowing the strings of runes to baptize his mind, making it crystal clear, smooth, and flawless. A ball of blazing light seeped out of Xiao Han's mind, forming a halo that shone through the ages. In this state, Xiao Han seemed to have suddenly gained great wisdom, great determination, and could conquer his inner demons. His entire body would not have any distracting thoughts, and he had a deeper understanding of the cultivation of various martial arts techniques. He broke through all obstacles and made breakthroughs, advancing triumphantly. Because he did not have enough accumulation, Xiao Han did not break through the 51st acupoint. He only refined his saber intent and continued to study and comprehend the broken emotion form and broken desire form of the 7-fragment saber technique. Joy, anger, sorrow, and joy of the 7 emotions, as well as the eyes, ears, nose, and tongue of the 6 desires, have all been broken. Now, only love, desire, and evil of the 7 emotions, as well as the body and mind of the 6 desires, have not been broken. I'll make the best use of my time to cultivate. Once I break through the 7 emotions and 6 desires, my saber will be flawless, and the saber will dominate the world, destroying all 6 paths. I can produce a natal saber chi in my body and achieve great success in saber intent. The saber intent at the great success stage can easily kill people of a higher level. If I have this trump card, then I will have enough foundation to challenge those experienced Yaoxia in the Yaoxia ranking competition in 5 days. Soon, Xiao Han abandoned all distracting thoughts and entered a state of cultivation where he forgot himself. Yaoxia domain. In a tranquil valley that looked like a paradise. Under the waterfall, next to the maple forest, on a dry stone in the rapid torrent, a man in black stood proudly like a lone crane. His clothes were as black as night. This person's expression was lonely and depressed. His body did not emit any sharp true chi waves, but there was a boundless murderous aura everywhere. His long hair fluttered even though there was no wind, and his face was chiseled. This was the face of a middle-aged man who had experienced the vicissitudes of life. It was as if all the ups and downs of the world were carved on this face. His high cheekbones made him look extremely cold. His eyes were long and narrow, and his eyes were completely white. They were like ice stones, as if they had already been frozen. The torrent hit the rock he was standing on, water droplets splashed everywhere. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew, the maple leaves in all directions made a rustling sound. His sleeves also fluttered in the wind. Between heaven and earth, everything seemed to be in a state of rhythm. However, he did not move. There was no movement. Shwa shwa shwa, the maple leaves that filled the sky drifted down, lingering on the black-clad man's head and surroundings like snowflakes. Shockingly, in the black-clothed man's lifeless eyes, there was actually a flash of light that was as sharp as lightning. The devastatingly beautiful sword intent radiated out in an instant. It was a sword cultivator. In an instant, the air around the black-clothed man cracked and disintegrated inch by inch. With his body as the center, a sharp sword aura soared into the sky. It was like a heavenly sword, towering and towering, causing thousands of swords to submit. An extremely dangerous aura was emitted. In the next moment, poo, every inch of the black-clothed man's pores continuously emitted a strong sword intent. These sword intents gathered together and shot out in all directions, causing him to suddenly stab out a total of 1,000 swords. In a breath's time, he slashed out a total of 1,000 swords. Each sword was faster than the previous one. Each sword was sharper than the previous one. The sword gave off a thunderous sound. Each sword contained the profoundness of swordsmanship, and each sword contained the principle of swordsmanship. The 2 words sword Dao were vividly and incisively explained, and it was impeccable. Puchi, the maple leaves that filled the sky were all crushed into powder. Hoo, the stream broke apart and was cut into hundreds of pieces. It could not gather again for a moment. Clap, 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 the sound of hands clapping was heard. A woman's voice, like the singing of birds and the fragrance of flowers, rang out. The 1,000-sword gentleman, ranked 1,788th on the Devilman ranking list, is indeed a godly swordsman. 1,000 swords with a single thought, killing people and ghosts. Amazing, really amazing. I didn't expect that a proud and aloof person like you could not help but be tempted to compete for the 1650th place on the Devilman ranking list. I originally thought that you would wait until this 10 years holy war to compete for a ranking. I didn't expect that you could not hold back your loneliness now. With a competitor like you, Wei really has a headache. All of a sudden, the maple forest was shrouded in a thick mist. The mist lingered in the air, and the air was filled with moisture. Powerful waves of true energy began to spread. Not long after, the sound of gurgling water could be heard in the misty rain. A tall and slender woman's hazy silhouette slowly walked over like a fairy walking on the waves. Pooh! Suddenly, the stream under the black-clothed man's feet was suddenly drained and condensed into a huge water lotus in the air. Then, the water lotus exploded and broke into many small water lotuses, extending straight to the feet of the hazy woman. The woman stepped on the water lotuses and walked into the air. The woman was wearing a plain long gown. Her face was out of this world, and she had a graceful and luxurious temperament. Oh! Lu Weining, ranked 1777th on the Devilman ranking list. A strange expression flashed across the black-clothed man's pale eyes. Lu Weining, it seems that your holy water incantation has reached perfection. No wonder you also came to compete for this position. However, this time, I am determined to win. Such a strong determination. 1,000 swords gentlemen, judging from the lingering sword intent here, you may have touched the threshold of the sword intent of the Deshang stage. No wonder your whole body exudes an unparalleled belief of victory. However, Weining wants to remind you that this time, in addition to the Devilman ranking list ranked within 2,000, there is also a great master who used to be ranked within 1,500. He retired for a period of time, and now he is back in Jianghu to fight for a position on the Devilman ranking list. It is no small matter. 1,000 swords gentlemen, do you have the confidence to deal with this kind of person? It doesn't matter. I am a sword cultivator, and I have comprehended the supreme sword intent. I can fight regardless of my level. No matter who the opponent is, I will defeat him with one sword. There is also the great Sun Emperor. He has been in seclusion for several months. Now that he has come out, he is in a turbulent situation. Do you have the confidence to defeat him? Defeat him with one sword. There is also the young man, Xiao Han, who has been in the limelight recently. He killed the Green Dragon Demon Emperor. His adventures can be said to be heaven-defying. Little rookie, nothing to worry about. Defeat him with one sword. Devilman region. In a continuous mountain range. On the main peak of this mountain range, there was a castle full of demonic aura. The gate of the castle was open, and a throne was revealed. On this throne, a young man sat lazily. He was extremely handsome, with a high nose bridge, but his eyes were dark green, which made him have an exotic temperament, and showed even more evil charm. He was wearing a red robe and a crown on his head. His attire made him look like the crown prince of some empire in the secular world. This young man's body aura was extremely strong, and his whole body emitted a terrifying sound that sounded like thunder. Under the throne he was sitting on, there were 81 young girls wrapped in light gauze. These girls were all coquettish, and they were all natural beauties. However, the tips of their eyebrows and the corners of their eyes rippled with a kind of seductive look. They all stared at this young man with their big, watery eyes. 7 Knights Demon Lord, this time you are going to participate in the Devilman ranking list challenge. You will definitely be able to defeat all the heroes and get that ranking. Some of the girls said coquettishly, trying to please him. Ha 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 ha. Of course. In the Devilman domain, there are many Devilmen who cultivate demonic techniques, but few of them can reach the level of me, the 7 Knights Demon Lord. Ha 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 ha. A month ago, this young master's 7 Knights great devil art was finally perfected. It just so happens that this time's ranking challenge competition happened. Who knows, this young master will have to display his prowess this time and push my ranking of 1,700 even higher. Ha 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 ha. Of course, the ranking is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that I can establish my prestige through this competition. To let the higher-ups know that the demonic technique is not weak. Ha 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 ha. As the rampant laughter resounded through the world, suddenly, a black river of demonic aura appeared above the castle, and the waves were rolling. Suddenly, a demonic hand covered with black scales stretched out from the demonic river, emitting an evil aura. It was like an ancient demonic lord, covering the sky and the sun, and the true chi went berserk. This demonic hand gently grabbed, and the 5 fingers vibrated. Suddenly, the airflow within 100 miles was all blocked, and the air was also imprisoned. In fact, even the space crystal wall seemed to have been clawed to pieces, leaving behind a palm print. Devilman Domain. A tall and imposing giant man was walking on a boundless plain. There was a towering mountain on top of this giant man's head. This mountain emitted an incomparably heavy pressure, and its domineering aura was rampant. Suddenly, the giant man opened his mouth, and rays of divine light shot out, lingering around the giant mountain, causing it to shrink in an instant, and finally turned into a ball of light, which was swallowed by the giant man. He could actually swallow a mountain in one gulp. This was unbelievable. Ha 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 ha. I, Xiong Baishan, am a man of indomitable spirit. In this year's ranking challenge competition, I must obtain a ranking of 1650. Ha 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 ha. I'm a man. Of course, I must strive to be first. The giant man laughed wildly, and his laughter was so loud that the ground seemed to be shaking, as if there was an earthquake. Devilman Tower. The top floor. There were a total of 12 blazing spirit storms, like 12 scorching suns that shone for eternity. The light beams were shocking, and the runes were floating, lingering around a godlike spirit storm in the middle. The huge spirit storm in the middle was rolling with the aura of immortality. These 13 spirit storms were the top floor of the Devilman Tower. They were the most mysterious and powerful group of giants among the human race in this world. They were the Tower Master of the Devilman Tower and the members of the Elders Guild. Tower Master, we ordered Muzishi, who has retired for thousands of years, to pass on our message to Xiaohan. This will not arouse any suspicion. Now, Muzishi has reported that young Xiaohan has agreed to participate in this year's ranking challenge. Well, Xiaohan is really brave, and he dares to fight, and he will not have stage fright. Sigh, it's really a pity. A genius like Xiaohan is hard to come by. If it wasn't for the mysterious demon clan's origin energy in his heart, which may bring a catastrophe to our human race, he would really be a talent worthy of our focus. Sigh, what a pity. That's enough, saying these things now won't help the situation. The Pagoda Master's supreme and imperious voice could be heard. A total of 15 unruly senior Devilman have arrived at the Devilman Tower, or are on their way to the Devilman Tower. These people will be young Xiaohan's opponents this time. Fighting for the 1,650th rank. Yes, Tower Master. Among the 15 opponents of Xiaohan, the strongest was Yingzhantian, who was ranked 1,458th on the Devilman ranking 20 years ago. 20 years ago, Yingzhantian was injured by the mutated demon emperor and was forced to give up his ranking. After 20 years of dormancy, he made a comeback this time and wanted to regain the glory that once belonged to him. Yingzhantian had always been ambitious. He had already reached the talisman transformation realm 20 years ago. He was full of ambition and would become the most popular candidate for the ranking challenge. He wondered if Xiaohan would be able to defeat Yingzhantian. Get the 1,650th place. Pagoda Master, Xiaohan shouldn't be able to actively trigger the demon clan's origin energy in his heart right now. He's competing with so many veteran heroes with outstanding battle records and unparalleled achievements. Among them, there's no lack of ruthless people like Yingzhantian. On the surface, Xiaohan has no chance of winning. The Pagoda Master's voice sounded again. It's fine. Based on Xiaohan's temperament, if he were to lose the ranking challenge, it would cast a shadow over his heart. It might even give birth to inner demons. If that was the case, his future cultivation would be stagnant. If Xiao Han's own cultivation base couldn't increase, and he couldn't become stronger, then the demonic clan's origin energy in his heart wouldn't be able to possess him. If that's the case, we won't have to suppress Xiao Han anymore. We can just let him live and die on his own. Of course, this will make a genius depressed, but it's better than being sentenced to death, right? Yes, Pagoda Master. Xiao Han's path of growth has been smooth sailing. From the time he participated in the Hex Hero trial to the time he hunted the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor, it was more daunting than dangerous. On one hand, I hope that Xiao Han can defeat all the heroes and successfully get this ranking. On the other hand, I hope that Xiao Han will lose and be an ordinary devil hero in the future. Sigh, Xiao Han's fate is in his own hands. Let's just wait and see. On the 429th floor of the Devil Hero Tower, room 765, 10 times Room of Spirit. Xiao Han's saber aura was rolling like a long river. Xiao Han had been in seclusion for a full 4 days and 4 nights. In these 4 days and 4 nights, Xiao Han forgot to eat and sleep. He focused on the Tao of Saber. He had no one and no self, but he actually improved at lightning speed. He had also shattered the love and desire of the 7 emotions and the body of the 6 desires. Now, Xiao Han was only left with the evil of the 7 emotions and the intent of the 6 desires. They had not been successfully shattered. Once evil and intent were shattered, Xiao Han would directly comprehend the saber intent of the great accomplishment stage. His battle strength soared. Chapter 266. Xiao Han cultivated his saber intent in the 10 times Room of Intellect, almost in a state of no one and no me. In terms of cultivating saber intent, Xiao Han was unique and had traces to follow. It could even be said that Xiao Han cultivated according to the map, unlike other sabersmen who could not find a way out and could only rely on sudden inspiration to capture the ethereal saber intent. Poof, in the surging saber aura that lingered around Xiao Han's body, there was a sound of breaking. The evil of the 7 emotions was finally broken. In other words, so far, Xiao Han had successfully broken the 7 emotions, leaving only the intent of the 6 desires. Once the intent of the 6 desires was broken, Xiao Han's saber intent would be complete, and his body would produce his natal saber aura, which meant that Xiao Han had officially entered the great accomplishment saber intent and would become an outstanding sabersman in the world. But at this time, Xiao Han's entire body was filled with a feeling of being drained and hollowed out. Even in the 10 times Room of Intellect, he appeared to be in a trance and tired state. He even felt a little dizzy. For the past 4 days, I have been in seclusion to comprehend the saber intent. Now I am only one step away from being able to produce the great accomplishment saber intent in my body, but I am tired. I am exhausted. I can't do it in one go. Xiao Han shook his head. At this moment, a message was sent from the chivalrous token. It was from Wu Bai. Okay, Xiao Han, end your cultivation. Tomorrow morning, you will go to Giant Whale Island to participate in the chivalrous ranking challenge. Now come out of the Room of Intellect. Yes, Sect Master. Xiao Han stood up, shook his head, and walked out of the Room of Intellect. On the 29th floor of the chivalrous tower. In the resting area. It was late at night. In the private room. In addition to Wu Bai, Dongfang Qin, and Fang Ling, Mu Zixi also arrived. Xiao Han returned to the private room. Xiao Han, you don't have to cultivate tonight. Have a good rest. Tomorrow morning, you will go to the venue of the chivalrous ranking challenge, Giant Whale Island, Mu Zixi said to Xiao Han. Giant Whale Island? Xiao Han was stunned. Mu Zixi nodded. Yes. The Giant Whale Island was an island in the Yaoxia region. Legend has it that it was transformed from a giant whale in the primordial era. Heh. Of course, this is just a legend that has not been verified. However, Giant Whale Island was rich in spiritual energy, and there were even spirit veins that had appeared. It was more suitable for cultivation. Today, it would be used as the venue for the ranking challenge. The one presiding over this competition is an ancient powerhouse. Ranked in the top 100 on the monster ranking list, known as an immortal legend who will never fall, and is suspected to be an immortal? Xiao Han couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Ha ha ha, Xiao Han, don't panic. With an ancient giant presiding over the ranking competition, the death rate of participants like you will be reduced to the minimum. There will be practically no risk at all. Mu Zishi smiled and said. That way, you can relax. That's right. Junior brother Xiao Han, with the ancient powerhouses present, you'll be able to control the situation. Even if the other participants want to kill you, you'll be able to stop them at the crucial moment. Of course, if you want to kill someone, it won't be easy. It's almost impossible to kill someone in front of an ancient giant without his permission. Dongfang Qin also laughed. Oh. So that's how it is. I understand now. Xiao Han nodded slightly. However, there were many questions in his heart. I guess that the higher-ups of the Monster Hero Tower instigated me to participate in the Monster Hero Ranking Challenge. It might be a conspiracy against me. However, judging from the current situation, everything seemed to be in order, and there wasn't the slightest hint of a conspiracy. What is going on? At this time, Mu Zishi continued, Xiao Han, tomorrow morning, the map of Giant Whale Island will be automatically entered into your Monster Hero token. At that time, you can activate the flying formation in the Monster Hero token, and you'll be able to go directly to the venue, Giant Whale Island, under the guidance of the map. Your 15 opponents will also be in position. Tomorrow morning, they'll also fly to Giant Whale Island. I've already received reliable information that the most popular person in this Monster Hero Ranking Challenge is Xianxia, who gave up his ranking 20 years ago and retired to the mountains. Today, he's making a comeback and wants to suppress all the heroes and restore his glory. Xianxia, who reached the talisman transformation realm 20 years ago and condensed his true qi into talismans, is ranked 1458 on the Monster Hero ranking list. So it's him. Wu Li hesitated for a moment. Xianxia is indeed a talented person. He has had many fortuitous encounters since he was young. He is said to have inherited the legacy of an ancient powerful person. Moreover, in the secular world, he holds a high position and controls a dynasty in the northern region. After a pause, Wu Li continued, 20 years ago, the reason why Xianxia retired was because he fought with a mutated demon emperor and was seriously injured. It seems that after 20 years of seclusion, not only did he not lose his ambition, but he became courageous after his shame and worked hard to make a comeback. Xiao Han, this person is not easy to deal with. He's much stronger than the likes of the great Sun Emperor. Sect Master, since I've decided to participate in this ranking challenge, I won't back down. No matter how difficult the opponent is, I have to try. Moreover, I can accumulate more experience by competing with opponents of this level. It will be easier for me to break through to the expanded aperture realm in the future. Xiao Han's eyes flashed with determination. Knowing the difficulty. Seeing this, Wu Li, Mu Zishi and the others were surprised. They did not expect that Xiao Han, at such a young age, would possess courage that was 1,000 times greater than his body and age. This was indeed rare. Xiao Han, you are a young man, full of courage. I have seen countless people in my life, but it is rare to see someone as courageous as you. Now, I have even more confidence in you. Alright, I won't disturb your rest. Tomorrow morning, the basic information of your 15 competitors will be transferred into your Xenochivalrous token. At that time, you can think about it carefully. I'll take my leave now. With that, Mu Zishi left the private room. Wu Li specially booked a private room for Xiao Han, so that Xiao Han could rest in peace. Xiao Han entered the quiet private room, lay on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. Early the next morning, Xiao Han did a carp flip and got out of bed. After a night's rest, Xiao Han was now full of energy. His vitality had been adjusted to its peak. At this moment, the Xeno-Chivalrous token was activated. A huge amount of information was passed in. Xiao Han's mind moved, and his mind fluctuated. First, he saw a map, branded into the Xeno-Chivalrous token. It was the venue of the ranking challenge, the map of Giant Whale Island. Then, there was a list, Ingzhan Tian. Originally ranked 1458 on the Xeno-Chivalrous ranking, 7 Knights Demon Lord. Ranked 1700 on the Xeno-Chivalrous ranking, Great Sun Emperor. Ranked 1701 on the Xeno-Chivalrous ranking, Lu Weining. Ranked 1777 on the Xeno-Chivalrous ranking, Thousand Sword Gentleman. Ranked 1788 on the Xeno-Chivalrous ranking, Xiong Baishan. Ranked 1800 on the Xeno-Chivalrous ranking. This list contained a total of 15 names, and their situation on the Xeno-Chivalrous ranking was clear at a glance. These were Xiao Han's 15 competitors in the Hex Hero ranking challenge. Amazing, these people are all ruthless characters. I'm afraid any one of them will be a tyrant in the secular world. Xiao Han sighed. He also walked out of the private room. Xiao Han, Wu Li, Dongfang Qin, and Fang Ling were already waiting outside the private room. Xiao Han, you are about to set off for the Giant Whale Island. Wu Li looked at Xiao Han. According to the rules, we can't accompany you to the Giant Whale Island. Take care of yourself. We will wait for the good news in the Xeno-Chivalrous Tower. I hope you can continue to create miracles. However, if you can't do it, you don't have to force yourself. You are still young, and there are many opportunities. Yes, Sect Master, Senior Brother Dongfang, Senior Brother Fang Ling, Xiao Han will be careful, and will not be greedy. I have also received the list of 15 competitors. Indeed, all of them are difficult to deal with. They are not easy to deal with. Xiao Han, I am relieved that you can think this way. Remember, don't be too proud of yourself. Xiao Han, you can cultivate to where you are today because you have had a great encounter. But you have to know that all the top-ranked Xeno-Chivalrous ranking have had a great encounter. Even Dongfang and Fang Ling, who are not ranked 5,000 on the list, have had a lot of encounters. Moreover, the ranking of the opponents you obtained is only the ranking that was decided after the last decade Saint War. Several years have passed, and everyone is improving. Some of the actual combat power of some of the Xeno-Chivalrous has actually surpassed their current ranking. After saying so much, I hope that you, Xiao Han, will consider yourself weak and fight steadily. Don't be arrogant and conceited. Alright, it's almost time. Xiao Han, you can go now. Yes, Sect Master. I will remember your warning. I will go to the Giant Whale Island now. Senior Brother Dongfang, Senior Brother Fang Ling, I will take my leave. Xiao Han nodded at Wu Li and the others and left the Xeno-Chivalrous Tower. I wonder if Junior Brother Xiao Han can continue to advance triumphantly this time. Logically speaking, he should be able to compete with the senior Xeno-Chivalrous heroes who are participating in the ranking challenge this time since he can kill the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. Dongfang Qin watched Xiao Han leave. Let's wait for Xiao Han here patiently. Fang Ling said. Swoosh, after leaving the Xeno-Chivalrous Tower, it was dawn outside. The morning sun had just risen, and the thousands of mountains looked like they were on fire. The sun instantly lit up the sky, driving away the stars and the waning moon. Xiao Han took out the Xeno-Chivalrous token and activated the flying formation in it. Guided by the map of the Giant Whale Island, he flew straight up into the sky and instantly disappeared into the clouds. After flying for a few hours, he entered a blue sea. He continued to fly. Not long after, a gigantic island entered Xiao Han's line of sight. It was an island that looked like an ancient giant whale. It was boundless. There were all kinds of terrains on the island, barren hills, deserts, stone forests, bamboo seas. There were also primitive jungles overgrown with hazel bushes and mountain ranges intertwined with spiritual energy. This was the giant whale island. Mist and the glow of treasures floated above the entire island, causing the colossal whale island to appear extremely beautiful, as if it was a celestial island. "We're here." Xiao Han slowed down his flying speed, feeling a little excited. At this moment, boom, in the sky, a powerful and wild aura swept past as a beam of light shot directly into the giant whale island. Xiao Han could vaguely see a man wearing luxurious battle armor walking within the beam of light. His entire body was emitting an ancient and desolate aura. In a breath, he exploded with the power to destroy a planet. Oh. He's a contestant. A veteran xeno-chivalrous warrior. He's my opponent. Xiao Han immediately understood. Just as he finished his thought, a sharp bolt of lightning suddenly exploded in the void without any warning. Instantly, thunder rumbled and all the air exploded. The space crystal wall cracked inch by inch, and traces of spider webs appeared in the sky. A long-haired man in a black robe, whose hair was surrounded by lightning, flew through the air and entered the giant whale island. Another strong opponent. Xiao Han nodded silently. Immediately after, a bright moon rose from the end of the sea. The graceful moonlight covered the surface of the sea. A woman with an ethereal temperament like a painting quietly stepped on the moonlight and walked toward the giant whale island. Her blue robe fluttered. She was breathtakingly beautiful, like pearls and jade. Her skin was sparkling and translucent, and her body was surrounded by brilliant light. She stepped onto the giant whale island unhurriedly, as if she had come to participate in a banquet. Damn, another one. Xiao Han was still in the air. He didn't immediately step onto the giant whale island. He looked left and right. A red light appeared on the northern horizon. Not long after, the red light became brighter and brighter, dyeing the surrounding sky red as if it was burning. A figure flew over at a speed several times faster than the speed of sound and landed on the island. Looking at the back, it was a middle-aged man. He was tall and sturdy, and his joints were thick. At the same time, a large patch of white clouds in the sky was torn apart like a piece of cloth. A formless blade intent cut through all things, even the formless and intangible air was cut open. The sky was filled with blade intent. A sharp bladesman also landed on the island. Blade intent? Xiao Han was affected by the blade intent. His blood surged, and he almost vomited. It's also a blade intent close to great achievement. It's slightly more powerful than my current blade intent. Moreover, his blade intent has been baptized by countless battles, so it's even more invasive. It suppressed my blade intent immediately. Xiao Han hurriedly used the spirit turtle's true chi to seal up his blade intent. Only then was he not affected. Just like that, the experts arrived one after another and set foot on the giant whale island. Each of these experts had multicolored lights and divine rainbows shooting out from their bodies, producing a myriad of strange phenomena. Their auras were all extremely powerful, and they all had the kind of aura of an angry monarch. Their auras surged and spread out, as if they were mountains pressing down on all directions. Competing for a ranking with these experienced heroes. Compared to this, the selection of heroes last time really was weak. Xiao Han shook his head gently. Whatever. I'll go to the giant whale island first. Xiao Han thought of something and was about to set foot on the island. However, at this moment, boom! A blazing sun fell from 10,000 meters high in the sky. This blazing sun illuminated the world. It was grand and magnificent. Wherever it passed, there was an aura that could burn everything. The trajectory of this blazing sun was originally going to land on the giant whale island. However, it suddenly stopped in front of Xiao Han. Within the blazing sun, a man walked out. This man was dressed in a golden robe. The outline of his face was like a sculpture, cold and resolute. His eyes were like a heavenly king's, as if he was born to attract light. As soon as he appeared, it was as if he was the only one in the world. He was filled with an invincible spirit and confidence. The smell of controlling spring and autumn rushed into the sky. In an instant, a sonorous hymn rushed out of the man's body. Golden sunlight shone in all directions, and in each ray of sunlight, one could vaguely see the shadows of countless living beings praying and worshipping. It was the great Sun Emperor. The great Sun Emperor stood in front of Xiao Han. His divine might was awe-inspiring, as if a god had descended. Xiao Han. The great Sun Emperor stared at Xiao Han. The blazing sun floated above his head. The divine light was dense like a tide. Within the blazing sun, a god sat cross-legged. His eyes were closed, but he was brewing a terrifying might and power. "Oh, the great Sun Emperor, long time no see." Xiao Han laughed coldly and stared at the great Sun Emperor without blinking. Under the majestic aura of the great Sun Emperor, Xiao Han's face was actually fearless and he faced him calmly. This caused a strange feeling to well up in the heart of the great Sun Emperor. He couldn't help but blurt out. "The world is really unpredictable. Back then, I could kill an ant whenever I wanted. Now, he has actually grown up. Never would I have thought." "Ha ha ha ha, the great Sun Emperor, I remember now. Back then, at the border of the proud Sun Empire, you bullied the weak because you coveted my secrets. You actually went crazy and wanted to lay your hands on me. Ha ha ha, you hypocrite. Sanctimonious. But it's a pity that the me now is not the same as before. You no longer have the chance to bully me. Moreover, the humiliation and oppression you have given me, sooner or later, I will make you pay." Xiao Han laughed and looked at the great Sun Emperor. His eyes were filled with provocation. Opposing each other. In terms of aura, he was definitely not afraid of the great Sun Crown Prince. Humph. Despicable person. The great Sun Emperor was enraged. "Xiao Han, the achievements you have today are all because of the methods of the demon race. You have long gone astray and abandoned yourself. A small character will always be a small character. A despicable person will always be a despicable person. Perhaps, since you have come to participate in the ranking competition, then I, the great Sun Emperor, will definitely find a chance to clean up for the entire demon race. Get lost." Xiao Han laughed and scolded. "If I find a chance, I will still kill you. Just wait and see." Finishing his words, Xiao Han didn't even look back as he stepped onto the giant whale island. Roar. "A small character dares to provoke me. Courting death." The great Sun Emperor's eyes were about to pop out as he let out a roar. At the same time, above his head, the deity within the blazing sun opened his mouth slightly and let out a mysterious and majestic voice. This voice vibrated violently, containing sharpness, holiness, decisiveness and anger. All the syllables were like a cluster of volcanoes, erupting at the same time, overwhelming the heavens and earth. "Xiao Han, I will never let you go." The great Sun Emperor also stepped onto the giant whale island. Chapter 267. On Giant Whale Island, a storm was brewing. The 16 contestants, including Xiao Han, who were competing for the 1,650th position in the Hex Hero ranking competition, had all entered Giant Whale Island. At this time, the sky was gradually turning dark. Under the blood-red setting sun, there was a valley with withered vines wrapped around green stones on the island. Birds were returning to their nests. Fallen leaves were falling, and the environment was a little desolate. However, in such a valley, there were as many as 16 powerhouses of the human clan. These 16 people were all Hex heroes who were the mainstays of the world today. Although among them, there were no Hex heroes ranked within the top 1,000, but they were the most promising competitors for the Hex heroes in the future. All of their experiences were immortal legends. They had killed countless beasts and made great contributions to the world. They were all geniuses among geniuses, outstanding. If the geniuses who participated in the Hex Hero trial competition were described as semi-finished products, then the 16 people in front of them were all finished products that had been sculpted by blood and fire. The geniuses who died and died were no longer geniuses. No one would remember them. Only the geniuses who were alive, who had experienced many cruel battles and still stood tall, were the real geniuses. Now, these 16 people were either crouching like tigers or coiling dragons, or standing like lone cranes, or standing straight like javelins, or sitting cross-legged, or resting with their eyes closed, or walking around. Each of them had a fierce and threatening aura, as if they could pierce through anything, break anything, and crush anything. They were extremely powerful. Moreover, a few of them had a feeling that they were about to break through the void, fly away with the wind, or even break out of their cocoons and become butterflies. They gave people an unparalleled spiritual pressure. There were similar marks on the Emperor of the Sun. Xiao Han knew that these were the signs of a possible breakthrough. They were the signs of ascending from the acupoint expanding realm to the talisman transforming realm. A thin line. Maybe in this competition, there was a possibility of a breakthrough. In fact, the Hex heroes who participated in the ranking competition were not purely for the ranking, but more to accumulate experience and gain valuable experience from talking to the strong, so that they could break through to the next realm. Xiao Han casually sat on a protruding rock, and kept observing his opponents from the corner of his eyes. Among the 15 opponents, there were 3 women. According to the information Xiao Han had obtained, the 3 women were Lu Weining, who was ranked 1777 on the demon ranking, Fairy Hao Yu, who was ranked 1802, and Luo Fanghua, who was ranked 2002. The 3 women were either graceful and noble, ethereal and graceful, or valiant and formidable looking, and they were truly a perfect match for each other. Each of them had their own charm and bearing. A black-robed, long-haired man with lightning crackling in his hair appeared. His eyes were clear and bright, and his appearance was otherworldly. Lightning from the 9 heavens formed runes around his body, and all types of lightning dragons, lightning snakes, and lightning birds continuously appeared and disappeared. He spoke for the first time, breaking the oppressive atmosphere. I heard that the chief examiner of the ranking competition this time is an ancient giant. I wonder when he came to Giant Whale Island. Perhaps they've already arrived here, and are secretly observing us. Lu Weining, one of the 3 women, smiled sweetly. Her entire body was covered in mist, and her style was unmatched. Tang Fong, you've improved a lot these past few years. You've also finished expanding your meridians 10 times, and you're preparing to transform your true qi into a talisman. He, Tang Fong, you're born with a lightning bloodline. You can summon the 9 heavens divine lightning to kill your enemies. Once you transform your true qi into a talisman, it'll definitely be a lightning talisman. That'll be impressive. He, Weining, likewise. You've also improved by leaps and bounds. The black-robed, long-haired man with lightning crackling at his hair smiled modestly. Born with a lightning bloodline is nothing special. After entering the talisman transformation realm, who's stronger and who's weaker mainly depends on your accumulation and foundation. Tang Fong, you expanded your meridians 10 times, 43 times. He, in terms of accumulation, you're still a little immature. The Emperor of the Sun smiled awkwardly. Oh. Emperor of the Sun, you expanded your meridians 10 times, 47 times. Very impressive. Tang Fong's expression changed. Yes, you expanded your meridians 4 times more than me. However, if we really fight, you probably won't be my opponent. I was born with a lightning bloodline, and cultivating the 9 heavens divine lightning true qi complements each other. Ever since I started cultivating, I've rarely met an opponent. Ha 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 ha. Tang Fong, don't worry. In this ranking competition, if we have a battle, I, the Emperor of the Sun, will definitely accompany you. I'll also let you witness the power of the Great Sun Heart Sutra. The Emperor of the Sun laughed coldly. Alright, let's not quarrel. Although we're all arrogant and unruly, and no one is willing to submit to anyone easily, but I have to say that everyone has improved greatly. If we really fight, no one can say for sure that they'll win. Let's not argue. Since we're all here, if we want to fight, we'll have plenty of opportunities to do so. A middle-aged man with a straight nose and a square mouth said with a faint smile. His aura was smooth and flawless, and he was deep and unfathomable. This person's words were extremely appropriate, as though he had considered every issue, and all the details were extremely thorough. He looked at the big picture in everything, and his words were also very graceful. He had the demeanor of a natural leader. This is the Devil Hero ranking, ranked 1811. Zhuge Xing. Xiao Han looked at the middle-aged man, and with a slight scan of the Devil Hero token, he knew the background of this person. We're all old comrades, and also old opponents. To be able to cultivate to this level, which one of us is mediocre? In a few years, all of you must have made great progress. The ranking of the last 10 years' holy war can now be completely overturned. We must rearrange the ranking. However, there are still a few years before the next 10 years' holy war. I've long been itching to fight. In this ranking challenge, let me test the extent of everyone's progress. Those who don't make great progress will definitely be replaced by the latecomers. Survival of the fittest. The Thousand Sword Gentleman, ranked 1788 on the Devil Hero ranking, said coldly and arrogantly. The sword chi all over his body was like a rainbow, emitting the spirit of a sword cultivator from the inside out. He would rather break than bend in pursuit of victory. He. The Seven Knights Devil Young Master, ranked 1700 on the Devil Hero ranking, laughed sinisterly and did not speak. Ha 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 ha. Loud laughter sounded. It came from Ying Zhantian. 20 years ago, Ying Zhantian had already occupied the 1458th place on the Devil Hero ranking. With his hands behind his back, his eyes were like a god's, and his aura was like that of an ancient demonic bird. There was no one could compete with him. It was as though he was a natural king, and his aura was disdainful of the world. His laughter contained endless mockery. This time, I, Ying Zhantian, will definitely take this ranking. Ha 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 ha, this is the first gift that I, Ying Zhantian, have returned to the martial world. This is also a ranking that I, Ying Zhantian, deserve. Don't argue. Your strength is not enough, so don't be delusional. In this ranking challenge, you are all just foils and embellishments. Ha 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 ha. Oh. Ying Zhantian? Yes, 20 years ago, you were ranked first on the Devil Hero ranking. But 20 years have passed, and the world has changed. Many things are no longer under your control. We may not necessarily lose to you. Xiong Baishan, ranked first on the Devil Hero ranking, was the first to shout. Humph. I won't argue with you juniors. When the competition starts, I will make all of you bow down to me. I, Ying Zhantian, am destined to be invincible and take back everything that belongs to me. Ying Zhantian's tone was very arrogant, with a kind of majestic and domineering arrogance. At this moment, Ying Zhantian's eyes turned and found that Xiao Han was staring at him intently. Oh. You are the young devil hero Xiao Han who has been in the limelight recently, right? I heard that you killed a high-level demon emperor, so you were recognized by the higher-ups. They made an exception to let you participate in the Devil Hero ranking challenge that you are not qualified to participate in. Ha ha ha. I see that you are only about 20 years old. It hasn't been long since you became a Devil Hero, and you are already in the limelight everywhere. Even if you have some talent, you are still too immature. This game is not something that you can afford to play. Ying Zhantian's attitude towards Xiao Han was full of undisguised disdain. Xiao Han smiled faintly. Whether or not I can afford to play this game is not up to you to decide. Ying Zhantian, right? Senior Devil Hero, you have dominated the world since 20 years ago. However, you have to be careful this time. Otherwise, there is a possibility of failure. Oh. You talk back to me like this? Interesting, very interesting. Well, Xiao Han. I, Ying Zhantian, will now completely remember you. You are really tough. But you are still too weak at the moment. It is true that your bones are hard, but your strength is weak and your bones are hard. Disaster is imminent. You better pray for yourself now. Don't meet me in this competition, otherwise, I will teach you how to behave. Xianxia grinned a few times, a cold murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Xiao Han did not care. But he did not say anything more. Lu Weining was very friendly. She stood beside Xiao Han, tilted her head and smiled at Xiao Han, whispering, Xiao Han, senior devil heroes like Xianxia are the most aloof. You are still young and your realm is far below his. It is not wise for you to be so arrogant in front of him. As she spoke, Lu Weining's voice was as thin as gossamer, so low that only Xiao Han could hear it. Xiao Han, this person is famous for being narrow-minded. You have to be more careful in the competition to prevent him from retaliating against you. Thank you for the reminder, Senior Lu. Xiao Han thanked her repeatedly. Ah. Why are you calling me senior? Lu Weining actually lost her composure when she heard this. Am I that old? Xiao Han was embarrassed. But he thought to himself, all of you here are probably much older than me, aren't you? At least several times older than me. At this moment. Well, all the contestants have arrived at Giant Whale Island. So, the competition for the 1650th seat in this year's Devil Hero Ranking Challenge will begin. A voice that could be called mighty rang out in the sky. In an instant, all 16 people in the valley, including Xiao Han, felt a powerful wave of true energy emanating from it. This true energy seemed to envelop the entire Giant Whale Island within it. Xiao Han could not help but look up, and was instantly horrified. In the sky, like a mirage, a figure that was 1,000 feet tall appeared. This figure was like an ancient Buddha or a deity, worthy of worship. Then, a huge aura engulfed the entire Giant Whale Island. But soon, the 300-meter-tall figure in the sky shrank. In the end, a middle-aged man walked down from the sky. He wore white clothes that fluttered like the clouds. The aura on his body was unfathomable. Furthermore, it felt as if he had never cultivated in martial arts at first glance. His entire body exuded a unnatural aura, as if he had returned to his true self. Following his appearance, there was an ethereal sound in the sky and on the ground. It was hazy, indistinct, and full of artistic conception. But it was very strange. Although there was no fluctuation of vital energy from this middle-aged man, the entire Giant Whale Island was filled with the fluctuation of vital energy. It was extremely mysterious. Moreover, there was a peerless majesty that could not be concealed between his eyebrows. Every movement of his body emitted a huge aura. This aura did not seem to be brewed by any vital energy or cultivation method, but the aura emitted by the middle-aged man himself. It was as if every cell in his body was filled with an irresistible aura. In the valley, the auras created by the 16 people, including Xiao Han, instantly crumbled under the aura that the middle-aged man casually emitted, turning into ashes. So powerful, too powerful. This person can directly suppress me spiritually, suppressing me so tightly that I don't even have the chance to resist. He makes me feel a huge difference in the level of life. It's like heaven and earth. I'm no match for him. Even if I use all my trump cards, use all my demonic techniques, or even transform into the Azure Dragon, I'm still no match for him. Not only am I no match for him, but I can also be killed in a second. Of course, it wasn't just me. Everyone here, including the arrogant Xianxia, would definitely be instantly killed by this almighty being. There is no room for struggle. What kind of realm is this? This is the legendary Eternal Giant? The giant who ranks in the top 100 on the Hex Hero list, the guardian of our human race? An existence that would never fall, would never die, would never be destroyed, and would never fall? Suspected to be an immortal? What's his ranking among the eternal giants? Xiao Han was completely shocked. Too powerful, really too powerful. His aura is stronger than that of Sect Master and Mu Zishi, and also surpasses any of the examiners I met in the Hex Hero trial. If I hadn't seen this kind of person, I wouldn't have known that there is such a powerful existence in this world. Of course, the spiritual wave that spied on the secret in my heart was also extremely powerful, but I didn't see him in person, so I didn't have the visual impact of facing this eternal giant. The eternal giant, the middle-aged man in white, slowly walked into the valley. So that the 16 contestants, including Xiao Han, faced him. Other than Xiao Han, the other 15 people were all stunned. They kept their mouths shut and cowered, as if they were thieves who had been caught red-handed. They were extremely guilty and didn't dare to face Xiao Han. Well, you're all very good. You all have a chance to compete for this position. The ancient giant's gaze swept through the crowd. In an instant, everyone present felt as if their bodies had been completely exposed by a mysterious force. There was not a single secret that could be hidden. Xiao Han was even more nervous. He used the spirit turtle True Qi to seal his heart tightly. But fortunately, the demon egg hibernating in his heart was not seen through by the eternal giant. This made Xiao Han feel lucky. This eternal giant, how should I address you? Even with Ying Zhantian's conceit and arrogance, when facing this eternal giant, he was scared and had to use honorifics. The eternal giant waved his hand. You don't need to know my name and ranking. What you need to do next is to do your best in this ranking challenge. Well, now come with me. From now on, this Hex Hero ranking challenge officially begins. Come with me. To be continued. Chapter 268. Looking at the examiner, the arrival of an ancient giant indicated that this year's Devilman ranking L battle had officially begun. The 16 contestants were going to compete fiercely for the 1650th place on the monster ranking list. Everyone, please follow me. The ancient giant smiled and walked out of the valley slowly, stepping on the withered leaves. His entire body emitted a mysterious aura, as if everything was under his control. Under the influence of the giant's aura, the disobedient and dissolute veteran swordsmen all became well-behaved and knew their place. They did not even dare to breathe too loudly. All of them were extremely obedient as they followed behind the ancient giant. Xiao Han silently followed at the back of the group. Out of the valley, there was a long path lined with fresh flowers and fragrant flowers. No one spoke a word along the way. At the end of the long path, they saw a towering mountain rising into the sky. The mountain was about 10,000 zhang tall, like a sharp sword piercing the sky. It was like a divine mountain, causing those who stood at the foot of the mountain to feel extreme pressure, suffocation, and palpitations. It was as if they were facing an ancient giant. The mountain was grayish-brown in color, without any vegetation covering it. It exuded an ancient and mysterious aura, as if time had passed. What a majestic mountain, it makes people feel like they can't climb it. Xiao Han involuntarily stopped in his tracks, his heart filled with admiration. The ancient giant also stopped at the foot of the mountain, then turned around. The 16 contestants, including Xiao Han, stood in a row, looking at the ancient giant suspiciously. What were they going to do now? Fight at the foot of the mountain, and the winner would be the king? Or to see who would be able to climb over this divine mountain? Everyone, today's ranking challenge competition has officially begun. This ranking challenge competition is similar to the Monster Hero selection competition that all of you have participated in before. It is not only a test of the contestants' martial prowess, but also a test of luck. It is mysterious. As a matter of fact, as a martial artist, luck would accompany him throughout his life and was indispensable. Heh. Speaking of this, the ancient giant's eyes narrowed slightly and he sighed in a low voice. When you reach my level of cultivation, you will find that sometimes luck is even more important than strength. Alas, back in those days, all my old brothers were outstanding geniuses, but along the way, they all fell one by one. It just so happened that I, a good-for-nothing person, finally entered the top 0 of the Devilman ranking list and became the ancient giant that you guys mentioned. Alas. It's all because of time, luck, and fate. It's not something I can do. Hearing this ancient giant ramble on, all the participants looked at each other in dismay, not knowing what he was trying to do. Heh, everyone, listen up. Although the Hex Hero Ranking Challenge and the Hex Hero Trial were different routes to the same goal and coincide. However, the competition schedule was much shorter. Let's also use the method of passing the test. However, there were only 2 checkpoints. There are a total of 16 of you. After going through 2 checkpoints, the last one will get the 1650th place on the Devilman list. Do you understand? The ancient giant smiled at the participants. Oh. So that's how it is. There are 2 checkpoints, layers of screening. Out of the 16, 15 will be eliminated, and the last one will get the 1650th place. Xiao Han nodded to himself. For Xiao Han, who had just participated in the Hex Hero trial, this kind of competition system was not unfamiliar. On the contrary, it made it easier for Xiao Han to accept. The other 15 senior devil men also nodded their heads. This ancient giant, we have completely understood what you mean. Then, may I ask, what is the content of the first checkpoint? The Emperor of the Sun asked impatiently. He had a sense of eagerness to win. Ha ha ha, don't be impatient. It's just 2 checkpoints, it won't make you feel complicated and long. The ancient giant said confidently. Alright, I will talk about the first checkpoint. In the first checkpoint, out of the 16 of you, 8 people will be eliminated. The remaining 8 people will successfully enter the second checkpoint. The first checkpoint, 16 to enter. Half of the elimination rate. The participants all quieted down, held their breath, pricked up their ears, and listened carefully. The first checkpoint is to climb this ancient sacred mountain. The ancient giant finally announced the content of the first checkpoint. It really is to climb a mountain. A few of the participants exclaimed in their hearts. However, they also vaguely felt that something was wrong. The first checkpoint was actually to climb a mountain. Although this ancient sacred mountain emitted an unsurpassable aura that made people's hearts palpitate, and ordinary people didn't even have the courage to climb it. But for these senior devil men, which one of them wasn't an unfathomable big shot that could travel 1,000 miles in an instant? Asking them to climb a mountain was a little too much. Ha ha ha, of course, as the first checkpoint of the Hex Hero ranking competition, this sacred mountain is not so easy to climb. The ancient giant laughed. In the next moment, he waved his sleeves. Streaks of mist and rare godly light surged out from the ancient giant's sleeves like thousands of galloping horses. It enveloped the body of the ancient sacred mountain. All of a sudden, 16 holes appeared on the grayish-brown mountain. These 16 caves were the entrance to a tunnel. Each of them was the same size, and they all emitted a glazed luster. Endless airflow surrounded them, and the light was distorted. On the surface, these 16 caves were exactly the same, and there was no difference. Oh. Xiao Han was stunned. Then, an idea flashed through his mind. I know now. The so-called climbing over the mountain is actually a trick. I don't really need to climb over the ancient mountain, but to pass through these caves. Then, 16 caves and 1 tunnel must be hiding an unknown danger, and it will be a test for the participants. 16 participants, each of you will choose a path. As expected, the ancient giant said. To put it simply, only 1 person will be able to successfully pass through this sacred mountain. Oh. I see. I see. This is the so-called top 16 to top 8. The contestants were all clear now. Ancient giant, is this what you mean by luck? One of the corridors is the path of life, which allows one to pass directly through the mountain and advance to the next trial. There is also the path of death. Those who choose the path of death will be trapped in the belly of the mountain and eliminated, Ingzhan Tian said cautiously. However, there was a feeling of discomfort in his heart. It must be known that Ingzhan Tian was already invincible among this group of participants in terms of cultivation base and combat strength. Therefore, Ingzhan Tian was not afraid of fighting alone or against a group. Instead, he was excited to use his tyrannical methods to kill. Ying Ting had overcome all the obstacles along the way, suppressing all the outstanding talents, and finally obtained the 1650th ranking. But now, it seemed that luck was more important in the rules, and the first stage was actually a choice between the path of life and path of death. The displeasure in Ying Xianxian's heart was clear on his face. Oh. The ancient giant smiled at Ying Xianxian. You are Ying Xianxian, right? I've heard of you. As early as 20 years ago, you were ranked within the 1560th place on the Devilman list. If you hadn't encountered a mutated demon emperor and escaped with injuries, I'm afraid you would have been a giant of the ages now. What do you think of the rules of this first stage? This. Ying Xianxian was a little hesitant, but he still braced himself and said. The ancient giant's words about luck are too illusory, making people unable to grasp it in their hands. Ha ha ha, that's not true. Luck can also be seen and touched. For example, 20 years ago, when you fought with the mutated demon emperor, if it weren't for your luck, I'm afraid that your corpse would have been cold by now. Why don't you believe in fate now? The ancient giant said with certainty. Yes, I admit that luck is one aspect, but that battle was also because I had enough foundation and strength, so I could escape. Otherwise, luck alone would not be able to escape bad luck. Ying Xianxian slightly argued. The ancient giant did not take offense, but instead smiled in agreement. Yes, luck and strength, both cannot be lacking. If you only have strength without luck, your life will be a waste. If you only have luck without strength, it will be a reckless waste of resources. Thus, this first stage is a comprehensive test of strength and luck. Crossing the tunnel, crossing the mountain, and they actually said that this is a comprehensive test of strength and luck? Could it be that there really is a ferocious creature hidden in the tunnel? Is there going to be a fierce battle? Hearing this, Xiao Han's heart skipped a beat. In the first tunnel, there is only one, the Zhuangkang Great Path. Once you choose this path, everything will be smooth sailing. You will be able to pass through this divine mountain and pass the first trial, explained the ancient giant. However, there is only one Zhuangkang Great Path. If you choose this tunnel, it will be good luck. Conversely, there is also a bad luck. In Tunnel 1, you will meet me in one of them. Yes, you must defeat me in order to pass. That is the worst luck. Hiss. The participants all gasped. One of the passageways would actually lead to an ancient giant. Moreover, you must defeat him in order to pass. However, everyone understood that to defeat this ancient giant was no different from a fool's dream. That was something that was completely impossible. Even if the ancient giant only defended and did not attack, it was impossible for him to pass. The worst luck, to encounter the ancient giant, is the same as being eliminated. This is probably the worst choice. Zhuge Xing, who was ranked 1811th on the monster ranking, laughed at himself. I hope my luck is not that bad. Once you encounter me, don't hope that I will go easy on you. I will not go easy on you. If you want to pass through here, you'll have to defeat me in a real fight, the ancient giant said without any hesitation. Defeat you? I don't think anyone here dares to fight you. Xiao Han licked his lips. Then, one of the best luck, one of the worst luck, and the remaining tunnel. These tunnels will intersect in pairs and converge in pairs. In other words, if you give up the tunnel that leads you to pass and the tunnel that leads you to meet me, the remaining 11 tunnels, no matter what you choose, you will meet an opponent. Only the courageous will win. Out of the 14 participants, only one will pass. The ancient giant squinted his eyes. In the first tunnel, only one can reach the other side and see the beautiful scenery outside of this mountain. Now, do you understand the rules? Everyone nodded. Understood everything. One of them was a straight path, and there was no danger. The other was a dead end, and if one encountered an ancient powerhouse, they would lose without a doubt. As for the remaining path, the 14 contestants would meet in pairs, and they would fight to the death. The winner would pass, and the loser would have to return home. Indeed, what the ancient giant said was not wrong. This first trial was a double test of luck and combat ability. Not a single one could be missing. Okay, the 16 of you, make your choice. Don't take any chances, and don't release your mind power to probe every tunnel, because no matter what, you will not find any clues. Before you enter the first tunnel, it will be exactly the same to you, without the slightest clue or abnormality. Choose as you please. The ancient giant clapped his hands. The first trial begins now. The 16 participants looked at each other, then at the 16 glistening tunnels. Forget it. I choose first. You'd better pray that you don't meet me. Xiantian gritted his teeth and moved, entering one of the tunnels. As soon as he entered the cave, the entrance was sealed, preventing anyone else from entering. There's nothing to wait and see, it's just a gamble of luck. Ha ha ha, interesting, interesting. The Devil Lord of 7 Knights, ranked 1700th on the Hex ranking, also made a random choice. He flashed into a tunnel. The tunnel was sealed. Interesting. Interesting. The 1,000 Swords gentleman also turned into a sword light and shot into a tunnel. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the contestants made their choices one after another. In reality, this choice was more of an intuition, a feeling, without any basis. Xiao Han, I wish you good luck. Lu Weiniang smiled sweetly at Xiao Han and also entered a cave. Xiao Han, I don't know if we will meet again. The great Sun crossed his arms and looked at Xiao Han, his eyes filled with killing intent. But I can tell you in advance, if we meet, then, you will die a terrible death. My disciple Huolai, if he is still alive, I'm afraid he will also be a genius. Good, good, Xiao Han, wait and see. Heavenly Sun Great Sun laughed sinisterly and also chose a cave entrance. Soon, 5 of the 16 entrances had already been sealed, leaving only the final one. Woo, it seems like I don't have any other choice. Xiao Han rubbed his nose and laughed involuntarily. Those guys are really fast. Shaking his head slightly, Xiao Han moved his body and entered the last hole. I don't know who I will meet, or should I say, will I pass directly? Of course, if I am unlucky, I will meet the ancient giant. Chapter 269. The first round of the Monster Hero Ranking Challenge. There were 16 tunnels. 8 of them could pass the test. After the other 15 senior monster heroes had made their choices, Xiao Han jumped into the last tunnel. Buzz, as soon as Xiao Han entered the tunnel, the entrance was sealed by an inexplicable energy wave. A long and serene tunnel extended out in a straight line, like the mouth of a monster. No one knew where it led to. No one knew what dangers or adventures were waiting for Xiao Han. Everything seemed very mysterious. Well, I'll just take things as they come. Don't think too much, just move forward. As long as I don't encounter that ancient giant, I may be able to pass this test. I'm not afraid of those senior monster heroes. I can fight them. Xiao Han walked forward step by step and went deep into the tunnel. This tunnel didn't seem dark, it was filled with light. On the uneven mountain wall, there were many dripping stalactites, and a large number of glowing vines and glowing algae. This caused the passageway to be filled with a myriad of colors. It was strange and dazzling, and it even seemed extremely gorgeous. It was as beautiful as a dream. But it was very sad and lifeless. The atmosphere was terrifying. As Xiao Han walked, his spirit was highly condensed. He could see and listen in all directions, without any distractions. If something went wrong, he would attack violently. However, after walking for more than an hour, there was no movement at all. The tunnel was as quiet as a tomb and a ghostly place. And it gave Xiao Han an illusion that there was no end. He didn't know how long he would have to walk to the end. Even the released spirit waves and true chi can't detect the length of this tunnel. Any true chi and spirit waves, once released to explore, are like clay oxen in the sea. This tunnel is really weird. Xiao Han couldn't help but shake his head. Another tunnel. He said it seriously. This passageway was formed by the intersection of two passageways. At the end of the tunnel, natural light seeped in. There was even a breeze blowing in. That was the exit. In the tunnel, two peerless experts were fighting fiercely. One of them was a young man. Wielding a silver spear in his hand, his battle intent surged. His spear technique was invincible, and the tip of his spear condensed a great destructive power that could destroy everything. Death of ghosts and gods. However, this spear-wielding young man's opponent was a sword cultivator. He was the 1,000-sword gentleman, ranked 1,788th on the monster ranking list. Poo, one sword, 1,000 kills. With a single thought, the 1,000 swords Lang Jun could send out 1,000 strands of sword chi. Each strand of sword chi was covered in sword chi. Turtles, snakes, dragons, and tigers coiled around them. They swayed continuously, mighty and majestic like 1,000 long rivers. Clang! 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 The spear-wielding youth swung his spear in a circle, blocking the sword chi. He blocked 1,000 swords. The 1,000-sword Lang Jun truly lives up to his reputation. Not only was he within arm's reach of the symbol transformation realm, what was even more terrifying was his battle prowess. Sword cultivators were truly worthy of being called the martial artists with the strongest attack power. They were too incisive and could kill 1,000 people with a single sword. Each sword was faster and more powerful than the last. Each sword contained the arc of the Great Tao. However, I, Hua Shaolin, have not spent all these years painstakingly cultivating in vain. It won't be easy for you to get past me if I can block your ultimate killing technique, 1,000-sword Lang Jun. What? Why is this happening? I clearly blocked 1,000 of your swords, this. Shockingly, a horrifying sword mark suddenly appeared on the spear-wielding young man's chest, and fresh blood immediately sprayed out violently. In an instant, the sword chi had seeped into his body and was attacking and destroying his internal organs. Clang! The spear fell to the ground. Where did this sword come from? Why? Ha ha ha. If I go back and practice for another 5 years, I might have the chance to clearly see how my 1,001 swords were executed. Alright, enough nonsense. The 1,000-sword gentleman, have passed. The 1,000-sword gentleman kept his sword and stepped on the path that led to the outside of the mountain. Bang! Zhuge Xing, who was ranked 1,811th on the devilish hero ranking, struck out with a palm that could topple the mountains and overturn the seas. It was so powerful that it could swallow the mountains and rivers. It sent a tall and slender woman flying. Pooh! The woman spat out a mouthful of blood and lay on the ground. Her pretty face was pale. Luo Fanghua, thank you for letting me win. Although your ranking is below 2,000, the combat strength you displayed really surprised me. It forced me to use all my strength to injure you. But it doesn't matter. Your injury is not serious. You just need to rest for a few hours and you will be fine. Zhuge Xing smiled calmly. He moved his body and immediately stepped on the path that led to the outside of the mountain. My luck is not bad. I met an opponent that I can deal with. I have successfully passed the first stage. Zhuge Xing's voice came faintly. Luo Fanghua clenched her teeth and her heart was filled with hatred. Boom! In the blazing sun above the great Sun Emperor's head, the peerless deity suddenly reached out a palm. On this palm, flames shot up to the sky, creating a flaming storm. The aura that could burn the mountains and boil the seas swept out. Alright. Great Sun Emperor, you are strong. I will not fight with you anymore. You can go over. Your combat strength is too strong. If you did not meet Xiantian, you would naturally get the 1,650th position. A skinny man moved nimbly and narrowly dodged the attack of the Great Sun Emperor. He was sweating profusely and admitted defeat. Humph. The Great Sun Emperor retracted his attack and sneered. At least you know what's good for you. If you continue to resist, I will beat you until you are hovering between life and death. But what a pity that I did not meet Xiao Han. No matter, let's see if Xiao Han can pass this stage and reach the second stage. I still have a chance to deal with him. The Great Sun Emperor placed his hands behind his back and proudly stepped on the path that led to the outside of the mountain. He was full of vigor, like a victorious general. In a tunnel. Ha 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 ha. Mantis trying to stop a chariot, get lost. Xianxia's arrogant voice rang out. One could only see Xianxia's body surging with true qi. Above his head, a talisman floated. This talisman looked like it was made of jade. The talisman was as large as an acre, and it was surrounded by auspicious clouds. Colorful lights radiated from it, and the talisman was like a dazzling starry sky. It flickered incessantly, and no one dared to look at it. In the depths of the talisman vaguely, one could see a small person chanting scriptures. The voice of the great Tao was singing. Furthermore, some of the small people were punching and kicking. Some were practicing profound martial arts, some were wielding their sabers and swords, and some were forming complicated hand seals, true qi transformed into talismans. This was a genuine talisman transformation realm. You acupoint expansion realm people will never understand the difference between acupoint expansion and talisman transformation. A higher official can crush others to death. Even without me making a move, I can suppress you until you can't speak. Get lost. Xianxian let out a muffled roar. His opponent was a man with a jade-like face. Even his soul was shaken. He spat out a mouthful of hot blood. His whole body went limp and weak, and he was thrown away, lost. Talisman transformation realm is indeed extraordinary. Xianxian, this time's devil hero ranking competition. No one is a match for you. You will definitely win. I am so unlucky to meet a ruthless person like you. I admit defeat. However, I have gained many benefits from being able to face a talisman transformation realm expert. It is greatly beneficial for me to transform my true qi into talismans. In the tunnel where Xiao Han was. No way. I've been walking for more than 2 hours, and I still can't get out of this tunnel. At this moment, Xiao Han thought to himself. At this moment, Xiao Han felt a little anxious. Not only could he not get out of this tunnel, but he also did not encounter any opponents. Xiao Han seemed to be trapped in a maze, unable to extricate himself. However, once he entered this tunnel, he couldn't stop, and he couldn't turn back. There was no turning back. He continued forward. As he walked, a turn appeared in front of him. Xiao Han was slightly taken aback. Soon after, he did not think too much about it. With a turn of his body, he followed the turn and walked over. Just as he turned a corner, Xiao Han's figure suddenly stopped. His eyes were filled with horror. All the blood in his body seemed to freeze. He saw that at the end of the turn, which was about 100 zhang away from Xiao Han, there was a tall figure standing there. This person had his hands behind his back, facing Xiao Han, and did not move at all. Around his body, endless airflow was collapsing and twisting. Strands of immortal qi sprang out from all over his body. The immortal qi intertwined and formed immortal dragons. This person was bathed in a kind of heavenly divine light. With a slight movement of his body, immortal lotuses bloomed everywhere, immortal swords flew everywhere, and immortal mountains were everywhere. Above his head, the immortal qi was the most vigorous, as if he had communicated with an immortal kingdom and the immortal realm. It seemed that some immortal was about to come out of this immortal realm and descend the rules. It was the immortal emperor. Just by showing Xiao Han his back, Xiao Han felt that he was invulnerable and undefeatable, as if everything was under his control. Xiao Han's blood cooled down. I'm so unlucky. Why did this happen? I've bumped into an immortal emperor. This is the so-called worst draw. Among the 16 paths, only one of them has a chance of bumping into an immortal emperor, but I happened to bump into him. Is my luck really that weak? Why did I bump into him when there's only a 1 in 16 chance? What should I do now? Do I really have to fight this immortal emperor? All kinds of thoughts came one after another, causing Xiao Han's mind to be in a mess. Unfortunately, you've bumped into me. Now, I'll give you 2 choices. You can move forward and try to fight me. If you don't have the guts, then give up on the trial and go back. The immortal emperor did not turn around. However, his deep and desolate voice, like that of an ancient immortal emperor, echoed throughout the entire path. Hong 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 hong, the entire path trembled because of the immortal emperor's voice. Chapter 270. If you want to fight, I'll fight with you. If you don't want to fight, retreat immediately. The ancient giant's voice was like thunder. When he opened his mouth, Dao voice burst out. Rumble. Rumble. It was deafening. Moreover, the voice was sacred and pure, dispelling all evil auras. It was majestic and supreme, like the teachings of a saint, and no one could refute it. It was like the voice of the origin of the Tao. The ancient giant's voice cut through the air, causing a huge sonic boom. It was extremely terrifying. It was as if it was going to pierce and shatter one's soul. In the face of such a voice, it seemed like anyone could only bow their head and obey, crawl on the ground and tremble. Not only did it make people want to retreat, but it also made them feel helpless, as if there was no place in the world for them to stand on. Am I, Xiao Han, going to be defeated in the first round? Xiao Han was shaken by the Tao voice of the ancient giant. His blood and qi surged and his body went limp. He almost lost control of his mind. However, there was also a roar of indignation in his heart. I, Xiao Han, have been blessed with luck in my life. I obtained the demon egg, went against the heavens and seized the destiny. I made a name for myself in the Pure Rain sect, passed the devil hero trial, and defeated the green dragon demon emperor. Could it be that my luck is too good and I'm envied by the heavens, causing my luck to decline? No, my fate is in the hands of man, not the heavens. If the heavens want to destroy me, I'll kill them. Moreover, I have to prepare for the expanding acupoint realm. Not only do I need to accumulate enough strength, I also need to sharpen my spirit so that it will be flawless and sharp. If I retreat now, it will leave a shadow in my heart, and my will to win will suffer a setback. What's more, it will give birth to inner demons. If that's the case, I won't be able to reach the expanding acupoint realm in a short period of time. No, I can't retreat. If I just sit here and wait for death, the consequences will be unimaginable. This is not my spirit. Xiao Han's face gradually showed a trace of determination. Traces of battle intent, in an extremely unlikely situation, were completely born from the depths of Xiao Han's heart, at the same time. In another tunnel, Xiong Baishan, who ranked 1800th on the Devilman list, was in the same situation as Xiao Han. At the end of the path Xiong Baishan had chosen, a divine light that was rarely seen throughout the ages bloomed. That ancient giant clasped his hands behind his back and unleashed his aura, ruthlessly suppressing Xiong Baishan. The mental pressure was unparalleled, causing Xiong Baishan to lose all will to fight. His face paled, his knees went soft, and he was in a daze. If you want to fight, then I will fight you. If you don't want to fight, retreat immediately. Rumble. Rumble. The sound of the great Tao erupted and surged over, shaking Xiong Baishan to the point of groaning and directly prostrating on the ground. His body was also trembling. Aren't you going to retreat? Do you really want to fight with me? Overestimating yourself. You overestimate yourself. The voice of this ancient titan was like millions upon millions of people roaring at the same time. Thousands upon thousands of monsters roared at the same time. Thousands upon thousands of volcanoes erupted at the same time, overwhelming the heavens and earth. Overbearing. 1,000 li in one go. I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare. Under this unparalleled pressure, Xiong Baishan's last bit of will to fight vanished in an instant. This lowly one has drawn the worst lot. Encountering an eternal giant like you, I truly do not have any means to resist. I'll retreat now. I can only blame myself for being unlucky. Sigh. Xiong Baishan got up, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and turned to leave. Suddenly, a thought flashed across Xiaohan's mind. I know. I finally understand now. I've been fooled. Before this, I've suspected that this is a conspiracy by the higher-ups of the Devil Hero Pagoda against me. They know that there's a shocking secret in my heart. They didn't expose it in front of me, but did something behind my back. They made an exception to let me participate in this Devil Hero ranking competition just to trick me. Then, within the scope of the rules, they let me meet an ancient titan in the first round and then I'll be eliminated. From then on, I'll be depressed, and I'll be plagued by inner demons. Then, I'll be a useless person. I see. I knew that my luck wouldn't be that bad. I actually ran into a 1 in 16 chance. Xiao Han was enraged. His fear towards the ancient titan gradually disappeared, and was replaced by anger and hatred. And a rebellious mentality. You guys want to trick me, and harm me, but I, Xiao Han, will not comply. You want me to give up just like that? I'm going to give it a try. Now that I've seen through your conspiracy, if I retreat just like that, I'll never have a good ending. Instead of that, I might as well give it my all and kill to my heart's content. Whether it's an ancient titan or an immortal, if you're willing to be cut into pieces, how dare you drag the emperor down from his high horse? Xiao Han was full of determination. He was going to risk it all. You're still not going to retreat? Do you really want to fight me? You've overestimated yourself. You've overestimated yourself. The ancient titan's voice was heard again. It was exactly the same as Xiong Baishan's. However, when this sentence entered Xiao Han's ears, it became an extremely humiliating sentence. It was like a slap to Xiao Han's face. Overestimated myself? Overestimated myself? Do I have to kneel before you and beg for your forgiveness? Do I not have the slightest chance to resist? Xiao Han could feel the pressure from the ancient titan approaching him, causing him to feel suffocated. However, he was unwilling to lose his dignity and be humiliated like this. Thus, he raised his voice and retorted. Strangely, after saying this, Xiao Han actually felt a little better. More comfortable. The feeling of being restrained was immediately relieved. What was even stranger was that the demonic egg that was hibernating in Xiao Han's heart also emitted a faint throbbing, emitting a sense of contentment. Vaguely, the demonic egg transmitted a blurry, almost undetectable intent to Xiao Han. Xiao Han could not fully comprehend the intent, but he could sense one word: dignity. Could it be that the demonic egg is also telling me not to give in, and to have dignity? Xiao Han was shocked to the core. Oh. The ancient titan was stunned by Xiao Han's attitude. Unbelievable. You are so young. Even if you had some miraculous encounters, in front of me, you are nothing more than an ant. With a single thought, I can kill you 1,000 times, 10,000 times. Yet, you dare to roar? What kind of power is it that allows you to face my majesty head-on and even dare to roar? Because of my dignity. Xiao Han held his heart with his right hand. Dignity? The ancient titan was surprised. You dare to talk about dignity in front of me? This is unbelievable. Originally, I wanted to give in. It is true that I am not your opponent, definitely not your opponent. However, the dignity in my heart stopped me from doing so. I used to be a living target with no dignity to speak of. Every day, I was beaten up by others and struggled to survive. At that time, I swore every day that one day, when I, Xiao Han, have power, I will never lose my dignity again. Because I have lost my dignity, I know how precious it is. It is more precious than any martial arts technique, true chi technique, or cultivation level. If a person loses his dignity, he is no different from a walking corpse. Today, if I cower and retreat, then I will never be able to recover from this setback, and the demon in my heart will never be removed. Xiao Han's words were spoken from the bottom of his heart. On the other hand, it was as if the demonic egg in his heart was also transmitting its will, forcing Xiao Han to say these words to not lose his dignity. It was as if the demonic egg also had a supreme dignity that could not be blasphemed. Since Xiao Han had refined the demonic egg, he could not lose his dignity. Hearing Xiao Han's words, the ancient titan was silent. Shockingly, after Xiao Han had finished speaking, he immediately felt that his spirit and soul had become highly condensed, as if they were about to transform. Xiao Han's heart skipped a beat. One had to know that the gap between the 5th level true chi and the 6th level true chi was an insurmountable gap. It required a huge amount of accumulation in order to break through. This accumulation, on one hand, was the accumulation of true chi and physical body, but more importantly, it was a transformation of one's spirit, a sublimation of one's will. One had to go through all kinds of hardships, wander between the line of life and death many times, and possess the courage to face death calmly. Only when all these accumulations were enough, could one suddenly make a huge turnaround, breaking out of the cocoon and becoming a butterfly, reaching the heavens in a single bound. After saying these words, my body actually felt relaxed, and my spirit also gained an indescribable accumulation. Xiao Han's eyes flashed with enlightenment. Indeed, Xiao Han had gained the accumulation and transformation of his spirit. This was an opportunity that could not be sought after. Xiao Han's entire brain became crystal clear. His mind was shining brightly, his mind was clear, and his train of thought was smoother than before. His thinking speed increased, and his thoughts flowed smoothly. Furthermore, in an instant, Xiao Han's eyes shone brightly. His spine straightened, and his whole body became as majestic as a mountain. He emitted an indescribable courage. He had actually taken a step forward. One had to know that he was facing an ancient giant on the demon warrior ranking, an antique ranked in the top 100, and an immortal existence. In the face of such a person, even an ancient powerhouse would not dare to take a step forward. In other words, a step was a short distance, but it required great courage, wisdom, and willpower to overcome the demons in one's heart to take the step forward. However, Xiao Han had taken the step forward. At that moment, ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. The ancient giant burst out laughing. Suddenly, his entire body exploded. Streams of immortal chi surged out, and the air was filled with countless immortal talismans, immortal cranes, immortal apes, immortal mountains, and immortal palaces. It was a spectacular sight. The stone wall behind the ancient giant suddenly opened up to reveal a stone door. Gorgeous colors, divine light and precious light radiated. Ha 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 ha. Good job, kid. Congratulations, you've drawn the best lot. The ancient giant's voice echoed in the tunnel, full of gratification. I can't believe you actually took the step forward. Good, good, very good. One step forward and one step back, heaven on earth. Ah. This is the best lot? What's going on? Xiao Han was startled. One step forward is the best lot, one step back is the worst lot. Young man, don't underestimate this step. After you take it, the shackles in your heart will be completely broken. Your spirit will be sublimated. You're accumulating now to expand your meridians, right? Accumulate well. I'm sure that once you've accumulated enough, you'll start expanding your meridians. The first time you expand your meridians will be no small matter. You might even be able to create a miracle. Your future is limitless. Do you know how many people can't even take this step? You actually did it. Innate courage, this is innate courage. Good, good, hurry up and prepare for the second round of the trial. This seat wants to see just what kind of level you, this young man, can reach in the future. Ha 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 ha. I'm optimistic. Chapter 271. The morning sun slowly rose above the sea level. It was covered by a few patches of bright red clouds. Whoosh! Light shone through the gaps in the clouds, like countless dragons spitting out a golden waterfall. Giant Whale Island, an ancient island that had stood on this sea since ancient times, was bathed in the morning light, shining brightly. Behind the towering Divine Mountain was a vast plain that stretched as far as the eye could see. The morning breeze carried the fragrance of leaves from the distant mountains. There were dandelions floating in the air. Several senior heroes with strong auras were either sitting, standing, or floating in the air, standing on this plain. There were 7 senior heroes in total. They had defeated their opponents and passed the first round of this year's Devil Hero Ranking Challenge. They passed through the tunnel in the belly of the mountain and arrived at this fertile plain. There are still 2 entrances that have not been opened. Thousand Sword Gentleman crossed his arms and looked at the 2 entrances on the mountain wall that were still sealed. There is a total of 1 tunnel. The 7 of us met each other on a narrow path and met our competitors. In the martial arts round, we won and finally passed. Zhuge Xing's eyes flashed. There is still 1 place left. There are 2 tunnels, one with the best lot and the other with the worst lot. It is quite clear. Who will get the best lot and pass directly? Lu Weining, the only remaining woman among the 7 senior heroes who had passed, thought for a moment. That young man, Xiao Han, is at least in one of these 2 tunnels. I don't know if he will get the best lot. Xiao Han? That rookie who doesn't even have a ranking. At such a young age, he doesn't know how to restrain himself. How dare he roar at me? Yingzhan Tian laughed sinisterly. Maybe he will get the worst lot and be eliminated directly. But this elimination is the most optimistic result for him, lest he embarrasses himself in the second round. If he enters the second round, it will be unjustifiable. Humph. I will torture this arrogant kid like he is a pig or a dog. Brother Ing, that Xiao Han is indeed a disgusting guy. However, I have some personal grudges with Xiao Han. If Xiao Han is lucky enough to pass the first round and enter the second round, Brother Ing, please let me have Xiao Han, and let me deal with him personally. The Emperor of the Great Sun looked at Yingzhan Tian. Yingzhan Tian sneered noncommittally. The last one might be Xiong Baishan. The black-robed, long-haired man, Tang Shan, who was born with a lightning bloodline and could summon lightning from the 9 heavens to kill his enemies, was sitting cross-legged. His face was slightly pale. Just now, in the tunnel, he encountered a formidable opponent, and after a bitter battle, he successfully passed. I hope that the one to enter the second stage is Xiao Han and not Xiong Baishan. Zhuge Xing smiled faintly. In his eyes, there was nothing that could go wrong. Even if the young Xiao Han had a fortuitous encounter, his foundation is still shallow. For the time being, he can't pose a threat to us, who have been through hundreds of battles. However, Xiong Baishan is different. After cultivating mountain-swallowing divine art, he was able to expand his acupoints 10 times. It is no small matter. Just then, he's out. Lu Weining shouted, interrupting Zhuge Xing's words. Huh! All the veteran swordsmen present stared at the mountain wall. When, on the mountain wall, 2 holes simultaneously released misty rays of light. The air twisted and rolled like ripples. Soon, one of the holes was completely closed, and the membrane above the other hole suddenly dissipated. This caused a person to slowly walk out from the hole. This person was a young man, his footsteps were calm, his eyes were firm, and his temperament did not seem to be very sharp, powerful, and just plain. However, his pair of eyes were like an ancient well, emitting an unfathomable feeling. This young man, if not Xiao Han, who else could it be? It's Xiao Han. His luck really covers the heavens. Lu Weining could not help but sigh softly. A 1 in 16 chance to draw the best lot, it's actually him. TSK, amazing. Truly amazing. Humph. What a lucky bastard. The Emperor of the Great Sun snorted coldly. Immediately after, he looked at Xiao Han with great interest, like a hunter looking at his prey. Suddenly, his right hand gently squeezed, and a lump of air was squeezed, as if he had squeezed Xiao Han to death. Ingzhan Tian also looked at Xiao Han, and let out a malicious laugh. As for the 7-Knight Devil Lord and the 1,000-Sword Gentleman, they took a quick look at Xiao Han, and then moved their eyes away. There was also a trace of contempt in their eyes. Such good luck. Zhuge Xing shook his head and laughed. That ancient giant was right. Sometimes, luck is indeed more important than strength. The strength of this young man, Xiao Han, may not be able to match up to Xiong Baishan. However, Xiong Baishan drew the worst lot, and was directly eliminated by an ancient giant. And this Xiao Han? He. And at this moment, Xiao Han walked out of the tunnel, and his eyes swept across the 7 veteran heroes standing on the plain. His heart slightly moved. It seems that the second round's opponents are these people. The Emperor of the Great Sun, Ingzhan Tian, have successfully passed and entered the second round. In the eyes of these veteran heroes, Xiao Han was lucky to have drawn the best lot, and won without a fight, and directly passed the round. However, Xiao Han knew his own strength. This best lot was not that simple. There were mysteries hidden within. One must subdue their inner demons, be born with divine courage, and dare to take a step forward in front of an ancient giant. Only then would they be able to pass the round. Between advancing and retreating, it was decided that the best and worst lot would be drawn. It was not an exaggeration to say that Xiao Han's choice and circumstances were much more difficult than these 7 veteran heroes. These 7 veteran heroes might not even have the foundation to fight back or even take a step forward in front of the ancient giants, right? Of course, this kind of thing was not something that outsiders should know, and Xiao Han would not speak of his own experience. Xiao Han walked over. Xiao Han, congratulations, you have also entered the second round. Lu Weining smiled politely at Xiao Han. My luck is good. Xiao Han smiled back. Indeed, Xiao Han, your luck is really good. The 1 in 16 chance was also met by you. This is the blessing that the ancient giants have mentioned. Once blessing arrives, it cannot be stopped. Ha. Zhuge Xing casually laughed and said. Xiao Han shrugged his shoulders. Can't help it, it's just that my luck is good. Xiao Han, don't be so arrogant. I want to see how long your luck can last. The Emperor of the Great Sun's face was as gloomy as water. The calm and relaxed expression on Xiao Han's face made the Emperor of the Great Sun very unhappy. Xiao Han just looked at the Emperor of the Great Sun and did not say anything. At this moment, congratulations to the 8 of you, you have entered the second round. In the sky, the divine light and the glow of treasures descended, the fog was heavy, and the ancient giant, from the ancient god light, walked out gracefully. Greetings, ancient giant. The veteran heroes, all bowed one after another. Good, very good, very good. The ancient giant laughed continuously. He glanced at Xiao Han from the corner of his eyes, but did not specifically say anything to Xiao Han. A hint of obscure praise flashed across the ancient giant's eyes. From the beginning, I have said, the competition system for this time's ranking challenge is very simple. There are only 2 rounds. Now, you have passed the first round of selection. To be able to stand here, it means that you have both strength and luck. Then, enter the second round. This second round is 8-1. In other words, out of the 8 of you, only 1 will be able to emerge victorious. The ancient giant smiled faintly. Including Xiao Han, the 8 of them held their breath and pricked up their ears. 8-1. On the surface, the difficulty of the second round was far greater than the first round. and it could be said to be cruel. There were a total of 7 people who would be eliminated. The rules of the second round. The ancient giant's tone was neither fast nor slow. Before I announce the rules of the second round, I will say something out of the topic. Regarding this giant whale island, you may have heard some rumors. Many people say that the giant whale island, in ancient times, was transformed from a divine beast, the giant whale. Now, I will tell you, this rumor is true. As soon as this was said, what? This giant whale island really was transformed from an ancient creature? But why can't I feel a trace of life? Zhang Tian frowned, his face was also full of confusion. The other veteran heroes also looked at each other, confused, like monks scratching their heads. In ancient times, a divine whale once wreaked havoc in the human world, causing a rain of blood in the human world and destroying many empires. Later, it was sealed by a group of veteran heroes. It can be said that this ancient divine whale has fallen and turned into an island. Its meridians, flesh, blood, bones, skin, and internal organs were transformed into the island's forests, plains, ores, and spirit herbs. Its essence chi was transformed into the island's spirit stones, which also gave birth to the spirit veins. However, only the mystical whale's heart had yet to merge with the island. We call it the giant whale's heart. In other words, the ancient divine whale's heart is still on this island. The ancient giant smiled. Oh. The second round's content is to find the giant whale's heart? A flash of understanding flashed through Xiao Han's mind. Ancient giant, the second round's content is to find the ancient divine whale's heart on the island? Zhang Tian also asked. The giant whale's heart is hidden very deeply. The giant whale island is too big. You may not be able to find the giant whale's heart. In ancient times, this giant whale was also an evil creature that wreaked havoc. It had many divine abilities. Although it was subdued by many experienced swordsmen and turned into an island, given your cultivation base, it would be difficult to find its heart even if you released your psychic fluctuations. The ancient giant hesitated for a moment. If the second round's content is to find the giant whale's heart, I'm afraid none of you will be able to pass. How about this? Only finding the giant whale's heart will be part of the test. In the next moment, whoosh whoosh whoosh, 8 jade badges shot out from the ancient giant's body. Each jade badge was the size of a palm and was engraved with many talisman characters and pictures of mountains, rivers, birds, and insects. The 8 jade badges were caught by the 8 participants and held in their hands. Xiao Han held the jade badges and felt that they were warm to the touch. He could not help but send his spirit into the jade badges. However, he found that the jade badges in his hand were ordinary and did not have any special features. There's no need to look at them. They are just ordinary jade badges. Now listen up, I will announce the content of the second round. The ancient giant became serious. Each jade badge represents 10 points. I'll randomly teleport you all to different parts of the giant whale island. What you need to do is to snatch the jade badges from other participants and take their points. If you snatch a jade badge, it means that you won't get any points. In 3 days, the one with the highest total points will be the final winner of the Devil Hero Ranking Challenge. Remember, in 3 days, only one winner will be selected and get a ranking. What you need to do is to defeat as many other participants as possible and take their points for yourself. Once a participant's jade badge is snatched, he will be automatically transported out of the giant whale island. In addition, as I said, finding the giant whale's heart is also part of the second round. Whoever can find the giant whale's heart will get points. However, you won't be able to find the giant whale's heart in 3 days. Therefore, you can ignore the search for the giant whale's heart. The main thing is to snatch the jade badge points from other participants. Don't worry, I will personally watch over the giant whale island. When you compete and kill each other, you won't be in danger of losing your life. You can kill to your heart's content, but no one can kill their opponent under my watch. Even if your opponent is seriously injured, as long as they are still breathing, I will heal them and make them as good as new. Do you understand the rules of the competition now? Understood. Ancient giant, we all understand. The senior devil heroes nodded one after another. Xiao Han also nodded in secret. Oh, that's right. Ancient authorities, if two people manage to obtain the same number of points in 3 days' time, how will the winner be determined? Zhuge Xing was a cautious person as he asked. It doesn't matter. Those with the same points will fight one-on-one, and the winner will be the king, the ancient giant said lightly. Good. This kind of rule suits me. Ingzhan Tian's whole body was filled with battle intent. Under this kind of rule, the one with the bigger fist will obtain more jade badge points. Ha 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 ha. Those weak ants will show their true colors. He glanced at Xiao Han with the corner of his eyes. Humph. The great Sun Emperor looked at the jade badge in Xiao Han's hand, licked his lips and laughed sinisterly. Xiao Han, in these 3 days, you better dig a hole and bury yourself. Pray that I won't find you. Hee hee, if you fall into my hands, not only will I snatch your jade badge, but... A strong killing intent rolled in the eyes of the great Sun Emperor, becoming more and more intense. His voice suddenly became as thin as a gossamer. I will beat you up until you are half dead. Kneel and beg for mercy. Heh, great Sun Emperor, you better keep a close eye on your jade badge. Don't let others snatch it away. Xiao Han retorted sarcastically. In the next moment, boom, from the ancient giant's body, 8 blazing tornadoes burst out and enveloped the 8 participants. In an instant, the 8 participants were blown to different parts of the giant whale island. Fight to your heart's content. Snatch the jade badge points. The winner will be the king. The second round of the Devil Hero ranking competition has officially begun. I want to see who will get the ranking. Ha 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 ha. To be continued. Chapter 272. Xiao Han felt as if the world was spinning around him, and he was dizzy. He even felt as if space was being reversed. His ears were filled with the whistling sound of the wind, and his body was wrapped in endless light. When Xiao Han opened his eyes, I was actually transmitted here. He saw that Xiao Han was standing in a dense primitive jungle. In all directions, there were towering giant trees, their branches and leaves covered the sky, and there was rarely any sunlight could penetrate. The jungle was dark and damp, emitting a rotten smell, and there was also methane rising in spirals. The roots of some old trees were like horned dragons, incomparably thick and lofty. Creak creak creak, Xiao Han stepped on the dead branches and withered leaves, walking step by step towards the outside of the forest. His spiritual fluctuations were extremely condensed, released like flowing water, and sensed the surroundings. At the same time, in Xiao Han's mind, all kinds of thoughts came one after another. In this second level, I have to defeat other contestants and get jade card points. In 3 days, whoever has the most points will get the position of 1650th on the Devil Hero list. This is also a game of hunting and being hunted, similar to the Devil Hero trial. Now, the most important thing for me is to find other contestants and defeat them. As he walked slowly, Xiao Han used the spirit turtle's true qi to seal up all of his true qi, vital energy, and even his body temperature and heartbeat. The aura of the whole person suddenly became like wood and stone. Now, Xiao Han's whole body had opened 50 true acupoints, and the amount of true qi was not what it used to be, so it was easier to activate the spirit turtle true qi. Those senior devil heroes. All of them are battle-hardened. Experienced in Jianghu. It is not so easy to deal with them. The first thing I have to do is to hide myself perfectly, at least not to be seen by them. Then, I will slowly plan. Among the 7 opponents, the most difficult to deal with should be that Ingzhantian. The cultivation of the talisman transforming realm cannot be taken lightly. To be honest, it is best to avoid Ingzhantian. If I encounter Ingzhantian, it is hard to predict the outcome of the fight. Even if I use all my demon skills, I may not be able to suppress him. Half an hour later, Xiao Han finally walked out of this primitive jungle. Outside the forest was a meandering stream. The water was so clear that one could see one's hair. Xiao Han walked to the side of the stream and bent down to scoop up some water to wash his face. Then, he lay down flat with a piece of hay in his mouth and crossed his legs. With his hands behind his head, he continued to think about the rules and details of the second stage. I have to get the highest score. It was supposed to be defeating 7 opponents and obtaining 70 points. However, in reality, as long as one defeated 4 opponents and obtained 4 jade tokens, obtaining 40 points, one would basically be undefeatable. He'll win without a hitch. Of course, searching for the colossal whale's heart will become a huge variable in the second stage. Once you find the heart of the giant whale, you'll immediately obtain 100 points. You won't have to fight for the jade tokens of other contestants anymore. However, the ancient giant had also said that the giant whale island is vast and boundless. The giant whale's heart is hidden very deeply. Even if the ancient giant had released his spiritual wave, he might not be able to find the giant whale's heart. Seriously speaking, the difficulty of finding the giant whale's heart is many times more difficult than defeating the other participants and stealing their jade medallions. It's like looking for a needle in a haystack. Forget it. I won't have the wishful thinking of finding the giant whale's heart. Xiao Han laughed at himself. I should just deal with the other participants, although they are very difficult to deal with, ancient giant whale. I really didn't expect that this island was actually transformed from an ancient giant whale. The ancient pure-blooded mutant beasts are too magical. Ancient giant whale, ancient golden swan, ancient pure-blooded swan and ancient pure-blooded heavenly dragon. Xiao Han casually thought. However, at this moment. Wait! Xiao Han suddenly jumped up from the ground, the hay in his mouth slipping down. Ancient giant beast? Ancient giant whale? The myriad beasts devouring technique that I'm cultivating is said to be able to refine all beasts in the world, even divine beasts. At the place where the totem dwelled in the Heavenly Dragon Empire's imperial city, I used the myriad beasts devouring technique to refine the kingdom's sacred beasts, the pure-blooded swan and the pure-blooded heavenly dragon. Although the process was full of twists and turns and it was difficult, it ended with success in the end. Later on, when I was fighting against the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor, I used the myriad beasts devouring technique to interrupt his transformation. Everything has its vanquisher and it restrained the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. Now that this giant whale island is formed from the ancient bloodline, why don't I use the myriad beasts devouring technique and give it a try? A sudden idea seized Xiao Han's mind. Moreover, this idea took shape in just a few breaths' time. He did it immediately. At the next moment, Xiao Han's hands were like butterflies flying through flowers, continuously forming hand seals. Wisps of divine light and precious clouds flickered agilely and lingered around Xiao Han's body. Immortal chi and immortal charm were faintly discernible. Dazzling immortal talismans were produced one after another. Moreover, these immortal talismans swiftly weaved into a formation according to a unique rhythm. A formation that emitted an ancient, desolate, and tyrannical aura. 10,000 Beast Engulfing Formation. The 10,000 Beast Engulfing Formation rumbled. Suddenly, the entire giant whale island seemed to tremble. Xiao Han's blood boiled. However, the giant whale island only trembled slightly, and then remained motionless. Everything was calm, and there was nothing out of the ordinary. The sky was clear, and there was nothing out of the ordinary. The 10,000 Beast Engulfing Formation floated above Xiao Han's head, rotating continuously. However, it did not seem to be absorbing and refining the entire giant whale island. The 10,000 Beast Engulfing Formation is ineffective. Xiao Han was stunned. Then, he shook his head and laughed. It seems that I've thought too much. Although this giant whale island was formed from the ancient divine whale, the ancient divine whale's corpse had already become the flowers, trees, and spirit stone veins on the island. Even the essence blood of the ancient divine whale had already dissipated. This was equivalent to a qualitative change. Even the form of life had undergone a transformation. It was no longer the corpse of the giant whale, but had completely become an island. Alright, I don't want to think too much here. Let's hurry and find the other contestants. Xiao Han patted the grass and leaves on his robe, and prepared to put away the 10,000 beast engulfing formation. He wanted to leave this place. However, at this moment, then, something strange happened. Whoosh, the 10,000 beast engulfing formation actually moved. The formation was not under Xiao Han's control, and actually floated towards the west. What's going on? Xiao Han was shocked. Looking into the distance, the 10,000 beast engulfing formation had already disappeared into an old forest. It was as if there was something on this island in the unseen world. It was extremely attractive to the array formation. Xiao Han had no time to think. He leaped and chased after the formation. Whoosh, the formation flew in the sky at a moderate speed. Xiao Han ran on the ground with large strides, following closely behind. What on this island can attract the 10,000 beast engulfing formation? Xiao Han was at a loss. In the first round of the Hex Hero ranking competition, Xiao Han faced an ancient giant and bravely took a step forward, which made him break the shackles on his mind. In his mind, he opened a door and window, which made his mind metamorphose. His thinking was more flexible, and his vision was more brilliant than before. Sometimes, his thinking would be bold and imaginative, and he would have a stroke of genius. The reason why he suddenly had the idea to use the 10,000 beast engulfing formation to try to refine the island was because of this breakthrough and change in thinking. His mind was very flexible. But now, the 10,000 beast engulfing formation actually flew out on its own, as if it was taking the initiative to find some secrets. This made Xiao Han's mind flash with a strange idea. The island is a dead object, and can't be refined by the 10,000 beast engulfing formation. At this moment, the 10,000 beast engulfing formation is not under my control, but like a wild horse, it flew out on its own. What attracted the formation? Obviously, the thing that could attract this formation must have something to do with the bloodline of a beast. Could it be that there are some strange beasts on this giant whale island? Or at least there should be some beast skeletons. Wait. Could it be, the giant whale's heart? The ancient giant once said that this ancient divine whale's corpse had already turned into dust, rocks, grass, and trees. However, its heart had never fused with the island. Could it be? It's the ancient divine whale's heart that is attracting the 10,000 beast engulfing formation. Xiao Han's mind suddenly tensed up. The giant whale's heart. Could it really be the giant whale's heart? Bang! Xiao Han jumped over a huge rock and increased his speed. His eyes were fixed on the 10,000 beast engulfing formation that was flying in the sky. This is great. Maybe the 10,000 beast engulfing formation has sensed the giant whale's heart. Maybe it's another fortuitous encounter. Bang bang bang, Xiao Han ran all the way, crushing countless rocks and shooting stars. He followed the 10,000 beast engulfing formation's guidance and headed west. Not long after Xiao Han left, a sword light flashed by. A middle-aged man with a proud and lonely temperament descended. He carried a long sword on his back and his eyes were completely white. He bent down and looked at the soil that was trampled by Xiao Han and the shrubs that were crushed. He nodded slightly and murmured. Someone passed by here. It seems that this person's physical body is extremely strong. Everywhere he passed, he was like a wild beast ravaging. If I'm not wrong, it should be Xiao Han. Judging from the Hex Hero selection this time, this young man Xiao Han specializes in physical body cultivation. He's a savage beast in human form. This person was the 1,000 Sword Gentleman, ranked 1,788th on the Hex Hero ranking. The 1,000 Sword Gentleman stood up and glanced to the west. This young man Xiao Han really has no experience in the Jianghu. He doesn't know how to hide himself and actually left traces everywhere. Forget it, I'll take Xiao Han's jade token first and get 10 points. From the first test, this Xiao Han person's luck is like a rainbow. People with good luck are very difficult to deal with. Now that I've found traces of him, I'll take this opportunity to get rid of him first. I can't let his luck continue to flourish. Otherwise, it might bring me unexpected trouble. The corner of the thousand-sword gentleman's mouth twitched. His body turned into a sword light and followed Xiao Han's footsteps like a maggot on a tarsal bone. However, as soon as the thousand-sword gentleman disappeared, a mist floated in the air, and the water vapor rolled. A graceful figure walked out of the misty water vapor. It was Lu Weiniang. Xiao Han's whereabouts had been exposed by the thousand-sword gentleman. Lu Weiniang thought for a while. In less than an hour, the thousand-sword gentleman will catch up with Xiao Han and there will be a fierce battle. I'll also follow him quietly to take a look. Heh. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Moreover, Xiao Han has been in the limelight recently. Even the green dragon demon emperor died in his hands. I want to see what this young man has up his sleeves. You're tuning into the Carefree Valley YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.